Hello everyone and welcome to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Summer Championship Day 1. I'm Raven and joining me is Lorinda. We're going to be kicking it off for you this morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Lorinda, welcome. Are you ready to get on with what will be the last Masters Tour before the World Championship?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. We'll have the full lineup at the end of this weekend, at the end of the day, even though it doesn't matter what time of day it is. And it could be, a wide range of experience levels battling that out. We've got, players like Gabby who are basically already there. We've got Banterface, who everybody knows, hasn't made it this year, but he's been there before. We've got a couple of others who've been there before. And then we've got a couple of players who, over the last few years, have put in endless time trying to get there. And this is their first big shot to do so. So, going to be interested to see how that works out. We've got a new meta as well, which we'll be talking about more, of course, in a moment. So much to look forward to over the next 3 days, and I just can't wait to get on with it.
Yeah, we really have. Let's take a look at everything we've got coming up for the day, of course. This is how the players not only qualify, but also all the players that have qualified so far for the World Championship. As we said, there's going to be 3 more spots, and basically the 3 final spots on the line this weekend. So players coming from different ways to qualify here overall, but all ready for the basically the Summer Championship with the Winter Spring as well. That we've got some fantastic players already locked in. It's going to be great once we get to that World Championship, but I'm excited for what comes up this weekend.
Yeah, Yan Ming as well is going to be back and at BlizzCon, so that's possibly the player to beat when we get there. But first they've got to get there. This is how they got to today. There's their points for ladder ranks. There are also qualifying systems that they could have gone through, that you could have gone through. You're sitting here going, oh, I could have done better than that. Well, you didn't, so you'll have to do better next year, won't you?
Yeah, try again next time. Let's take a look at the players and how they've qualified to the Summer Championship specifically. We've got, again, different points leaders across the regions, the global points leader, and then, of course, from a mere, 2 weekends ago or so, we've got the players who qualified through playoffs for each of their regions as well. So, as you mentioned, different routes to get here. I will say, there is that interesting difference between the points leaders and then the sort of all the pressure condensed into like a weekend for playoffs for some of these, right? When we look at the likes of the playoffs qualifiers. So a few different routes here, but a really good mix of players, honestly. As you mentioned previously, we've got some basically long-term players in the forms of like Chonsu, McBanterface, Shax is there as well. Names you'll have recognized if you've been following Hearthstone for years. So we've got some of those veterans as well, some players that you may not have seen too much of, but somewhere where you will see at least 3 of these players. It's going to be the World Championship that is going to be at BlizzCon in just over a month's time. I absolutely cannot wait. We will be there live, ready to go. So really, really looking forward to that on September 12th and 13th.
Yeah, it's really good. It's the atmosphere, for those of you who haven't followed Hearthstone for long enough to remember live events. Like, the atmosphere is so different. You get to talk to the players, face to face. You get to talk to them properly, get to know them a lot better than we do online. And I just cannot wait. It's going to be such a great time.
Yeah, also as well, for not only for Hearthstone, it's fantastic that it's there, but even just a celebration of all Blizzard games as well. It's one thing I enjoy when I've been, is like you get to see everything that's going on in all their other games too, so it's pretty sick. Of course, we are going to be playing out Conquest as usual, the go-to format for many, many years now. These players will be very comfortable with. But as you mentioned, the meta has changed a little bit. We did have a balance patch not too long ago, and the players have had to adapt fairly quickly, and we'll no doubt dive into what those adaptations are shortly as we get into the first match. But this is what the players are playing for. Not only the spots, obviously those key 3 spots for the World Championship, but also a good chunk of prize money, even for those players that don't make it all the way into those basically top 3 spots. There's still pretty solid prize money for all these players to add to the bank.
Yeah, and something that I think got lost in the shuffle a little bit over some previous years that we've made clear again this year, though, is this is a Masters Tour event. This is a championship event. There are not many championships for Hearthstone players to win. This is one. You can go home if you win this. No matter what happens next, no matter how you do at the World Championships, you are a championship level Hearthstone winner for the rest of your life. It's a big, big deal, and I think the players are starting to feel that a bit more these days as well, whereas it was just before, let's get to Worlds, that's all there is. There's $50,000 in this prize pool. That's a decent sum of money, and it's often overlooked.
Yeah, take a look at what we've got coming up this weekend. Today and tomorrow, we'll be moving through the group stages. There are 4 groups, A, B, C, D, because that's how the alphabet works. And we're going to be doing 2 groups per day. So we'll basically go through 2 groups today, rinse and repeat for C and D tomorrow. And then that is basically going to give us our top 8 for the final day, in which we'll work through to decide not only our Masters Tour champion for the summer one, but also those top 3 players. There is, of course, that sort of recently-ish added 3rd place match, which will be that last spot on the line. So even if players get into that sort of top 4 or finals, or like towards that, there's still something to play for. So a lot on the line for the players this weekend, and now you can see who they are along with what groups they're in. Any names or groups stick out for you, Lorinda?
For me, I think the most interesting person to watch in this tournament will be Win Brownie. His second big event, really, after moving across from being just an arena god. He said, I'm going to try standard. Instantly got sort of several top 1s and top 5 finishers. Has had that first tournament now, which everybody needs that first tournament on their belt. I don't think I can think of a player who first tournament in standard after coming from another format or another game, or just suddenly just getting good. I don't think anybody's ever really gone, amazing on their first one out. I'm sure somebody will correct me on that, but there's very few examples of it. Win Brownie, I think, is an interesting one. Obviously, Banterface, Gabby, Chionsu, Inkuru, names we've known from before, Kwanwu, like names we've seen many times who have performed at the top level. But yeah, that's all for me. And well, there we go.
Yeah, so these are the caster predictions as ever. No, this is not an error. We've got Sottle, Lorinda, and Pocket Train all going for Inkuro. Edelweiss gone for Noob User, and myself, of course, going for the classic Raven pick of Chonsu. Basically, if Chonsu's there, I'll pick him, and pretty often, Chonsu's there. So it's not too much of a big surprise for my pick. But how come you picked Inkuro? What's the breakdown for that, Lorinda?
I think that when he's at his best, Inkuru is the best player in the world. There's a lot of ifs in there and buts, but I think this is the last chance to get to the World Championships. I think it will be the most focused he'll be all year. Like you get more and more focus as you run out of opportunities, right? And this is it. This is the last go. He looked great for most of the World Championships last year. There was a point where I was absolutely certain he was going to be the World Champion. He did get knocked out in the top 8. And for me, I think he will just get it done. He's got a decent lineup, but I do think he's the most focused and the best player in this lineup.
Okay, well, it's a double-edged sword, though, right? You get more focused, you get more sort of locked in, the less chances you have, but I also imagine you get more stressed as well, right? And they know that this is basically the last chance they've got, so we'll have to see how that goes and how the players handle that stress. But take a look at Group A. This is where we are going to start. Just to give you a little bit of information why you think the graphic looks a little bit strange, the initial matches are played off stream because unfortunately there are only so many hours in a day, so we want to make sure this gets done in a reasonable time and is watchable. So we do see that McBanterface beat Roberg into that winners match, and then we had Demo Shadow beat Shaxi. And you were talking about some of the names we'll have known from a long time now in competitive Hearthstone. Shaxi's one of them, and already looking at elimination very, very early on in the group. So won't be too happy with that one. However, we will be taking a look at first Demo Shadow versus McBanterface to see who's going to make it out of Group A. What can you tell me about these players, Lorinda?
Start with Demo Shadow. Demo Shadow was formerly known as Santamax. Did very, very well on ladder, particularly last year. Hasn't quite hit the big one yet that I think people thought he was going to, but he's very close. He's got the same lineup as Inkuru card for card, and he is very well respected by his peers on ladder. And then Banterface, previous top 4 in the World Championships, has another World Championships under his belt besides that. Has laid off really on the competitive scene this year, in particular. I think he has one top 20 on ladder. Focuses a lot on, he casts the high Chinese tournaments just to do it. He just loves watching Hearthstone. He still plays a fair amount, despite the meme that he doesn't play at all. He does still play a bit, but he sort of only gets up now for the playoffs and only gets up for the big tournaments and sees how he does. And he's still a great player. He's still a very good understanding of the game. I guess the one concern with Banterface, and it's a small one because I think he's one of the very best players in this tournament, is that he might not quite have the reps at the top level of every matchup versus every matchup. So he talks a game, he watches enough Hearthstone, he processes Hearthstone incredibly well, he should be fine. But there's some things you just do funny sometimes if you haven't played huge amounts, no matter how much you know what's going on. So hopefully he'll be fine, but it should be an incredibly good match. And we look at their lineups. We are going to see a lot of Demon, Hunter and Rogue this weekend. They are the two best decks, but the other three decks are kind of up in the air. This is what makes this tournament interesting, I think, for me. The playoffs, the four best decks were the four best decks. You either tried to beat them or you brought them. This, the two best decks are the two best decks. You kind of have to bring them. But what you do after that, entirely up to you. Like, there's pros and cons for so many of the other two decks.
Yeah, very interesting with the lineups. We do see the double Demon Hunter ban in this match. Demon Hunter, one of the classes that really shot up after the patch. However, in the previous matchups, there was one Demon Hunter ban and a Rogue ban, and then a Hunter ban and a Shaman ban. So even though there's going to be a lot, as you mentioned, a lot of Demon Hunter, a lot of Rogue, a lot of similar looking lineups, there are a few little choices here and there between the players that are going to potentially alter that ban strategy. So if you are a Demon Hunter fan, we will probably be seeing some games of it at least, and it won't just be auto ban that maybe some people assumed it would be. However, we are ready to get into the first match on stream of the day. We've got Demo Shadow on the top on that Hunter and McBanterface on the Shaman for game number 1.
Yeah, the Shaman is the same deck that you know and love from the playoffs, except now with the nerf to Blazing Equivocation. So your turn ones are still very powerful a lot of the time, but they're not completely idiotically powerful. So, if you know what I mean, like you still always get that really good start, but it's not quite the start you got in the good old days. Sometimes you just play a Yeti on turn 1 and the game would end. That's no longer a thing. Deck is still very strong. For me, I think the third best deck is this Hunter. It is relentless. Like you do the normal face hunter things, but then you start making just beasts and 3/12s and stuff that can just win the game out of the blue with those trip wires. And so if the Shaman doesn't get a good start, which it has, it will get behind quickly. But yeah, Banter's drawn the correct amount of early game to be in an okay spot here.
Yeah, been able to get a couple of minions down nice and early. I am just in what I believe is now tradition after last playoffs. Going to keep an eye on that Ascendance and see if it does anything, because it struggled for most of the playoffs a couple of weeks ago.
Yes.
We'll see how it goes. I do agree, though, the Hunter, very, very powerful. Even with the nerf to Hunter that it got with Tolve, it's still super strong. The tripwires are just incredibly powerful tools, and they're powerful the turn you play them, and then have value afterwards, which is what I think really pushes them over the edge. It's not only a strong card on the turn it's played, but also has very, very strong follow-up, which historically Hunters sometimes struggle to do. So already we are seeing Banter got some pretty chunky minions on the board, actually, and he's just happy enough to say, well, actually, this is going to give you a random spell, so that's going to slow you down anyway. As you can see now, 6th drop drawn for Demo Shadow, which is kind of rough. But also this 2/4 just... Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can start trading into these 5 health minions if you want. And I think Banter's already doing a great job of playing around the basically huge arcane missiles, which is what the trip is most of the time with these high health minions.
Also, he would be so delighted to hit these 5 health minions from his point of view. The second your opponent plays a sister as Hunter, like, they always have Sylvanas, right? So the four health wouldn't be enough for him to be confident with what's going on. Yeah, he's not happy about this. Look, he's sort of shaking his head, but there's no other play. He makes this trade. Sylvanas will just blow this board out and make a swing. But he's got the Ascendance down, and he's hit the Grizzly, which now is... It's not game over because there's another Earthen Roar in hand, but he thinks it's a really good position because he's seen an Earthen Roar already. Like, he's in such a strong spot here.
Well, I was talking about keeping an eye on the Ascendance, and that card becomes quite good if you don't have to pay mana for minions, right? Like, that's quite a nice bonus for that card. You can just pay health instead and then use the Ascendance to really make a pretty brutal board. And not a bad way for McBanterface to start off this match. He's feeling very confident, and rightly so. There is limited things that can be done here from Demo Shadow. There is 2nd Earthen Roar in hand, which is a huge deal. The bear isn't so scary once you've got an Earthen Roar there. However, these Death Rattles are going to prove a bit of a problem, and this is where McBanterface being able to get off to a decent start, but also pressure the health total of Demo Shadow is really going to pay off, because suddenly it's on Demo Shadow to like clear the board, which is not really what you want to be doing as Hunter.
No, he needs a Tolvir like yesterday, really, to get anywhere in this one. His out is to play as many one-cost cards as he can right now. That's what he's doing, and hope to top deck the Tolvir, because he does have that double Earthen Roar and the 1/1s in there. He can just clear stuff up if he picks it up next turn. But it's going to have to be next turn to make any difference on this, because otherwise he's just going to be dead.
Yeah, I think
he might be dead anyway. He's one off, right? Yeah.
Oh, one. Sorry, one. Yeah, I cannot count. But yeah, putting him to 1 health, and this is definitely 1 health and a dream. Oh, was that?
Hello.
Okay, that's hilarious.
Well, there's a Sands of Time that can find damage before we even start looking at other things. There it is. End of game.
Yeah, game 1 going to be going to McBanterface. A good last-minute defense there from Demo Shadow, using the spell that McBanterface gave him, basically, which was pretty funny. But yeah, still just too much. And the start just not being quite good enough for Demo, because McBanterface just got off to such a good enough start, right? As you said, the openings for the Shaman have been nerfed a little bit with the Invocation nerf. However, as you quite rightly mentioned, the higher health on the minions was huge, and then getting the Raptors with the health cost instead of mana meant play that, then Ascendance with the mana, boom. How is that board ever getting cleared? It's just probably not, right? So yeah, definitely a rough one there for Demo Shadow.
Yeah, that is a big deal. Like, anytime the Rogue and the Demon Hunter aren't the decks that win, it's going to be a big deal in this tournament. But Banterface does have this Mage, and Pocket's trying to convince us all that Mage beats Rogue. He hasn't convinced me yet, despite him knowing the game significantly better than I do. I think this Mage is going to be tough for Banter to get out of here, honestly. I think the good thing with Mage and the good thing with this meta is nothing's much more than sort of 58-60%. Even your bad matchups, you can win with any of these sort of main 6 decks against any of the others, even if you pick the best versus the worst. Apart from Z Sherman versus Mug Sharma, which might come up tomorrow or later today. But it is the weak link in that lineup, I think.
Yeah, this Mage deck, because it's been around for, the rough build of it, it's been around for a while now, basically the quest, right? It's always been a tricky one for me, because I feel like it's one of those where when it wins, it really, really, really wins. But when it loses, it looks like you may as well not have had any cards, right? Because you've not really done anything, because you've normally been ran over, right? So I do think it's a very interesting deck. It's not one I personally gravitated towards myself. However, I'm going to be honest, if people to this caliber keep bringing it to tournaments, then the faith must exist somewhere, right? Like, that it must be doing something right. So we'll have to see. We'll let Banter teach us as we move on throughout this weekend. However, we're going to see Rogue versus the Hunter first.
Yeah, and the one thing Rogue has to do is get these early turns right. We're going to hear me say that a lot this weekend, actually. Everybody has to get these early turns right, as Demo Shadow picks up an awful, awful hand. The snowball effects in this meta, if you get ahead on board and if you're forcing your opponent to respond, are so huge. And that's partly why Banter will have kept this neophyte after a lot of thought. Like, if you get something down and then neophyte them and slow them down, there's quite a lot of spells in the Hunter deck. It slows down the tripwires. They do have a decent number of spells. But against that, you get these awkward curves where you've got to decide how you want to go about it, which has been rather fixed here, because Hunter's not killing that on turn 2 most of the time, and the neophyte's going to be gigantic. You've got to kill it.
What a draw, though. Earthen Roar, and then the shovel. We talked about the power of a shovel as a weapon in playoffs. I remember that conversation. But yeah, being able to clear off the Maiev is huge. Not only because it's Maiev can just win games if it's allowed to just sit there anyway, but also just the fact that it was a coin usage as well. So that is just naturally going to slow McBanterface's options, not having that benefit. But Rustrot, Viper on curve, these players playing it so fast. Vipering down, McBanterface is still able to set up a good sort of board here, and Demo Shadow now has to be a little bit slower, because the Tolvir is nerfed at 5 mana, still obviously playable, still in a very, very good deck, but it did remove those, okay, I'll just sort of throw Tolvir out on curve just to get some value if I need it, right? Like, that isn't really possible, because 5 mana is a lot to commit. So we are, of course, going to see a location and a little rat pop out to help with some card draw.
Yeah, I mean, he's got nothing he can do. Like, I was going to say, sort of jokes on banter, because that near-fight didn't stop anything, because Demo Shadow had no playable cards in his hand. Obviously, Demo Shadow hand is the worst hand you could possibly have here. He can plan towards... He's got the Drake in his hand. He can plan towards ratting and then getting a Magum, and then, or however you say that word, and then doing 21 damage in a turn. But he's got to be alive, and Banter's got to be on 21, and those two things are currently not matched. This is actually ridiculous. Yeah, he's got to do this just to get the shovel. His way out here is to draw very, very soon one of the tripwires and then have infinite shovels in the same turn, because the Tolvir, he'll play the shovel in hand, he'll play the tripwire, then he'll play the other Tolvir, which will re-equip 2 more weapons, which will then drag out 2 more beasts or 2 more lots of missiles. But again, we did this in the last game. It needs to be off the top of the deck.
It's important to note as well, for any of those who do not realize, the Lotus Troublemaker was changed also, where it now only pings for 1 damage, which increases by 1 for every 2-cost card played by the rogue, and with Banterface in this instance. However, it does not need to be in hand to start stacking those pings. So it's sort of like I would guess it's still classed as a nerf, but it's not as strict. This card is purely worse. It's just different, right?
It is a legitimate rework. It's not just paying lip service to the word. It's literally just been done differently. Clocksworth in hand for next turn for Banter, by the way. That's a massive deal. And yeah, Demo Shadow just taking the opportunity to try and set up that kill condition, which is a long way off right now, but it's all he could do.
Well, chose to change the plan completely.
He's gone for Tortola,
right?
He's going to defend.
Yeah, went for Tortola instead and just said, you know what? If you survive, then this will be enough. But there's Dagger for a ping for 1. There's the
got 2 troublemakers
now, which I'm pretty sure is just guaranteed at 7 pings each. And that means with Banterface, he's going to be going to a very rapid 2-0 lead. He looks very relaxed, although to be fair, if those 2 games are your first 2 games of the winners match in your group, I would also feel quite relaxed, because taking nothing away from Banter, but those games kind of played themselves to an extent, right? There was nothing too much to struggle with. It's just Banter just had some good curves, executed it well. There you go. So these are kind of how you want the series to go if you're Banterface.
Yeah, I think he's conveying slight embarrassment, honestly. Like that, like genuine. Like these have been 2 games against somebody I really respect. That I've got the hand, and more importantly, like Demo Shadow didn't really get to partake in either game because his Hunter hand. I played a lot of that Hunter deck, and I've had some hands that make me swear at the TV. I've never had a hand as bad as the one he just got there, and he did well to just keep calm, because that was an unplayable hand, and there aren't many of those in the current meta, because there's a lot of 1, 2, 3 drops in all the decks, and he managed to draw 2 5 drops, a 10 drop, and 2 ones that didn't do anything basically. So yeah, incredibly unfortunate time to get those hands. But 2 things: first of all, this is the winners match, the loser will get another go, and secondly, Banter still has this mage.
Yeah, that is the big question. This is often the case, right, when we talk about Conquest, especially if there's decks some of us don't have complete confidence in, is we just say, well, we know Rogue is good, the Demon Hunter's banned, we know Shaman's good, the question mark's on the mage. So now that Banterface has the sort of singular goal, this mage has to get over the line. If it can't, then, well, yeah, it's going to be knocked down to the low part of the bracket, right? It just has to get the work done, obviously. But Banterface has already won one match of the day to get through into this winner's portion he's in right now. So the mage has got some work done as we move into game number 3. Demo just saying, you know what, we're sticking with Hunter till it's done, and I respect that. Banter, though, not having the worst opening hand on the mage here.
No, it's a very, very good opening hand. This is just... yeah, if he was watching a match in the China server with these hands, he'd be saying, oh, that's a typical China server hand, because they've had some good hands on the broadcast he's done. He's got that hand. These scrappy scavengers early on are the best way to power up your quest. I'm curious if Demo Shadow always keeps tracking, by the way. It's one of those cards that, you know, it doesn't do anything on turn 1, but it stabilizes your draw, and he's just had 2 terrible draws and kept tracking in his opener hand. I wonder if that was influenced by what's happened before. It shouldn't be. He probably does normally keep it, but it was interesting that he did choose the stability. And this is why those scavengers are so good. Here, Banter has the instant opportunity here to take the Spark of Life, which is just another discover very early on.
Yeah. Yeah, personally, I quite like the tracking keep. I think especially again once with the nerf with Tolve going up again to 5, like there's just more of the deck that you can whiff on, right? Whereas tracking, it's yes, it costs mana to use, obviously, but tracking feeds Tolve.
Yes.
And is so likely to give you at least one good option playable for future turns, right? That I personally quite like it. So the options are here. There is Glacial Shard. Triumph, just to get it played and locked in, is an option here as well. But he's going to go for that Earthen Roar.
Important here that normally if you have tracking and tame pet in your hand, you want to play the tame pet first. So you've got more information about what you're tracking for. But he was looking for the location, which costs 2 from the tracking, so he could get more card draw to stabilize the hand a bit. And so he couldn't play the tame pet first for the information. He had to play the tracking, try and hit the location, because otherwise he would only have had 1 mana available. Double Battlecry Stonehill.
Well, doesn't seem too bad to me. You put the card in the deck for a reason, and now that reason hits twice.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things here is you often want to play the Stonehill after the quest is completed, but not against Hunter because you're taking too much damage, so you kind of have to play it early. This is like the backup Stonehill now. Like, you can still play the original Stonehill, get the 1/5, choose another taunt, mess around. But yeah, the double Discover after quest, that's kind of hilarious.
Yeah, I think a lot of it will be timing, right? And how smoothly and when you want to get the quest done, and will define the outcome here. I do like Stonehill as a secondary as well, because it's just you want high health on the board against Hunter, right?
Yep.
You don't want these pings to just keep smashing you in the face. So anything, you don't really care about attack in this deck, at least not in this portion of the game as the mage, right? You just want as much health on the board as possible against Hunter every single turn.
Note again, he didn't go for the powerful options there. He went for the things he can do. Because when you've done your quest, you're in such an amazing position. You just need to get there, and you get there by doing things.
I mean, especially when there's a Stranglethorn Tiger on the board, right? Like, Banter's taking 5 this turn one way, well, likely taking 5, let's say. So you do have to take out what you can do, get this Xavier's to soak as much as possible. I think that was aimed at face. I respect it.
Yeah, you've got to. The Xavius isn't the thing that kills you. The thing that kills you is you can't kill them. So, and that's going to happen pretty soon, that situation, the way the Banter has rocketed through here. Again, the ordering here, very good. He's leaving himself with 2 mana, so he can play the Scavenger, because 1 mana on the Scavenger is the best chance to hit yet another cheap Discover. Missed, obviously. That's going to happen. But, yeah, there's a very wide Discover pool on the 1-drops there. And allows him to do more stuff this turn, and then next turn he now has weapon into the other Stonehill, which is going to give him such a lot of defense with Taunt.
Yeah, it's important to note as well that Demo does play Viper, so that is something that Banter will need to be aware of. Like, does Banter go in instantly because it'll just be the weapon plus Stonehill? Does he delay a turn to get more value? These are all things that, and there's no clear answer to this, by the way. It completely depends on many factors, but that's what Mabanaface will have to think about. Or there's also just the option of you just go in anyway and just say, well, they're only halfway through the deck. Let's just say they've not got Viper anyway.
With that double Battlecry, he's going to get 2 lots of stuff on the board. Which is going to present quite a scary board, not just defensively but offensively. And Viper costs 3 mana, so if you play your quest reward, you get your double Stonehill lineup of you're going to get at least 1 big taunt in there. You'd assume, nothing's ever certain. And if Demo Shadow is going to then stop all of that mattering and play a Viper, he's only going to have 4 mana for his own turn afterwards, which is convenient for Banter,
Yeah, it's definitely true, but Earthen Roar is a card, right? Which is 1 mana go away big taunt most of the time. So this is just something to bear in mind. But Bannerface is getting low now, so I think this is just too low to try and be fancy.
Yeah, I agree.
Just get the weapon down and go. So we'll see what the options are here.
Probably put the Chillmore in my hand here, so that I don't deal 3 damage to all my defenders accidentally at some point.
Yes. I agree, yeah. At first I was looking at like what the burn looks like, but it's not really a big deal. Gets the dirty rat in there as well.
The 4/6
And
is so good here, by the way.
Yeah, a lot of health knocking about right now on the board.
I think the 4/6 is the one that does 2 damage to all minions when it dies, or to all enemy minions when it dies. So you just clear up this mess that he's faced with. Obviously, it's going to clear up itself with trading, but yeah, it's a nice backup plan.
This is where Demo would love to have the dragon in the hand from that he had last game, just to be able to hit multiple things with this 1 health.
Yeah, it makes a big difference as well. And Tolvir checks that as well, so it would be able to do 4 of them, if that makes sense.
However, the good thing here for Demo is good amount of health, right? It's not like, oh, it's lethal. Well, it could always be lethal next turn.
Yeah, it shouldn't be.
But you know what I mean, right? Like, it should be fine next turn, especially with the freeze. So at least it's not just, I need to clear this board or I'm dead. It is enough to get this done, especially with the Tolvir follow-up. So something else is going to go down to 1 health. Hopefully the Stonehill isn't chosen for the Demo's sake.
Yeah, and you know, he might be a Sylvanas away from tidying up a lot of mess here. He's going to tidy up a lot of mess as it is, except things are happening in the wrong order. But yeah, he is pointing at that to see if it hit, and I think it missed.
Now I'm wondering if there's enough time to even go in with the 4/3.
He has, I think, sequenced some options, but maybe he didn't do the 4/3. You might be right.
Just because you that doesn't like appear beforehand, right? Like you've got to wait for that to summon to be able to use it. Oh, he did.
Yeah, he got
very good, very good. Always hard to judge what the players see because what we see isn't at the same speed, right? Because the players are always like ahead.
So we talked about the Viper. There wasn't a Viper, although the hand does have this Sylvanas option next turn. So Banter's going to try and find his best way. If he can heal for 8, 10, some medium to high number now, he will probably win the game. And if he can't, there's still a great chance that he loses it. So he'll be looking for options that give him the best chance of healing here. On the assumption that, what 1 heal he gets there.
Yeah, not actually tons of stuff in hand for Banter to actually do, right? Like looking at the cards, like, okay, well that's a good pickup.
That Morchi is going to matter a massive amount, I think.
Well, I don't know if has he got the juice to actually even play it? Oh, Eternal Fireball's pretty
good. He's just playing as many cards as possible to get as much stuff as possible done. Makes more sense.
Yeah, I think Banter was looking at Mochi, but it's just too much mana to go. You're basically going all in on 1 discover point.
So this is lethal, right, on the other side? That is Sylvanas on the left-hand side of the hand, so we've already...
Wait, hilarious.
Oh, it's not lethal.
The Divine Shield on the Beetle was funny because it would have stopped it going down to Sylvanas.
Yeah, Sylvanas is only 4. I was thinking it was 6. So maybe it's slightly short. 4? I've seen it. Not quite, I don't think.
Yeah, there's
he needs too much mana
anyway, right? There's no swing. That another sister has to be played, right?
Yeah, unless you go for the double Sylvanas's Triumph and Sylvanas herself for just 2 damage, which is an extra damage to everything. I don't think that gets there then either. 5, 7, 9, 11. Doesn't get there, it's 11. So it'll be both sisters and a Triumph aimed at something, I think.
Wait, how much is...
Oh, is this lethal?
The one goes in to make this
6,
clean
10,
with
that is
Sylvanas.
lethal.
Yeah, and then there's 3 minions that can attack, right?
Yeah.
They're going again with the shovel. Okay.
Yep.
Also got the rush. I mean, that's
nice
definite
work.
now. Like... Yeah, so actually, wait, needed something off the top there. Yeah, okay, very nice there for Demo Shadow. That was a bit of a weird end game state there for Demo. I think we were both just staring at that going, wait, what's going on here? But Demo Shadow is going to fight back, get the win on the Hunters. That's going to go over the line. And with Bannerface, again, we're going to talk about this mage. It is only the 1 game, but got a good setup with the mage. About as good an opening as you're going to get.
Yeah.
However, just wasn't quite enough. And I'm just going to look.
Yeah, the key to that is if you play Sister and Sylvanas, it's a lot more mana to do 4. But if you play double Triumph, you can point them both, or you point one face, the other's a 3-OE, the second one. And then the Sylvanas.
Yeah, exactly.
That's 5 to everything. And the reason I missed it is because I thought he was going to kill the 7-8 because I'm stupid.
Well, just looking at the previous Banterface's previous match, he actually played the mage 3 times and obviously lost twice and won 1. So that's definitely something we'll have to keep our eye on now, as the mage, at least in this, so far from Banterface, is 1 win and 3 losses as of right now.
If I recall correctly, he beat the priest in game 5 as well, right? Which is another of the sort of not good decks. The ones that are lower tier than the main 2 and possibly even below lane 3, you bring them for meta reasons. So yeah, still got that to do.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit spicy, but again, Banterface has 2 more shots at this, right? And maybe that's the idea. If I can just play mage enough times, I'll win 1 of the games.
And that's going to be the story of this weekend. That is going to be the story of this weekend, is that if I can play X deck that the casters are calling not so good enough times, it will win in the end. Because there is no clear good 4th deck to bring. Like, again, I think it's Hunter or Shaman if you count them as 3rd and 4th equal, but we're seeing mages, we're seeing priests. The one I'm really looking forward to is there is a Z Shaman, which I think might be the best deck on ladder right now.
Okay.
And there's only one in this tournament, that's New Boozer, so can't wait to see how it goes today. Yeah.
But we do have to get through this one first, as we see Demo going to be on that Shaman and going to get off to a pretty solid opening here.
It looks good to me. And we should ask Pocket at some point as well what it's like to bring a lineup and just not like your 4th deck. I'm not saying the Banter doesn't like it. I'm just saying there comes a point in the tournament where it's becoming a struggle every time. It must be soul destroying to have your lineup set in and one of the decks is just not doing what you hoped. I think, as I understand it, Banter was expecting there to be fewer Vipers this time around. Because people were teching Viper for Mage for the longest time.
Right.
The problem in this meta for me with that decision is Viper's kind of good against everything. Whereas before you just put it in to beat Mage, like it's really good against Demon Hunter if you leave that up. It's fine against Rogue, it's not great. It's fine against Hunter, because sometimes you just snipe their weapon before they've played a tripwire. So you can justify it a lot more easily in the whole field, so we're seeing the Vipers anyway. No Viper in this Shaman, though, I hope. Because that would turn off the hero power.
I'm just going to double check now. Am I messing?
Oh, you scared me then, Raven.
I'm just going to triple check. Yeah, correct. No Viper, 1 Hex is just so we do have that in the back of our minds. Because I know during playoffs, the number of hexes was a discussion point.
Not very much.
So.
Yeah, during the playoffs, the weird thing was that the Shaman was the best deck, and Hex is good in the mirror, but it was very slow in not the mirror. So the question was, do you bring the Hex or do you ban the Shaman? Or do you put one in anyway for, emergency situations where your rogue opponent has some crazy... Or have fun, yeah. So we just like
What's
Hex
good versus Priest as well, right? It was pretty decent versus Priest too.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. You needed to kill those 6/6s. And we're going to see some of those today. How long do you think the game is going? He's just wants that Relic of Kings so much, and he's trying to justify it to himself. Because it just wins on the spot after you've completed your quest, like so often. But Shaman's so brutal. You've got to get to 7 mana. Well, you've got to get a completed quest and 7 mana.
There's also the element of Mirror Dimension plus Stonehill next turn, potentially.
Yeah.
It just fits and gives you a lot of defensive options. Because obviously, Shaman wants to put minions on the board and start pushing, right? Like that's kind of what it does. So being able to stop that is going to be pretty nice. However, did go for the Relic. So going for the big play, I'll call it. Meanwhile, Demo is threatening some... rather large minions himself.
Yeah, so I think what went through Banter's mind here is how do your next few turns look? Are you completing your quest? Well, you've got two taunt options in front of you. You've got the sheep mask. You've got the top of your deck, which is largely discovers because that's what the deck does. He knows it's risky, but yeah, there's a good chance it gets there with the stuff I've just described.
Yeah, really nice clean up with the sheep mask here. Just get rid of the push from demo and leaves the owl on the board as well. It's just something in the way.
Oh, it's so key in this world we're living in with very few removals. Your minions are your removal. If you've got a 3/1, that's a 3 damage spell that you can use next turn. Because Banter's not in a hurry to kill Demo Shadow, he's in a hurry to do his quest. And Demo has no play other than to make a 6/7 on turn 4, which, you know, in modern Hearthstone, yeah, let's give Banter the space to play this, which is what he was looking for. Awkward
Not
bunch.
the best outcomes.
No.
Probably looking at the Raptor, for me at least, but
Think so
Tech
too.
might be okay.
No, you can't put it on top of your deck. Your hand's too bad, I feel. You've got to take something else. You just can't afford not to have the draw step, I think, because everything else is sort of hanging on by a thread as it is.
What to do? What to do?
How do you want to use your 3/1 in a world where your opponent has things that do a lot of 1 damage?
another Stonehill, not so bad.
Think you make the mini trade here?
Yeah.
It dies to too many things in a Shaman's fully loaded spell deck. You hate doing it because you're just giving the 6/7 Wind Fury in some worlds.
And also just a lot of the time, I feel like poking damage isn't what the mage wins with, right? Like it's
Exactly.
not that often it's super relevant. Like the mage wins with overwhelming force in most cases. So, I didn't push the 3. It can make a difference, but I feel like it's unlikely to make a difference.
Getting a proc out of a Storm Rook with this Shaman deck is so sweet. It just gives you so much more tempo. But yeah, I absolutely agree with you that, you know, 3 damage shouldn't work. The top players just hate doing it because it's a functionally bad Hearthstone play, but it's still the best play at the moment. It's not the ones you train for when you're training your Hearthstone skills.
What to do? What to do?
And before he can make this pick, he needs to plan what he's doing for the rest of the turn, what he's doing the turn after, and then see how the pick fits into that. Does he have spare mana?
Yeah. These
Does he
picks
just
are
want to
pretty
play the-
awful though. Like,
Yes.
I'm even looking at, is it Time Machine just because it's taunt and it's
So-
something like rip in case of emergency? Ooh.
So this is a murdery looking turn, but you know, next turn he does have quite decent Stonehill turn.
Yeah, there won't be a next turn, right? Based on what we can see.
Hex,
Oh wait, 1 mana off maybe, never mind.
6, 10, 21. Yeah. Just short on mana, right?
Still going to be a lot of damage. And Shaman does have a nasty habit of just generating
6,
things
10.
that are annoying.
Yes, 1 mana off either way. It's 2 mana off the way I was doing it. I found how you're doing your 1 mana now, which is a ritual.
Hex just to get rid of this. Makes sense.
Ritual to get the 1/1, to get the rush, to get rid of it that way. Rotate puts more on the board, so he does that way instead, which is fine.
Yeah, pretty filthy clear. Or, pretty much clear. Considering it just didn't actually take up any of the minions that could attack face, right? It was just,
Yeah.
there's Hex, a few little trades of these tiny elemental rush. And yeah, I'll just hit you in the face for 1 million. And we can see Tiny Piles in hand for demo, so there's going to have to be a lot of work done here from a Banterface with not a lot of mana.
Going for the skeleton key first.
Okay, Eternal Fireball.
Firebolt,
Not
yeah.
bad.
Lifesteal.
Sheet Mask is decent as well. So do you take Frostbolt here?
I do. I don't know if it's right, but I do. Get lucky with a sheet mask, get lucky with a firebolt, and then get lucky with your Stonehill Defender. 4's not a fun number to be on against Sharma. They have things that do 4. So he re-rolls it.
Was that really a re-roll? Wow, I thought that wasn't so bad. Let's have a look how this one turns out. Gonna get another Altar Time.
Well then.
Oh, okay, not so bad.
He's alive.
But this hits enemies though, right? Yeah, it's just a swing of the weapon. Deals one.
Oh, it's
to all,
enemies?
right?
Okay.
Yeah. I was gonna say.
I didn't know that one.
Yeah, so that. I
Yeah,
think that's
somehow.
why I got a little bit locked in on like Lifesteal plus Frostball. Obviously, we can see the weapon in hand, right? And you really don't want them to swing the weapon with 1 health, of course. But yeah, really tricky one there. Demo got the job done, and again, McBanterface just couldn't quite do enough with the sort of 1 weapon turn he got, right? Because if you're going to equip the weapon effectively on curve and you need something to happen that turn without a lot of setup, you've not got the mana to do a lot of summons, right? And a lot of generations with the weapon. So each time now, it's just not been quite enough. And Demo's just gone a little bit too fast. And now we are going to move on to game number 5. And it's going to be the Rogue versus the Mage. How do you feel about this matchup, Brendan?
So, if you look at the stats for Diamond through to Legend on various places, you can look those up. The Mage is like 43%. If you look on top 1,000, it's like 48%. If you talk to Pocket Train, Mage is favoured.
It's 100%.
Now, you can see how that is going towards being favoured as you go up the ranks anyway. And Banterface is still, despite the fact, he doesn't fully commit to ladder anymore, he tries a lot of things out. He is still one of those very top players. So maybe he's favoured, but also Demo Shadow is not going to mess about. Demo Shadow is also a top player, but the Mage does get better in this specific matchup as you go up the ranks, and that's going to make it hard for us to have any data to go on because we don't get to see these players play against each other often enough for that to know. So might have to trust Pocket. I'm going to say it's 49.9% and that Pocket's wrong because that's the right thing to say.
I'm just checking through the rogue list as well because there's a lot of slight variations on the rogues.
Yes.
And so Demo Shadow's interesting ones is 2 pick locks are in there that aren't as common as a lot of the other cards, and then there's also the rock skippers as well, which aren't necessarily in all builds of Rogue. Again, there's a lot of just tiny variations of a few cards here and there, but for me, those are the ones to look out for as some of the differences, because a lot of these, you look at your classics, right? Bitter Bloom Knights, the Neophytes, Eventuality, so on, so on, so on. Like, those are all the common factors, but there's just a couple that might surprise you.
When Rogue was up to like a huge play rate a few days ago, it's come back down a bit now. I saw somebody playing a Dirty Rat for the mirror. Because they play a 2-drop, if it's a 2-drop out of their hand that they can't play, and it's a 2/6. It was really funny. Don't get me wrong, it was functionally bad. But, a bit of creativity there from Susho. It was very amusing to watch him winning the mirror by just ripping their ability to play a 2 out of their hand.
Let's get into game number 5. Just a reminder, if you've joined us a little bit late, this is the winners match in Group A. The winner does move on to Sunday in the top 8. The loser drops down into the lower bracket to face undisclosed player as of now, because we've not played the other matches yet. But yeah, we'll drop down to that loser and we'll get another chance to go through the top 8. But a lot of this is how you want your group to go, right? Win 2 matches, boom, then you can prepare for Sunday.
Yeah, and that unknown player will be Shaxi or Roberg. They're the only 2 in the equation for now.
Yeah, we're not actually going to insert a completely random player for them to battle.
Insert Pocket in for a crack, right?
Yeah.
See if he's still got it or not. Curious here. whether you're going to give your opponent something. If you think you've got enough discovers of your own and slow the rogue down, the rogue does just draw a 2-drop nearly every turn. If you can put a 5 thing that doesn't do much on top of their deck, maybe that's okay. But unfortunately, that bitter end, if you give it to Demo Shadow to slow him down, does look like a card that might just beat you later. So...
Yeah, and also Alter Time's just good, right?
Yes,
like
yes.
you'd generally rather have something really good for you than give your opponent something like mediocre or a little bit annoying.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, stick to your own game plan. Don't second guess yourself is the first thing. Then start doing that, and then start doing that properly. The ways that work.
Thanos plus Rite of Twilight, going to be able to clear up the bird quite easily, as well as developing a little bit Void Soul as well. Not too bad for just a little bit of extra pressure.
Yeah, I hadn't processed actually, because Thanos with the fan is one of the powerful early game sort of survival methods in this rogue deck. But with the Rock Skipper, those rocks are going to sometimes do a 4 damage, which is a key number against Demon Hunter, for instance, with their 3/4s. So the Thanos does a lot of work in this deck. I remember that when you start playing Hearthstone years ago, Thanos, you read the card and it doesn't really do anything. It's a 1/1 for 2 mana. That's got whatever spell damage is. You might draw a card, great. And yet it was one of the most important crafts early in your Hearthstone collection, so you could just do every deck back in the day.
Yeah, so flexible, effectively replaces itself with the Death Rattle draw.
Yeah.
And then you look at certain things like Thanos, Fan of Knives, right? And then you look at like Thanos with like Freeze Mage stuff early on, right? Like suddenly you realize, wow, just +1 spell damage for a cheap mana cost is actually quite powerful. Who would have thought?
Yeah. Yeah, it takes a lot of convincing for newer players, and even now, the fact this card is still seeing play in what is a much more powerful environment these days does speak volumes for how good the card is. Well, here we go.
It's going to be, what, 5 reduction? Okay.
Yeah, I guess he gets to play one of them this turn.
Oh, Panther not too happy with this. And this is going to pull the Moag, right? Yeah. Pretty powerful turn.
Very silly.
Classic Hearthstone turn 5.
Banter will know that unless there is a Shadow Demise or the other Jades in hand, though, that if he can survive this, because this mage deck is very good at sticking stuff in the way, and Rogue, does burn through its stuff. He's on 26. Banter may still be okay with some taunts, but needs that 1 extra discover first. Organising his turn to make sure you can get your Techisaurus down, make sure that you can remove as much as you can from the board. This is a tough turn. So he's considering discovering with the font, right? And then after that, play the weapon, play the 2-drop, and at least get some stuff.
Change is coming.
Or do it the other way around.
Yeah, I think he's valuing the minions higher, right?
Yes.
Because these could get taunt, could get something with rush, or not get too much at all.
Not ideal.
Okay, nice interaction there with Khadgar, of course.
Yeah.
Summon a cheeky extra 5/5, why not?
They are summoned in the order that they are on the Discover, so he would have known that was going to work.
Yeah. Now things slow down a touch for Demo. Does have the hero power, of course, to discover. Well, not discover, sorry, generate. But clearly, we even saw the 1 damage push from the Rock Skipper last turn instead of the trade, because with Rock Skippers and now these 2 rocks, as well as some other ways to deal damage, Demo clearly wants to play aggressive, push as much damage, and especially against the mage, right? Doesn't have too many ways, reliable ways to actually defend against that kind of aggression.
Yeah, he'd be very happy to just keep that direct damage if you possibly can until he knows the taunts are coming. They can't be far away. Toreth the Annoying in hand. The triple Divine Shield guy.
Always go in with backup.
Just going to manage this hand to get through a little bit cleaner. Does have to throw a rock, but he makes the damage, deal damage one trade pretty well, as well as get rid of that Khadgar for no more summon shenanigans available. But Demo just being pretty straightforward about this, just saying, yeah, I'm just going to go all in. I have a big taunt against my armor. I don't need to mess around, don't need to change and be defensive, even with the 5/5s on board. Just need to go, go, go.
There's a little sign of frustration there from Banter. Now we've reached game 5 and things are going a little bit awkwardly for him. It is nice when you've been there before, right? Because, you know, at the back of your mind, if you've never been there, it's like, I must get there, must get there. And the worst case here is, well, at least I have been there in my life. Oh! Grizzly.
Yeah, Grizzly pretty good here. And the 5/5's being sort of left alone, going to make trade into this Moag pretty easy as well. Oh, Grizzly.
Grizzly. Yeah, he made sure to get the board space there. Obviously, all the little things that are straightforward when you see them, but are easy to mess up if you know, not paying enough attention. Now he's saying, you know what? You're not getting through these. He's just making sure that he's going to probably go face and say, I'm going to try and set up killing you.
Yeah, I think as well also having the counter spell is really nice as the backup, right? Just in case you do have some damage spells or some generation, well, suddenly your first one's not going to do anything, and that's going to delay even more. Could catch the Jade Guardians, could catch even something as simple as a Fan of Knives, right? You counter Fan and they're not drawing the additional card, which could be a huge difference between winning and losing the game.
Yeah, even if you turn it face up, sometimes it's just mana, isn't it? It's just, you know it's a counter spell, but you've got to proc it before you can play the card you want to play this turn. So,
and also that's assuming also to do that you need 2 spells in hand if you want the actual immediate tempo, right? Which is that's an ask in itself.
So nice for him. Does have that Shadow Demise for an extra rock if needed.
This is where being a hunter would be quite nice, because hero power actually just deals damage, right? This is where you want that chip damage, the ping damage, and then you can finish it by throwing rocks at your opponent's face.
Only from Raven. This is why Hunter's the best every broadcast. Fair play.
Banter would have lost by now if it was Hunter. Okay,
yeah, it's true. And he did.
Yeah.
Point made.
Yeah, I'm actually pick Scorch there. Just getting secrets out going to be pretty nice.
One thing he'll have on his mind, of course,
awkward.
Is the Troublemaker here. He knows that there's a rock in hand. A Troublemaker can go face lock. That's why he's trying to preserve health on as many minions as possible here. This is why he's not committed to making instantly quick trades on this and putting all his minions on one, because Troublemaker with a couple of rocks could just wipe him out. So the more minions he has, the less chance any of those, I don't know what they are, the shots from the Troublemaker are to go face.
Banter though pushing good amount of damage, and if Demo doesn't do something soon, this could easily be too much. It does have that pick lock, but again, just not quite lining up to what he needs it to be. Gonna hit the rewind on that. Minion not going to do too much there.
Not really the right time for this particular, what's it called? Volocross, right? Yeah.
Volcross, yeah.
Sometimes it's an incredible minion to get from a Discover, but here it's not probably big enough. It might be. It'll be pretty large.
It's not bad, right? Like it's definitely not terrible, but This is the problem of just the secrets getting in the way, having to line things up into them to get through. So I think it's fine, but it wouldn't have done enough this turn specifically, right? Like if Demo stabilizes, then can drop Volcross and can get something done, it might be a little bit better.
And this is 20.
So
this is
that
20,
should
right?
just
This
be
is the
lethal,
6
right?
from hand because he's got the other fire spell, right? Yes, there it is. And that's now lethal damage, and Banterface goes through to Sunday and is on track for home advantage if he gets to the World Championships. He's, a known Californian. So 2 more matches for Banter, and we'll see at the World Championships after a year where it looked like he might not get there. So that's going to be an exciting Sunday. And Demo Shadow will drop down to the lower bracket where he'll play Shaxi or Roberg.
Yeah, Demo not out, does still have one more chance to make it through to Sunday, but congratulations to Merc Banterface. Again, though, big questions. I'm already looking forward to Sunday because that's twice in 2 matches now where the mage has struggled and just got over the line. And honestly, it is very interesting because it's got over the line off the fact that I'm just double checking before I'm saying wrong things. Yeah, off the fact that the other decks are obviously performing well enough. The other decks are getting 1 game, 1 win, and that's giving the mage the room to say, okay, give me a few tries at this and we'll get over the line eventually. And the big question I will have is, if there's a loss on the Shaman or the Rogue or the Demon Hunter at any point in a Banterface match, is that then going to just massively increase the problem? Because suddenly there isn't as much wiggle room for the Mage to have enough goes at it to actually get the victory. Regardless, though, Banterface did make it work today, and for now, that's all that matters as he books his spot onto Sunday in that top 8. That was just our first match on stream of the day, though. We've got plenty more coming up, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Masters Tour Summer Championship. We are jumping into our second series of the day. Spots at the World Championships live at BlizzCon coming up very, very soon now. It has snuck up on us. It felt like it was a long way away, and now it's right around the corner. But we've got a bunch of players here vying for those World Championship spots. And I have a player with previous World Championship winning experience, although not one who got to do it live on stage at BlizzCon. Pocket, any sense of jealousy that these players might be going to do it on the live stage?
Definitely a little bit, but I am happy that I'll be able to be there in person and witness it firsthand. I'm pretty cozy on the casting desk now. I'm quite liking this seat, so yeah, hopefully it's a good show in BlizzCon, and hopefully, well, a friend of mine like McBanterface, I'm really happy to see him getting through to top 8. I would be very, very, very happy to see him lifting the trophy on stage.
Well, if you've got cozy already, that means I'm not trolling you hard enough, and I will redouble my efforts. So thank you for the heads up.
Have it no other way.
Yeah, we are moving forwards now. As you just mentioned, as Pocket just mentioned, we just saw Banterface getting into a very, very strong position indeed. But now we have to go to a couple of players who have a little bit more to do in Shaxi and Roberg, which will be the match that we are featuring on stream. How do we feel about these lineups? Because we do have a couple of differences from what we saw in the previous series.
Yeah, so Shaxi has a pretty standard lineup. Most players have come into this with this exact 4 decks, 4 classes, with the Rogue, the Demon Hunter represented by all 16 of our players, Hunter slightly less represented, Shaman also slightly less represented, but most of the time those are the 3rd and 4th decks in the lineups. Shaxi has opted to go for the face iteration of Hunter rather than Contraband, so he's being a little bit more aggressive there, which switches a couple of the matchups around a little bit, not massively, but it does change percentages, especially against opponents' Hunters. I do think the face Hunter is slightly better against Contraband Hunter, which we are seeing from everyone else who has the Hunter. And Roberg on the other side, instead of bringing the Shaman, has this Soothsayer Priest, which personally I'm not a huge fan of the bring, as is evidenced in his first series against McBanterface. That game 5 came down to the Priest against Banter's struggling Mage, and the Mage did get through there and then. So I do think maybe if that had been a Shaman, for instance, that series very likely would have gone the opposite way. So yeah, still yet to be convinced by this Priest, and it also means that you have to leave up Demon Hunter, or at least that's the plan with the Priest bring, which I'm also not a huge fan of that strategy in this tournament.
Well, we're going to see whether the plan can be executed almost immediately. Pocket, this is how you know that you're getting comfortable as a caster. You just say things, and then it just appears in front of you. This is how it works. You can just summon matchups from the ether into reality, as we are going to witness some Priest versus Demon Hunter. So I guess laser in on this a little bit closer when you're leaving up Demon Hunter by bringing Priest. Is that because of perceived strength in this matchup?
I think I wouldn't say strength as such, but I would say less weakness against Rogue, I think, is probably their assessment, because I feel like you go into this tournament going, obviously Demon Hunter is a good deck, I'm bringing it. You know everyone else is going to bring it. So you've sort of hedged for it, saying, okay, I'm going to bring decks that can play against it, which is what a lot of players are doing with all the Vipers in their lineups. And a lot of players with the Vipers in their lineups are going to go, okay, well, obviously I'm not going to ban Demon Hunter with Vipers. So that means you want to fill the rest of your lineup with decks that can play against Demon Hunter as well. And Roberg, as we've seen, I think he prepped with Maverick and Gabby, have ended up on the same lineup here as well. So we'll be going into the tournament with that strategy. But in testing, I have played a bit of this Priest, and I'm really not convinced that it does do a great job in this matchup. It's so dependent on getting that Soothsayer down early and overwhelming the board, because a lot of the time, if you give the Demon Hunter too much time, you are just playing from behind for the entire game, and they are just inevitable with the pressure they can put out.
Yeah, I largely agree with that assessment. My feeling of playing with this deck in testing was kind of like playing an egg deck with less consistency, right? It just an egg that came online later and felt less consistent in terms of being able to get rolling. But we are going to see if Robo can get it going here. Not much of great consequence in the early game. Shaxi tried to throw out a Cult Neophyte, which is going to be a very popular tech card in this tournament because of the prevalence of Demon Hunters principally. Robo picking up a very nice answer to that in the end, with the Ruby Sanctum just being able to shoot it down to with the hero power to stall for a turn.
Yeah, very unhappy with his Vanguard here. I believe the only hits in his deck would have been Soothsayer and Xavius aside from this Umbra. So he hit the only minion in his deck that doesn't guarantee a Soothsayer in his hand as soon as next turn. Because this deck does really fall apart if you don't get the Soothsayer down early. It is a Priest, which has been associated with pretty good removal in the past, but this iteration, besides Medivh's Triumph, really struggles against forwards. Sitting from this Demon Hunter, Robert just has to sit there and look at this forward.
Yeah, I think that's an adjustment we've all had to make in the most recent core set, is that decks that still play quite control-y styles, Egg Warrior, this Priest, etc. Like, classically, your mentality against Warriors and Priests is to play around removal, whereas that isn't really the style now. A lot of the removal has been cut out in terms of just being able to big walls of taunts or just overwhelming board presence of their own. And actually, you kind of want to overextend into non-existent removal as much as possible, which is quite different from the mentality that you used to have against a lot of these decks.
I'm not really sure what Roberg was thinking with going for the Cease to Exist first here. I really would have liked to see the Twilight Influence get rid of that 2-3 and maximize the odds that he gets rid of that Death Rattle Void Soul here. I'm not really sure why he went for it in that order. He did get slightly unfortunate, but he really could have heightened his chances a lot to get rid of that Death Rattle.
What was the upside if you just hit? There wasn't one, right? Was there?
Not that I can think of.
No,
I mean, it means you don't trigger the Death Rattle on the other minion.
Okay.
But yeah, I failed to see any upside. If you are committing to playing both cards this turn, I'm not sure what the point in that was. That is, I think, why the card is in the deck to Cease to Exist, to get rid of that exact Death Rattle.
Yeah.
I've tested this matchup, but every time that came down, it just really felt like I was playing from behind. They still get a Void Soul, so they're playing a minion, they're getting a Void Soul. You're spending just as much mana, and then you still just fall behind to all the other minions that Demon Hunter puts on board, as we're seeing here. And Roberg just clicking the location for absolutely no reason, because he knows the jig is up. There's nothing he can do. Even if he were to top deck only out Soothsayer next turn, the game is over. If you don't get Soothsayer down by, I wouldn't say like turn 5 at the latest, maybe turn 6, that priest deck does just not offer very much in the way of resistance in any matchup, really, let alone against Demon Hunter.
Yeah, particularly against a deck that is so well equipped to just keep pumping out threats over the long term. So I guess the natural talking point here, with Demon Hunter being left up, getting a win immediately, you kind of alluded to this earlier with, okay, here's a thing you can do. Leave up Demon Hunter, play every tech card in the game that improves your chances against Demon Hunter. But I thought you had an interesting point earlier, just when we were talking off air. It's not like, oh, other people didn't think of that. It's just like putting yourself in that position is still worse than banning Demon Hunter a lot of the time, right? Like, in terms of what you can do elsewhere. Do you want to talk about that a bit?
Yeah, because when you're not banning Demon Hunter, a lot of the time, as we're seeing from Roberg here, the priority ban switches to Rogue, and I think that Rogue isn't necessarily a high enough power level deck for you to justify that much. It has quite even 50% matchups, pretty much across the board. I'm looking at the decks in Roberg's lineup, and to be honest, I prefer Priest into Rogue for having played the deck myself. I won't have nearly as high a sample size as Roberg and Gabby and Maverick, who also have the deck, will in this tournament, so I would definitely defer to their expertise there. But from just a feels-based thing, I don't think even then, the swing, even if it is better against Demon Hunter, possibly isn't enough to justify the switcher ban, at least in my opinion. And yeah, I just think Rogue is a lot more of an exploitable deck without you having to adjust your decks for it. So in the sense that you've tweaked your deck to account for Demon Hunter, maybe it'll get through. Your decks are just suddenly worse against absolutely everything else. Yeah. And to be decent against Rogue, you don't need to do anything. You just need to play decks and just say, maybe I'm 48% against Rogue. That's a winnable matchup. That's okay. I'll take that. But against Demon Hunter, suddenly you're sitting at decks full of Cult Neophytes and Vipers against other decks that just don't really care about that, and that's not a great position to be in.
Do you think it's a reasonable assessment to say that like these people that have come in with lots of neophytes, not lots of vipers, leaving up Demon Hunter, perhaps expected more mage than there ended up being on the other side as well, and that was like part of the influence of what led them there?
I think that's very possible because, yeah, the Neophyte and Viper definitely aren't only good against Demon Hunter. You do have the splash damage on the mage, which is possibly partly why we saw McBanterface's mage struggling so much.
Yeah.
Because just the natural tech cards that a lot of players are bringing for the deck that everyone knows everyone will have in the tournament is just naturally preying on that mage. So yeah, that's probably a little hope that they could have had, but I also think that is a dangerous thing that a lot of times in lineup building I've sort of talked myself into things like that, where I go, oh, I'll leave up Demon Hunter because I can, all the tech cards just make great matchup against something else, and then everyone else also realizes that and then just don't bring the something else. So you're suddenly there against Demon Hunter just playing from behind the entire time.
Everyone else realizes that, apart from Banterface, who brought Quest Mage and is
yeah,
in top
I think he's been watching a bit too much of the Chinese tournaments where the mages there are honestly it's like a different deck in those tournaments. It's just quest complete by turn 5, full board, game's over on turn 6.
Yeah.
So yeah, Banter might have been a bit influenced by that, but in fairness, he's through to top 8. Sometimes all you need to do is tow along your weakest deck in these tournaments. I've been there plenty of times before.
All right, we are back in game. It's Shaxi on the Mug Shaman up against the Priest again. Of course, they call it Mug Shaman because you're a mug if you didn't bring Z Shaman, obviously. That's where the name comes from.
Mm-hmm. Couldn't agree more. Although, yeah, we were talking about this behind the scenes as well. I was thinking that if you're not banning Demon Hunter or Rogue, which probably is a bad strategy.
I'm going to stop you right there. We don't need to talk about this any further.
Then, I think you can leave up Rogue. I'm fine with leaving up Rogue with any lineup. Demon Hunter, not so much. But if you are doing that, I do think Z Shaman is actually a really good bring in this tournament.
Yes.
Because it has exhibited quite good win rates against both those decks on ladder. So I'm a bit surprised that I think it's only Noob User in the entire tournament that has that. But then again, yeah, the Mug Shaman has demonstrated so much strength, and like it is looked fantastic in almost all the games I've seen from it so far.
For sure, yeah. Sure, this is going to be a rewind from Shaxi, and yes, it is.
Not the best options. Flight of the Firehawk, obviously useless. No minions with types in his deck, just the Muggsy, and that's vanilla 6/7. But yeah, Molten Gold, it's okay. Doesn't let him spend his mana this turn, which isn't fantastic. The Schism picked up from Robberg is huge as well. So if he can get that unshattered, combined, I don't really know how we've agreed upon phrasing that, but you can do that. The elusive is crucial on the Soothsayer because Shaxi does have access to Hex, and if that first Soothsayer gets hexed, his whole deck can just fall apart there and then.
Yep, that's right. Very recently in playoffs, we saw an awful lot of hexes being played in the Shamans, just because the theory was if you were getting to play Shaman, your opponent was probably running Soothsayers in one deck and Eggs in another. That was going to be what they were going to try and beat you with, so Hex made a lot of sense. But one of the many counter-arguments to that is that Priest does have the ability to play around that very aggressively with the Schism.
Yeah, he doesn't even need to combine it. He can just get a copy and say that that's good enough. Okay, one's getting Hex, but that actually only runs one copy of Hex in his deck.
Okay.
And that will be the vast majority of his turn. If he has drawn it in his top 8 cards,
yeah,
and if he does choose to play it, that will restrict the rest of his turn. So Roberg's here from a position where he's saying, okay, if you don't have Hex, I probably just win. If you do have it, then I'm probably still ahead because I do get guaranteed an 8/8 Soothsayer on board, and that will activate a lot of the Death Rattle and Resurrection triggers left in his deck. Just got a freeze here because he is fully expecting. Well, he knows about the 8/8 Soothsayer in hand, yeah, and the Schism, so. He can just hex one and use the weapon to freeze the other one just to prevent it getting killed off and activating his got the name of the card. The undeath sentences in Roberg's deck to trigger that death rattle again. But Roberg doesn't even have to do that. He can just clear up this board and get closer to combining that schism.
And resume vibing immediately, which is of course important to your win rate in a Hearthstone game.
I do think we saw a little bit in playoffs. Roberg was suffering a little bit from nerves, so this might be just something that he has to do to keep himself a little bit calm, because these are quite high stakes, high pressure situations, and Roberg in this group in particular is definitely will be the least experienced player in these situations. So it can be quite nerve-wracking going into it. So whatever works for him, just to keep him as calm as possible, is very, very important.
Wow. That is an underwhelming Hearthstone turn.
Yeah, Shaxi really would have liked Roberg to just give him a minion to Hex that turn, because his hand wasn't doing much else. And this does mean Roberg can just take it slow, cease to exist, get rid of this, combine the Schism, set up the Soothsayer. He could play the Soothsayer this turn, but I do think he's been afforded the luxury due to Shaxi not putting up enough pressure to just fully greed that and set it up.
Yeah, I love it in this spot, honestly. It's very against my instincts and inclinations as a Hearthstone player to, hold cards to greed for more value later, but he had such an effective clear on the previous turn, and now this turn just offered nothing in terms of pressure whatsoever, that, yeah, why not? Get your 2 elusive copies. Why on earth not?
I wouldn't mind seeing the Holy Embrace here, because this, as we haven't seen from a lot of recent iterations of Quest Priest, this priest does actually complete its quest fairly quickly.
Yeah.
And that is a big deal, because those death rattles going into the Umbro are a very important way of closing out the game. And just putting the big minions on board themselves are quite difficult for a lot of decks to deal with. So I do like him getting the mana spent on the Holy Embrace here, because he knows that next turn is Soothsayer, Coin, Combined Schism, perhaps Dark Embrace as well. So that's 8 mana, that's spoken for. Turn after that might Schism one of the 6 drops that death rattles. That will give him 2 more draws as well to find something else to fill out his mana curve. So I'm a big fan of him just getting the mana spent, taking along the quest, as he did there.
I'll handle this.
Behold your future.
There we go, elusive copy summon. Shaxi sat with a very sad looking Hex in his hand.
I think there's only 1 tick left on the Holy section of the quest as well. So Roberg can actually just play the combined Solitos next turn, if I'm not mistaken. He doesn't need it at all, judging by Shaxi's inability to deal with this huge board that he's presented already.
Shaxi desperately looking for solutions, which I don't really think exist in these hands. He just had one of those incredibly clunky shaman hands, a bunch of expensive spells that he was waiting to transform into minions, but because all of the spells were expensive, there wasn't really an effective way to spend mana on any given turn to get the transformations. Ended up having to play, what, a 6/3 on turn 6 for extremely little value.
The difference with this deck is, I mean, not always, but especially with this hand, compared to the Demon Hunter in the previous game, he just didn't have that level of sustained pressure. He built a sizable enough board, but it did just get completely wiped out by the Medivh's Triumph, and he just couldn't put on any pressure to back that up. So it's just been just sitting on loads of cards that are pretty efficient at dealing with board. But Roberg just didn't need to give him a board to deal with at any point, and he was just freely allowed to set up some greedy plays that are completely uninteractable by Shaxi's deck.
Shaxi going to give it up. That is going to square up the series, and no real damage done with the pre-spring in the end. Yep, 1-on-1 getting out of the series, which, you know, if we are going to do, you know, fourth deck bingo, has been more successful for Roberg at this point than, let's say, Quest Mage was for Banter, even though Quest Mage, they certainly would not exchange positions at this point in terms of how their lineups have done overall, but just looking at the decks in isolation. So Priest gets out of the series, Demon Hunter gets out of the series, and now we are left with something a little bit more squared up with what we're seeing from a lot of the other lineups, with Hunter and Shaman on one side, with Hunter and Rogue on the other side. But we do have a pure face Hunter and a contraband Hunter, which, where do we land on that interaction between the four remaining decks?
Yeah, so Shaxi's Face Hunter, I would say, is probably slightly better against the Contraband Hunter because it just goes a little bit too fast, and that matchup tends to be a bit more of a damage race than a lot of the other Hunter matchups. And similarly to that matchup, his Face Hunter is probably a bit better against the 2-drop Rogue than the Contraband Hunter, because it does need to really get under the Jade Guardian's swing turn. It needs to maximize its pressure in the early turns, get as much damage in as possible before the Rogue starts to swing it back with the 0 mana 8 drops. So I do think his Hunter is very well positioned here with two favorable matchups that are, of course, losable. I think the Contraband matchup is not a massive swing, but a slight edge to Shaxi, and the Rogue matchup I'd give a little bit more of an edge to Shaxi's Hunter there. Alternatively, I do think Roberg's Hunter is probably the favorable Hunter you'd choose to play against the Mug Shaman here. So I think that added level of sustain is probably a bit better, so you don't just get blown out by the Lifesteal 7/7, which is a name I can't remember off the top of my head, but
Storm Fury.
yes, and the Agamagan Briarspawn Drake combo in the late game is actually feasible to execute against Mug Shaman, whereas it might not be in faster matchups such as this Face Hunter, and a lot of the time against 2-drop Rogue as well. So I do kind of weirdly like both Hunters in the series, even though in the head-to-head, I would give Shaxi's Hunter the edge. And then you got the Rogue, which, as we said, slight unfavored against Hunter, I would say, but fairly close matchup, I would say, against the Mug Shaman. I do think you can very easily see that one going either way. It very much hinges on how fast Shaxi can get out the blocks if that matchup does come to pass. Because the Rogue is, I think, quite consistent at doing its thing. It will always have the 2-drops, and as long as it draws the Jade Guardians, that will almost always come down around turn 6.
So I did want to ask a question on your assessment of Rogue versus Hunter there, but we will leave it till we get to that one, if we do get to that one, which we probably will in some variety. But we are going to be going straight to the Hunter class mirror at the very least here, although Shaxi, as you can see with that Kelderai Fletcher in hand, is playing the much faster version of the deck. With a pretty solid-looking opening hand. Confront the Tol'vir, not conventionally a keep most of the time, I would say, since the move to 5 mana. But that is a pretty stellar opening hand if you do want to have a Confront in there as well.
Yeah, in an aggressive matchup, you don't want to be on the coin, but if you've got Fletcher coin 1-drop, you're never unhappy to see that, especially with how Roberg's hand is shaping up here. He you know, Wound Prey on 1 doesn't feel great because you don't want to use that just to run into another Wound Prey, and also it is a bit more flexible with removal because you know Shaxi's got plenty of cheap minions that he wants to throw down. Trading the Viper doesn't feel fantastic either because, especially if you're going first, getting rid of the shovel from the opposition Hunter can be really, really important before they've managed to shuffle any turret priors into their deck.
Mm-hmm.
I like this, prioritizing the damage on the Fletcher so that he can maximize the chances of clearing it next turn. Freeze his face in case Shaxi were to pick up a shovel, which I really like as well.
Yeah, especially with Viper in hand, right? All the more reason to end up going down that route. I like it a lot.
Roberg does look like he can stabilize the board a little bit here, but he has just taken 7 damage pretty much for free here. And Shaxi has Illyria into Sylvanas, which will probably delete any board that Roberg is able to put up next turn.
Yep.
And just continue pushing the face damage.
Yeah, I mean, a well-timed Pterodax from Beast Tripwire here can solve all of those problems, because the lifesteal will be great, and you don't really care too much about your board being blown up if you're getting value out of it immediately, but that is a very specific outcome that we're going to be looking at.
Garishi Wasp would be fantastic here.
Yes, also true.
In our little, in our practice group, little Discord server behind the scenes, Banter was complaining about Roberg rolling exactly that off the Beast Tripwire in their first series. In classic Banter face fashion, of course, he won that game anyway after complaining. But
he is the second biggest complainant to win anyway Hearthstone player that I am aware of, which we all know who the first is. But
Shovel is.
I don't think I've ever lost a game of Hunter where I've got Garishi Wasp from Beast Tripwire. I think I have 100% win rate.
It is fantastic. It used to be seen in the Contraband, in the Underbelly King as well, because it was just so good, but that's just a bit too slow. But yeah, suddenly Roberg is dominating on board and can actually start swinging the damage the opposite direction with this Arcane Tripwire and the Shovel. And the Tolvir picked up is actually quite nice here too.
Yep, Direhorn there. If any other friendly minion dies, you spend 3 corpses and it gets reborn. So excellent second roll from the Tripwire pulled off the top. And now all of a sudden the Sylvanas does not actually fall clear of this board state, not on its own anyway, although that is an excellent pickup to solve some problems.
Yep, not bad at all. I think as Shaxi, you're probably looking at going Sylvanas, Woundprey face, Arcane Shot face, get those into the Tolvir, deal with the 5-1, just maximizing the face damage. Could Woundprey the 5-1 that will be left over after the Reborn as well, but I kind of lean towards maximizing face damage here.
Sisters, my arrows shall strike down our foes.
Yeah, they've had fairly similar hands this game, but Shaxi with just that slightly increased early game
Nope.
has managed to just put 12 more damage into Roberg's face. So even if he does... Oh, he does look like he's going to have quite a powerful counter swing here, but he does need to get here probably as soon as next turn to deal with Shaxi's Tolvir here, because the Tolvir won't be lethal, but it probably will at least close to guarantee lethal for the following turn from Shaxi.
Shaxi's Tolvir has the Arcane Shot and the Woundprey in it from last turn. I think everything else is just minions on 1 tame pet as well. So not going to be enough to win the game on its own for sure. And that means that he has to be fearful of what comes back at him next turn, which as we can see is exactly what Robo wants it to be, which is a ton of damage.
I think that is the reason he does opt to not play the Reinforcement Rallier here, because he knows that just putting stats on board isn't going to win him the game. He needs to find something to actually deal with one of these minions from Roberg. Otherwise, he will just die, and there we see it.
Quarter for traitors.
Yeah, nothing. Needed to pick up Arcane Shot, Woundprey number 2, something like that from his perspective to give him a chance, but based on this hand from Robo, not even sure that would have done the job. Double Sylvanas Triumph, Hero Power, Weapon Swing as well. Still got Tripwires out the ears. And despite looking like he was going to fall behind so rapidly in the early game to that Kelderai Fletcher, coin 1-drop Hero Power start, backed up with Double Sister Sylvanas, he was just able to get there, hitting, 6 tripwires in total, including cast ones and tripped ones from the deck over the course of very few turns. And that is now going to put him in the driver's seat with only the rogue left to win.
Yeah, I think fortunately from Rogue there, he didn't really draw much of the contraband side of his deck. A lot of the cards he was picking up, Shaxi also runs, so you were just playing a lot more of a sort of face hunter mirror there, which is, ideally, that is the way the matchup will always play out. You are just racing, hitting each other in the face each turn, and whoever can get there one turn sooner, because it's very, very volatile. If Rogue doesn't end the game there and then, almost always, Shaxi will have lethal on the other side. So, just that slight fine margin, finding those tripwires that Shaxi didn't quite have access to was just enough to get him over the line, despite that slightly slower start.
So we've talked about Rogue in the abstract a fair bit so far for those of you who don't follow Hearthstone avidly and just tune in for these events, which are, of course, the pinnacle of Hearthstone broadcasting, and we thank you for your patronage. Rogue has, let's say, received a balance change in recent times. The Lotus Troublemaker changed in execution. How has that shaken up the meta in terms of Rogue matchups and its spot and where it lies?
I think weirdly, it's made people play Rogue better.
Okay.
It's because you don't see players keeping the Troublemaker ever anymore. A lot of the time, I think players maybe incorrectly solo kept it and would just fall behind on board and die because they'd be prioritizing that. And sure, it would build up a lot of damage, but the rest of their game plan wasn't built up enough so that they couldn't actually get over the line, so their Troublemaker would end up just having to be used for removal. But the way that Rogue is built and the way that Rogue is played now, with these escape artists in as well, it's a lot better at fighting for board early game and just has that Troublemaker to supplement the game plan rather than having players play it as a plan A. I think a lot more players are recognizing, okay, this is actually more of a Jade Guardians deck, and the Troublemaker is just a strong thing I can do over the top.
So as we are now in Hunter versus Rogue, we've got the Face Hunter from Shaxi going up against Rogue. You were mentioning that you want to go as fast as possible to get under the Jade Guardians, which makes sense. But I did also want to raise the thing that Contraband Hunter, the addition of the Briarspawn Drake obviously allows them to play 2 copies of Earthen Roar and get really good value out of it sometimes. Do they not have the ability to maybe go longer with Rogue through those Jade Guardians turns if it does come to that?
That's where the Troublemaker comes in as well, I would say, because you can maybe survive the Jade Guardians, but especially due to the change, if your Jade Guardians are getting discounted, then your Troublemaker is getting quite strong as well. So the fact that the Contraband Hunter also runs less early game, you're more likely to take a little bit more chip damage in the early game, so those Troublemakers will threaten a lot closer to lethal damage against the Contraband Hunter. So I do think even though you can perhaps survive the Jade Guardians better with the Contraband Hunter, it does sort of reactivate the threat of Troublemaker, which doesn't really exist so much in this matchup as we're seeing here. Shaxi's just dictating all the pressure in the early game.
Yeah, it's funny because your point's kind of being made for you, because in the time it took you to answer my question about how the slower Hunter deck plays in this matchup, the faster Hunter deck has simply killed the opponent, which does seem to make the point even better than your words did.
Yep, 16 damage in 3 turns. Hard to argue with that. Healing Rain is a fantastic pickup here, though, from Roberg. So he'll be hoping that Shaxi's hand runs a little bit dry. The Beast Tripwire is a fantastic turn 4 here. But if he doesn't find any follow-up, then this Healing Rain could be enough for Roberg to stabilize.
Yeah, I guess we do have to ask the question of, can you necessarily afford to choke 3 mana on playing that? But like the Hunter kind of needs to run out of board presence in order for you to do that. And I think that is the big flaw in this deck, is that sometimes it absolutely can run out of board presence and just have to resort to shooting whatever remaining burn spells it has at your face to finish you off, which it's going to get absolutely annihilated as a game plan by this Healing Rain.
He does look like he's thinking about playing it here and now, which I prefer to see him progress his own proactive game plan here, because you can't die to Hunter here. You can't die this turn. So I would prefer to prioritize the Healing Rain as a panic button later on, because now Shaxi can alter his game plan. He can freely develop a bit more of a board. A lot harder to do against the Neophyte, but the Beast Tripwire here, not a terrible answer, even though it is... Oh, there's the Wasp.
Oh god. Okay, this is going to test the theory. Now we've got some intrigue.
So the Garushi Wasp here, for anyone unaware, these Garushi Stingers that get put in, they're so incredibly efficient and powerful on their own, but they do have that two-pronged effect in specifically Hunter that can just replay them with Confront the Tolvir, which makes it so hard to come back from for pretty much any deck in the game now, because it's a lot of face damage, but it also just deletes any board that you play against the Hunter, really.
And it also appears with such a large health number when you don't really have to pay mana for it, that you do tend to get repeated value out of it and get multiple stingers in your hand. And if you get 2 to 3 stingers loaded up in Confront the Tolvir, you're then so effective at being able to keep the board clear with Earthen Roars that when you play the Tolvirs, those repeated instances of damage go face so often that it just becomes massive amounts of burst.
Rogue can get Nate drop down here, but I do think he's suffering a little bit from prioritizing that healing rain last turn when he really didn't have to. He could have been a little bit more liberal with his life total for a couple more turns and could perhaps have gotten a couple of 8 drops down this turn and maybe followed that up with a healing rain if he wasn't seeing too much.
So when you say the proactive turn on the previous turn, was that just cracking open the Jade Guardians? Is that what you're looking at?
I was looking at just playing something that costs 2 just to discount it. Grim Harvest plus Thalnos, which doesn't sound fantastic, but every single 2-drop you play is proactive. It doesn't really matter what it does.
Yeah. That's sort of why I'm clarifying, just, you know, for the folks at home mostly, is because the word proactive, I think we tend to associate that with make a board, right? Do tempo things, be aggressive, whereas the proactive effect there is just make your Jade Guardians better so that you can have stronger turns a little bit further down the line.
So here we're saying he's cracked open Jade Guardians, but Shakshi just doesn't care. They weren't fantastic, but like even if they were, the Jirishi Stingers were just so efficient, especially with that Earthen Roar to deal with it. And now Roberga's still on the back foot despite that 12 healing. He's already back down to 16.
Yep. Which does sound better than being at 4, admittedly.
Yes. Not a bad swing, but this Tolvir is going to do so much.
Oh, finds an arcane shot as well. Taking care of the 2-2 with the arcane shot means that the Earthen Roar can't target it, which I think makes sense when you have these 2 larger minions left on the board.
Yeah, this is a massive Tolvir. I was looking through it, thinking, okay, I could list all of them, and then I saw actually the list is too long. It's 14 spells. So just trust it's going to do a lot of damage. It's going to draw a lot of cards. It's going to make a full board. This Confront the Tolvir has absolutely everything in it.
No quarter for traitors.
If you want to be a real glass half full kind of person, the good news for Robo here is that the double Keldrai Fletcher's on board. That drew so many cards that they're not going to have an impact in this situation, so that's nice.
I thought you were going to talk about the other irrelevant upside of there's a King Lane in hand. He can Garona him and then die.
And then die immediately.
Oh, wait, there is a lethal out. There is it's possible. It is technically possible.
It might be the highest win rate play from here, honestly.
Fan of Knives would have been lovely to pair with this Thalnos and deal with the board.
Yeah.
If he'd found that, perhaps with the Troublemaker could have been enough, although he might just be dead to second Tolvir. Because there is so much damage in it.
Yeah. Did naturally draw this, so had own class on this turn, so still could have hit the Fan of Knives to potentially be able to clear it up, but then, of course, would not have mana for the Troublemaker afterwards. So he's just trying to chip away. Oh, holy smite. Okay, fine. Very, very nice.
Yeah, so he's just hoping I'm going to remove this board. Shaxi will have a relatively weak turn that's not Confront the Tolvir. And then hopefully get over the top with maybe Garona plus Chrono Daggers, maybe just just the Chrono Daggers plus the board, but I think he'll get the bad news quite soon that Tolvera is in hand, and I don't think Roberg will be able to deal with that. It might just be lethal right here and now, especially with that tripwire in hand.
So it's 2 Arcane Shot, 2 Stingers, which is 8 plus a Wound Prey, so it's max 9, right? If that all goes face. I don't think there's anything else that does direct damage. So I think it was going to be incredibly unlikely to kill. Oh, he's going Rock first instead of the hero power. Interesting.
I wonder if this is more likely than going tripwire afterwards. Because you do get the Stingers, you could rush them in if they don't go directly face.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, no, that's a very good point. I think that sounds more lethal to me. Because certainly if you don't kill your opponent with face damage, the board's gone, right? There's no third option that can happen in that scenario.
I do think Shaxi was in a spot where he did have the luxury of every play wins. I'm not sure Roberg has any outs here because Shaxi has seen both troublemakers. No matter what Garona King Lane hits, like no matter what that does, there's no troublemaker to get really lucky hits to the face, and Rogue just doesn't have access to much burst damage over the top here. He needs some 8 drops from Jade Guardians, but I don't think there's anything Roberg can do. I think he's just dead and he knows it. Oh, unless. Actually, just Garona Chrono Daggers Kingslayers, that's the only way, right? And it just has to go face.
Yep. Nope. Hit it again.
Button screen.
I think. Yeah, triple minion.
Good optimization with the Thalnos instead of going for Kingslayers, because that either way you would have needed 2 hits to go face. So actually, that makes it exactly the same odds, doesn't it?
It's the same.
Doesn't matter.
It's the same.
Just fancier, maybe. Less clicks means you can't accidentally click a minion with your Kingslayers. Slightly optimal. I'll give him that.
I think the actual answer is just it's the one the player saw, so
Yes.
they did it. You know, that's just kind of the way it works. But yeah, I mean, we said 2 turns ago that's the kind of out the game was heading towards, right? There was one on the previous turn as well with the troublemaker, which was astronomically less likely than that one. So good job waiting a turn and at least increasing your outs to something that was vaguely plausible. But still, in the end, Hunter way too much damage. Which is 16 in the first 3 turns we clocked early on. Just way too much damage. So this one is going all the way to the wire, as our first series of the day with Banterface progressing did, and it's going to come down to a Shaman versus Rogue face-off, which, again, 2 decks that have recently been tuned down a little bit in our most recent balance patch after the set released, but both still holding a significant enough power level to make an appearance here at the Master Store.
Yeah, I think I've been every time I think Shaman's just like a 3rd or 4th deck, I see it played, and it looks so powerful. Apart from that game against the Priest, where it looked quite underwhelming, I do think that was a pretty rare outcome, though. He did have the early game board, and it was just a specific efficient removal. In most games, that is probably enough to get there. But yeah, it's just looked like a very strong, very consistent deck, just as we're seeing with this Rogue, because the Rogue will do the same thing every game. It'll play some 2s, it'll get Jade Guardians down, and that's it. So I think this game very much comes down to how fast a start Shaxi can have here.
Imagine complaining about your opponent having 1-drops on camera in tournament. Embarrassing.
That is the worst one as well.
It's kind of the worst one. I realise I do now have to clarify that because no one gets that, and it does sound like I'm just shading Roberg for no reason. I very famously did that a lot while playing on camera in UK Hearthstone tournaments. I did not enjoy my opponent putting 1 zombie chow in their deck and then drawing it every single game against my aggro lineup. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. With these players have played loads of games to get here. So many games have gone into this to get here, but there are a lot is hinging on just this one outcome in this one match here and now.
Yep.
So the difference between them having a 1-drop and not having a 1-drop is like their hopes of earning $100,000 at the World Championship at BlizzCon. That is That is a
And
lot.
the mentality difference to be able to cope with that is one of the biggest differences between good players and great players. Like, right before I stopped competing and went into casting, right, I was trending towards being a very, very successful Hearthstone player who was on stream in a lot of tournaments doing things. I think the biggest thing holding me back from doing that was not skill or game knowledge or matchup knowledge or anything like that, deck building, lineup constructing. It was just I hated getting unlucky to the point where it ruined my mental and made me make bad decisions, right? It's when you do put that number of hours into doing something, and then there's no other assessment of a tournament of like, okay, well, why was I one game short of making top 16 at DreamHack? Well, because my opponent top decked the 1 out 15, right, out of the 15 cards remaining in their deck. That just ruined me for like not just the rest of that event, but like the rest of the next 3 tournaments. It's such a hard thing to adjust to and just continue to make good decisions over and over again. I think it's a big reason why some of the most successful players are the ones that just largely seem unbothered by anything that's happening to them,
I think,
and just are happy to jam hundreds and hundreds of games and just keep going.
There is another thing on the flip side, that there's sort of the opposite mindset that does happen that I see in a lot of players that I think prevents them from taking their Hearthstone play up a level, where they go into tournaments a bit too ready to get unlucky. They go into it going, oh, if I get unlucky and lose, then whatever. They don't have that kind of...
Yeah.
Some level of that stress is good because you're there going, no, I'm here to win. I have to win. But some players, they go, okay, I got unlucky, wasn't my fault. They don't do enough of that reflection, which is good to keep longevity, I would say. But I think there is definitely a mindset of players feeling like luck is going to play more of a factor than it does, and then they're getting themselves a little bit too relaxed with that idea. I do think it's a big hindrance for a lot of players that I've seen.
And I do, I'm sorry, we're not talking about the game, but I think this discussion is quite interesting, so I'm going to keep having it. Those things push and pull with each other a little bit, because a lot of times you'll have a play in a Hearthstone turn, right, where mathematically, if you run the numbers, you're supposed to take the high variance line, because when it hits, you win the game or whatever the outcome is. But there's a deterministic line that's only like quite good. And if you're in the mindset of like, okay, well, I'm not going to do this because I'm going to get unlucky because that's what happens to me all the time, you're going to play worse by taking deterministic, mediocre plays as opposed to taking the sample size of just doing the right play over and over again. And when it works, you know? It's such a hard thing to adjust.
Yeah, I also think that's a big thing about getting used to playing on stream, because when you haven't been there before, then you don't want everyone's only experience of you is the person that made this made this risky play and instantly lost, because people might not give you enough credit. But if you've been there loads of times, like I found myself towards the end of my competitive career, like I'd make plays and I'd think, oh, maybe that was a bit wrong, but people would just give me too much credit and assume I was doing something more intelligent than I was. And you do get that level of confidence and that level of safety once you've been there for a while. But players who haven't been in that position, don't have that reputation, can find themselves a little bit more timid with their plays. And yeah, it's definitely a hurdle that I had to get over myself.
So anyway, have you been watching the game? What's been happening?
Yeah, Robert's played some twos, but not that many twos. So this Jade Guardians will still just give him 3 mana cards, although it's really nice that he's picked up the Shadow Device. He does need to hope that Shaxi doesn't put on too much pressure this turn, which it looks like he might do with this Storm Fury Elemental. A 7/7 is a lot of pressure. Rogue is not very good at dealing with that. But Roberg needs to survive this, get a couple of twos down, and hopefully get some good minions off the Jade Guardians. Or I don't like just playing it now. I prefer just taking the 7, I think. Although I can't argue with a Bone Guard Commander. That is a very, very good pickup.
Armies of bone.
Yeah, always a bad idea. Bone Guard Commander, of course, captain of their high school debate team. Don't want to argue with them.
Doesn't quite cleanly line up the Jade Guardians for next turn. Could potentially drop a 2 and then play it again. But yeah, it does seem like this might be just about stifling Shaxi's pressure and perhaps let Roberg stabilize here.
It's unfortunate timing that the Storm Fury Elemental came down on the previous turn. I'm not really disputing that it was the right decision because you can't. This is one of those scenarios you can't play with. You can't play around. If you want to go back a little bit to our previous discussion, just a little bit unfortunate with the way it lined up. That the immediate board in a box appeared right after the principal AOE card in the deck from Shaxi came down.
Does have the Thunderquakes in hand, which I'm interested that he didn't opt to play both of them because that could cleanly deal with some of the taunts, but that does leave him in the unpleasant position of you spent your entire turn dealing with Revoke's turn and you know that there's another 8-drop in hand, so you do need to put up your own pressure, otherwise you're just giving Revoke free reign to freely develop and then start hitting you in the face. Interesting. Shaxi also keeps a full hand here. I don't know if that's completely intentional. I think it actually might be, because he knows that there's the Kingslayers here, and I think there's only one legendary remaining in deck, and that would be the King Lane. Yeah, only runs Tiny Pal and Muggsy, and they're both in hand, so that would be a guaranteed King Lane draw if he did give himself the hand space to allow Revoke to draw him into the lane. That's one less thing to think about for Shaxi.
Yep, very nicely engineered. Sadly, not something, I believe, that we have a live counter for, but something that we can at least take a guess at of what's going on, because, oh my goodness, that is a potential win condition in the hand right now.
Yeah, I'm
for,
guessing
for
it's
Robo.
about halfway.
Yep.
About 10.
But again, further synergy with that Bone Guard Commander
very
coming out of nowhere.
Very true. Okay, a little, add 4 to that. I'm guessing it's going to be about 14 after this board is cleared. This is awkward for Shaxi because even though Revoke's not really putting him under that much immediate pressure, it is quite hard to get through this Tar Tyrant. Hasn't found that one-off copy of Hex in this deck. Doesn't trade with the 8/6 for reasons. There's no reason. There is no reason that exists to not trade the 8/6, because absolute best case scenario for you, they will make the trade for you, so you should trade it for them. And now they get to maybe soak up some Death Rattle hits with it before trading. I'm not really... I mean, there is no reason why Shaxi would not trade that. It's just a mistake. He also runs Muradin's Last Stand, so that's more expensive now.
Yeah, true. And then it gets assassinated just for maximum punish.
We're not missing something really obvious. He hadn't already attacked with it. He was just...
It looked green on my screen, Pocket. I don't know what to tell you.
Very confusing.
Change is coming.
Freezing Trap's not even particularly good against Tar Tyrant because Revoke doesn't really care about attacking with it.
Very true.
You dare stand against the wind?
I'll handle this.
Okay, does at least get the snipe. Isolating the Tar Tyrant, which at least now buys him a lot of time. Again, that Tar Tyrant not really anything that can represent any kind of aggressive game plan for Robo, but Broberg, I think, relatively happy to continue stalling for a little bit here because of that ramping game plan towards the Iesana.
Yeah, Robo does have another copy of Jade Guardians in his deck, so if he can find that, then he can start putting up potentially actual high attack threatening minions behind this Tyrant. Because he does want to
that's
end
true.
the
The
game
second one came
sooner
from.
rather than later.
He shadowed the first Guardians,
Yes.
didn't he? I was thinking, wait,
Okay,
I'm sure
we got a
we've seen
counter
four.
on the Asuna. It's got 7 remaining.
Nice. Okay. For a second there, until I realized it had appeared on screen, I thought you meant that our tech guy had
Oh,
literally
no.
just programmed it in on the fly, which genuinely would not surprise me with how efficient they have been throughout this this new tracking technology that we've had for you this year.
Sounds sticking.
Not the worst, just throws up and can throw another taunt up with the chronological aura and perhaps put the Heron in behind so that he does need to get a little bit more damage into Shaxi's face so that this Asuna might actually end the game. I do like him
Oh, nice.
getting the taunts down.
It's a free 2/2 as well, with only one death rattle left in the deck. Very
Yeah.
nice.
Really, really awkward not having the Hex here from Shaxi.
Yep.
And the Thunderquakes do a decent amount against the board, but it will wipe off Shaxi's own board here for the most part.
Just shipping your board into a 7 attack lifesteal minion.
Yeah, Revoke forced him to do this because he put up enough pressure behind the taunt to force him to actually have to eat through it. If he hadn't put
That's
up
right.
this Heron and the rest of the board, then Shaxi could have just continued to sit there and not give him much lifesteal off this Tyrant. But I mean, you can just eat through all of this and hope that Revoke's hand is a little bit dead, which it kind of is, barring this Asuna. I'm thinking he's roped out the Discover on this. Talon draws, yeah, definitely. That's definitely a rope out. You're never picking that intentionally.
Thought they could hold me.
Thoroughbug's job here is to activate this Asuna with the board he puts up this turn. Ooh. Ascendants
hello.
will...
Hello. When you have 2 mana Jade Guardians minions in your hand, suddenly Ascendant seems like a better card than it often is in Shaman.
Garishi Wasp, the card that he lost to in the previous game. Not bad at all here. Shaxi's demonstrated he doesn't have a Hex, so he might have to eat through this Garishi Wasp the traditional way and give Revoke plenty of stingers.
And what a perfect card. Tokens that die and go in your Asuna, board clear, and chip damage to face, potentially, on what you want. Like, it is the perfect card for setting up the game
Fantastic.
plan that you have with Asuna.
I think you only play the stinger into the minion if you're trading with both. Otherwise, you ship it face because Shaxi has so many ways of dealing the 1 damage with the extra Thunderquake and copies of Static Shock. Does opt to just leave it on board though. I guess 1 Thunderquake has come down, so you're not necessarily expecting the second one.
Yeah. Still 1 Storm Fury remaining as well, which, you know, preemptively firing some damage at face, you might end up giving more value out of that, but then you've got the counter argument of, well, you've just left a board that dies to the second Storm
Yeah.
Fury anyway by leaving it there, so not much in that.
You dare stand against the Wind Lord?
Yeah, that's right. Discover your expensive Battlecry minion.
Yeah, Shaxi really needs to stop putting up a big board fast. He's at the point where he's sort of just running out of juice. And Revoke doesn't need to do a whole lot to stay in this game. Shaxi doesn't have something like a troublemaker to just end the game after you've just sort of been playing. There's no passive ramping effect going on here. Shaxi really needs to take control of the board.
Yep.
So yeah, just throwing as many stats as possible as he can. And he needs to hope that that just gets there.
These ascendances are super crucial to be able to do that. It's an interesting spot for Shaxi to be in, right? Because the
think
Jade
this is
Guardians
lethal.
pool isn't... Is it really? Wait.
So you can you... I mean, the Ascender's not going to continue hitting the Death Rattle, so he goes Thalnos Fan,
Yeah.
trades the Garishi, sends a Stinger Face. I think he can get just about enough damage in. But it might be 1 or 2 off.
So you'd want to make all these trades without killing anything and leaving everything
Yeah, I
as
would have
low
sent
health
that
as
face.
possible. Right.
I would have sent the Wasp in, a Stinger Face.
It stills 12
I didn't have enough
face.
time to do the calculation, but I think I want to say it was lethal.
Time's ticking.
And even if it wasn't, I think it was better to ship more damage. So I do think there was definitely a better way to do this turn. It's not a good looking turn if you're not sending your Wasp into the minion. Although this does provide quite a sticky board, and you know that Monk Shaman doesn't have a lot of answers to this kind of board, so the remaining 11 damage shouldn't be too difficult to do. Although you know there is
Yeah.
another Storm Fury remaining.
Yeah, so I didn't count it. I'm only going off what you said. But if it was going to be lethal, I think this is the explanation for that.
Yes.
Is that you've been you've been thinking a turn ahead since last turn when the Ascendants appeared and gone, okay, well next turn I just do the Ascendants thing and I have an insane board and that probably wins the game. Doesn't make it any less of a mistake if it was lethal, but that's probably where the mentality was if it was a mislethal.
Yeah, I will caveat this with I didn't count the lethals, so
Okay. Okay.
I just feel like it was. You know,
Yeah.
from competing a lot of the time, I'd feel like something was lethal, and then I'd start counting. But Roberg started playing cards very fast, and any possibility of that calculation sort of evaporated.
Yeah. But especially since if you're not going to spend the 4 on the Ascendants, you've got Eventuality, you've got Stingers to go face as well, right? So you have a lot more damage that you can throw out on top of
Yes.
what you ended up doing.
And in the wise words of former European Grandmaster Swids, people think Miss Lethal is such a huge mistake, but if he finds a way to 100% win the game and lock his opponent out, then I can't remember the exact quote, but it's something along the lines of that. And I do think
Yeah.
Roberg did find a way to effectively guarantee the win, although it is looking a little bit of a scramble over the line at this point. But I do think he will get there imminently.
But yes, that man was once also delivered a green screen for usage for Grandmasters, thought it was a tent that he didn't order and gave it away to someone else. So, you know, pick your role models, I guess.
Well, whoever Roberg's role models are, he's through to the decider match against Demo Shadow with a slightly rough last game. It didn't feel super smooth the way he got over the line there, but I do think he's acquitted himself fairly well on quite a big stressful stage. I don't think he's ever been on a stage like this before, and I do think he's as the tournament goes on, he will settle into it if he manages to get through the next matchup ahead.
Yeah, really close series. Of course, Roberg in a different position than Banter was in the first game. He was already down in the lower bracket, which means he has another series to get through to now get to the same position that Banter finds himself in top 8. But I think he'll be happy with his performance. But I think a shout out to Shaxi as well, who despite going 0-2, 1 off stream, 1 on stream, I thought he actually played pretty well during that series overall.
There was the one non-trade that made no sense. There is that.
Agreed.
But apart from that, I do think it was relatively clean. Like there were some quite the lines he did, we didn't sort of scream and shout about them because he just did the good sort of quote unquote obvious play that a lot of players will just get in their head about it. And a lot of the players you see have the best results. They do plays and you see them do it and you go, well, yeah, obviously that was a play. But that is what separates them from everyone else, because everyone else just doesn't do that every single time. So I do think, Shaxi performed very well, just wasn't quite able to get there.
Yep, Roberg will march on now into the decider match in Group A. We are plenty more Hearthstone action lined up for you throughout the day. So go grab yourself a quick glass of water or a snack if you want to, but come back in 3 minutes or so because we've got another series right around the corner. Stay tuned.
Hello everyone and welcome back. I'm Raven and joining me for this match is Edelweiss, and we'll be bringing you this last match of Group A to see who is going to join McBannerface in that top 8 from this group. Edelweiss, how's it going? I know you've been watching the matches and stuff, but are you ready to jump on your first match of the day?
Yeah, it continues to be quite fast meta in spite of having, a go to 5-game series and a few more there. Not sweeps like last time, but they're still quite quick.
Oh, 100%. I think because even with a short-ish amount of time for the players to prepare for the tournament, the decks feel very streamlined, right? They're pretty quick going. They have very direct ways that win conditions that they want. So it feels like the decks themselves are adding to that, right? And we can just have a bit of a review on what's happened so far in case you join us just a little bit late into the show. We do have McBanterface, of course, advancing through to top 8 on Sunday out of Group A, and then we have Demo Shadow and Robberg in this final decider match. So we've already lost Shaxi out of the group, which is a bit of a surprise actually. Shaxi, one of the names that have been in Hearthstone for many years now, competing at very high levels. So seeing him the first eliminated is a little bit of a shock to me.
Yeah, I think if you had to sort of pick two out of this group, it would have been Banter and Shaxi in terms of sort of established names that we know can perform. So seeing Shaxi out now means that we're kind of guaranteed to have one of the newish names making it through. And in terms of these two, I want to say there's not like a ton of difference lineup-wise, right? Same decks. I guess Rodberg has... Oh, no. Also the Contraband. I was getting confused.
Yeah,
who
it's
had
just
a regular
the
face
priest
hunter
instead of the shaman, right?
Yeah. Rodberg with that Soothsayer Priest. So, kind of funny that we had two Soothsayer Priests in this group. We'll have to see if another one can make it out, because I was not liking the look of the Priest going into this event.
Yeah, it's one of the things that's weirdly interesting about the tournament is if you looked at all the players' lineups, I have them in front of me so I can tell you, there's a lot of similarities, right, across a lot of the lineups, right? Everyone's got Void Soul DH. I think everyone, it's organized a bit weird, but I think everyone's got Rogue, and then there's tons of players with Hunter, tons of players with Shaman, but across those lineups, there's just an odd difference here and there. Now, of course, there's a couple of different types of Hunter. There's one Z Shaman in here as well, but then we've got a few, a good handful of players on Quest Mage. We've got Chonsu on Dragon Warrior as the solo player bringing that, right? And we've got like this just little sprinklings, like you mentioned, the priests, and I think that's going to be very interesting, because when, let's say, 70% of everyone's lineups are pretty much the same, those singular choices of either decks or builds are going to have the biggest impact, positively or negatively, on those players' performance, right? So we see like, oh, are the priests going to struggle? I talked about it in my match I cast earlier about McBanterface. I think is like two wins, 4 losses on the mage in 2 matches, right? Which is, whichever way you look at it, not great performance for those 2 matches, of course. So then the big question mark is, oh, well, is mage the bad brink here, and should it have been something else? So this is something we'll see, obviously, as time goes on across this weekend, as we see more and more matches, get more and more lineups under our belts. But those are the things that are really fascinating, and this is a good example. We've got Demo Shadow on what I would have called like the main lineup, right? I do think Demon Hunter, Rogue, Shaman, Hunter is like the 4 for me personally. And then we've got Robberg with close to that lineup, but there's a priest instead of the Shaman. So big questions for this priest, of course.
Yeah, and I'm a little surprised to see here Demo Shadow not banning the Demon Hunter. I guess there's no Viper in the Rogue, but there is a Viper in Demo Shadow's own Demon Hunter, and in the Hunter, I feel like it's thrown me for a wild ride seeing like who has Viper and in which decks, and it's obviously you can't run it in the Shaman, but it almost felt not worth including as a key card in some of these things, as we often highlight tech cards, because it's like, well, everyone just has Double Cult Neophyte and Viper in many of the lists, right? The Rogues and the Demon Hunters.
Yeah, that's what gets tricky. That's where the players need to be on the ball because it's fine that, yeah, most people have Viper, but if you're concerned about Viper, this is where you triple check deck lists, right? Because obviously the players know their opponent's deck lists as well. That's how the rules go. But like, you need to make sure that, oh, I'm not facing one of the players that doesn't have Viper in the list, right? Because that's very important information to how you're going to play the game out. So very, very vital indeed. And yeah, it does look like we are going to have a Demon Hunter mirror. And this is something I also talked about in the opening of the show, where I went into this with a general assumption that Demon Hunter was going to be the most banned. We'd see it double banned pretty commonly, but we've actually had a pretty wide mix in the games we've had on stream, at least, and off stream, to be fair, as I'm looking at these. I think the first match of Demo Shadow versus Shaxi, there was a Hunter ban and a Shaman ban, so the Demon Hunters were up for play then as well. So I do think it's interesting. I think shows the complexity of Conquest as a format, and obviously how good these players are, that I think most people, if they've played mostly on ladder and not followed too many tournaments, might be like, oh yeah, you just ban Demon Hunter, it's the best deck, right? And it's it's not that simple in Conquest with lineup strategies and targeting strategies and so on. So it's fascinating to see who's banning what, even though the lineups are very similar. As I mentioned earlier, even just one different deck choice can make a big difference to what your target ban is.
And it almost feels at times as though the Viper is there just so that you sometimes can leave up the Demon Hunter, because I think base level I would expect, okay, well, if you're saying I'm going to ban Demon Hunter every time, then why bother bringing Viper? I guess, Quest Mage gets into that mix, but then there's that back and forth of, if you expect to see a lot of Vipers for the Demon Hunter, then fewer people theoretically should bring Quest Mage.
Yeah.
And you just run yourself in circles trying to figure out like whether you should include these tech cards or not, depending on what your ban strategy is and if you want to have the flexibility in your ban strategy.
Yeah, and then the players, you always get someone like Chonsu in this tournament where, he's the only player bringing Dragon Warrior, right? And then if you're Chonsu's opponent, you have to go, hang on a minute, do I need to ban Dragon Warrior? How does that matchup look, right? And they go, well, as you said, if I need to ban Dragon Warrior, guess what's up? Demon Hunter. So yeah, I think it's very, very interesting to see how this is panned out for lineups very similar to what I think most of us expected to see. Still having all these different things going back and forth between the players based on specific lineups or one deck being different. I think it's just what makes the format great, honestly, because you can never go into a tournament and just say, this is what will happen, this is what the players will do. Even during playoffs, we saw some players actually adapt their ban over the course of the playoffs when they realize that, oh, maybe this other ban's better now that I've seen it play out. So there's a lot of this going on where you can have all these rules and plans set in place, as I'm sure all these players do as they're prepared for the tournament, but as soon as the tournament starts, things can change, right? Like, you don't always know. Like, they wouldn't have known what their opponents would submit. I would have a good idea of lineups, but as I said, when you see there's Chonsu with the Dragon Warrior, there's some of the priests, there's some mages in here, suddenly the planning gets a little bit more complex than, oh, well, everyone will probably just bring what I'll bring because I'm bringing the best decks, right? Like, you cannot just have that mindset when you go into a tournament like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's sort of the good case scenario of that switch up where you're learning over the course of the event and then making a thought out decision to change up your ban. I think there's the sort of shadow, the inverse of that, where you had a bad game, right? Or a bad series, where now you go, oh no, that felt terrible. Now I'm scared to leave that up, so I ban it, even if maybe stats say that I shouldn't, right? And if you're reactionary, sometimes it kind of comes back to bite you. But actually, in terms of this mirror we're about to see, these are two of the more unique Demon Hunter lists. There's not a ton of wiggle room in either the Demon Hunter or the Rogue, but you do see kind of variations in terms of 1 or 2 press the advantage, 1 or 2 glacial shards. Demo Shadow has Xavius, which hardly anyone has. Trastath is not a given. It's in a few of the lists. And so those are kind of the unusual ones over there. Roberg has a pair of I-beams, which is not typical.
Yeah, it's interesting, and we've seen that across the board so far, where even though a lot of these archetypes are, I don't want to say set in stone, but we expect that they're the popular archetypes, right? They're the top meta decks, right? It's not too much of a surprise. But there does seem to be wiggle room, and also, interestingly, the players want to do these changes, because just touched on demo again, because I did cast them a little bit earlier. But for example, even with the rogue, like demo brought like picklock in there. Brought there was some like picklock and the rock skippers, which aren't like crazy brings, but they're also not what I would see commonly, right? They're not just like I would say like the more standard ones, at least that I faced. So there's all this wiggle room, even sort of within between the lines of these archetypes that you see on ladder and are very, very popular. But do apologize for the slight delay there, which making sure the players were fully ready. They're getting the test game done just to make sure everyone's happy and good to go. But we are ready now. Demo Shadow on the top on the Demon Hunter, going up against Roberg on the bottom, also on that Demon Hunter.
Yeah, and I think Roberg looking for a bit of a faster start, even though the weapon is crucial. 3 Void Souls in 1 card is exceptional, along with the 9 damage. It does come down just a bit late, and so wanting to hit the board earlier, ends up getting that Scythe back to hand, along with being rewarded with a 1-2 curve.
Yeah, not too bad at all. And I feel like this mirror is very brutal because it feels like there's no time to breathe in the mirror. It's like if one player gets off fast and the other one's just a touch slower, or if one player gets hold of a lot of voids and then the other doesn't, it just snowballs out of control so fast. So both players will be very aggressively trying to at minimum keep up with each other.
Yeah, it plays out interestingly in this difference between Void Souls and what we saw with the Animal Companion Hunter. In some ways, they're similar decks, right? You are scaling this, ramping of a minion type over the course of the game. But with the Companion Hunter, the upgrades happen externally of summoning the minions, and so you don't get these pieces along the way. You don't actually summon the 4s, the 5s, the 6s. You try and just wait to actually summon them until it's upgraded. In the Demon Hunter, though, you can have these remarkable hits that you have to get along the way to your higher upgrades, where you roll the best 1-drop, right? You roll Flame Imp, there's a couple of great 3s. There's a 5/3 that has a battle cry that freezes itself, but of course you don't get the battle cry. So there's, I think, only 3 or so in many of these slots. And that can affect a mirror significantly in terms of, who rolls which minions on that sort of scaling
and also,
cost.
One of the biggest things, and we might see a bit of it right now, is the fact that you can have these turns where maybe you've not done any Void Souls for a while, you've got a few in hand, and then you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in one turn, and you're like, oh, my opponent just made a giant board. And you're like, oh no. But without much commitment, because they've kind of used cards that aren't even from the deck anyway, right? They've generated most of them. So it's interesting where a lot of the time, it's not like they just splurge Void Souls out and that's all they've got for the game, because they've still got their normal hands, right? That they've been playing throughout the turns anyway. So it can be really explosive if you even need to stack up Void Souls and then sort of splurge them all out together. Because they're so cheap.
We do see Roberg loading up that Scythe and Demo Shadow with the Viper, but it's a big tempo sacrifice, and already being behind, relying on that 5/5 lifesteal taunt activating to, otherwise this turn would be looking horrendous.
Yeah, the 5/5, really big deal here. Just putting a bit of a stopper on anything Roberg will want to do. However, you mentioned it earlier, but those Eye-Beams could come in pretty clutch here. Eye-Beam plus Void Blast is a really cheap way, or cheap combination of cards, as well as the Stinger, of course, to not spend a lot of mana, but you're getting a lot of work done. And of course, the Void Blast's generating Void Souls if we can get the kill. So just more and more juice, basically, for Roberg here.
Yeah, throwing out the Cult Neophyte, another one of his unique inclusions that, isn't all the rogues, because it costs 2, but a little bit more unique for the Demon Hunters, and just to sort of slow things down here so that Demo Shadow can't do too many Void Souls.
And this is what's scary, right? As I said, that the matchup's brutal, and what's happened here is the players have roughly stayed even on board, but Roberg's the one who's been half a step ahead because he's got to attack, right? Like he's got to actually do the attack, and then the board evens up, and then he gets to do the attack again, and the board evens up. So it's pretty brutal on this side where Roberg, along with a bit of lifesteal, of course, has got such a massive health lead. And now there's what, minimum 3 Void Souls this turn, which is gonna really put some pressure on. Now 4.
Yeah, and I think the I-Beam and Cult Neophyte both represented significant tempo swing there, and I'm starting to like them as the sort of inclusions. We saw that Demo Shadow would have been able to play Infestation Garishi Stinger to get more of a full clear on that previous turn, and maybe would have been able to set up some Void Souls as well, and instead just having to play that lifesteal weapon to stave off a little bit of the bleeding, but now gives Roberg this huge turn, right, where that's all Void Souls, right? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep. Yeah, it's huge. And this is what I was talking about earlier, where like when you just storing them by doing stuff anyway, and then you just go, okay, I'll do my refill of the board for 4 mana. You're feeling pretty good about things, especially with a couple of these good rolls, right? The Flaming, the 4/3 is pretty decent, especially when you want this sort of aggression. However, Roberg is running out of cards a little bit in hand. There is the Last Stand that you can potentially get some work with, but with these grubs trading in, just not much to look at right now.
Gonna leverage the I-Beam and Hero Power to make the most out of this Broxgar's Last Stand.
Yeah, this is exactly what he needed, because without this setup, Roberg was going to run dry, and the health total he gained... Oh, okay. The health total he gained would have just slipped away by just not being able to put any pressure on board.
Yeah, on the 5 spot, I believe there's Doomguard, there's Alarashi, which is a vanilla 5/5, and then there's the Fell Hunter, which is always terrifying. A little bit less so in the mirror because you can end up resurrecting these, small demons from the Boxcar portals. But I think very happy with the Doomguard when you're on the offense like that.
Yeah, and I think that is just going to be done and dusted for game number 1 as Roberg takes it, and it was just too much to handle, right? Both players sort of keeping up with each other, but as I said, like Roberg was basically half a step ahead, being the aggressor, and the defense was, okay, I'll sort of trade some minions and then keep up minion on board, but then because you attacked last turn, you can attack again this turn, and then it all just started to stack up. I will say though, as you mentioned, the I-Beams did a lot of heavy lifting in that game. Both of them did work on that one.
Both I-Beams and both Neophytes, honestly. Yeah. At least I think we saw both Neophytes. At minimum, that one Neophyte was exceptionally well placed in terms of staving off Demo Shadow's ability to sort of refill, since the deck, while not being all spells, is very, very reliant on spells.
Yeah, and even just doubling, like we saw the power of spending 4 mana and summoning 4 progressively, higher mana costed minions, and with Neophyte, you're doubling the cost of each of those Void Souls, right? Which is huge, right? It massively cuts down on what's possible as a response, because normally all you can do in that, if your opponent plays a lot of Void Souls into a roughly empty board, sometimes all you can do is play your Void Souls back and hope your demons are better than theirs, right? Maybe you get Rush, maybe you get Taunt or something like that to try and, you just get more stats, start pile on some pressure like that. But if you then can only play half the amount of Void Souls that your opponent has played, well, that's just not going to be enough, is it? So yeah, the Neophyte doing an absolute ton of work there. And it looks like, let's have a look. It looks like, we are jumping across Demo Shadow, jumping to Hunter for this game. So stepping away from the Demon Hunter for just a moment, and we're going to see Hunter versus Priest.
And, the Priest was looking pretty good last time in terms of that, 10-13 elusive Soothsayers that we saw earlier in the day. We'll see if Roberg can run that back. Does have the Soothsayer in hand, which it's a little easier to find than, Egg of Kalos was for some folks last event. But it's a deck that can still have that hiccup of where you're looking for the Soothsayers and just simply cannot find them.
I do oversimplify this, but I do refer to this deck as Soothsayer the deck, because so much of your power, especially in the more aggressive matchups like Hunter, so much of the deck's power is can you land Soothsayer on, let's say, turn 4 or earlier in this case for Robberg if he so chooses, and if you can, you're feeling great about the game. If you can't, you're feeling very bad about the game. So it does. It's a bit of an oversimplification, but it just shows how powerful this card is and how much work it does, especially against the like of Hunter. But wow, okay, if you're gonna trip into something, it's a giant bug is what you want.
Yeah, it has the second hit as well with the weapon, and another rush is going to clean these up quite nicely, or at least this first half.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Okay. I was very interested to see like what the trade order was until whether you take the gamble on taking less damage with the bug later or not. But yeah, it's just going to push the 2 damage to the face. It's going to be the 6/6 on board as the replacement, and this is just what makes the card so good. Is just the fact that it just leaves so it's difficult enough to kill anyway, but then it just drops something else, and then it can be resummoned, and then it can be copied, and so on and so on.
Now, this can be an issue, right? Both of these 6-drops have death rattles, and so that makes it much less guaranteed that in an Umbra you'll be able to get the Soothsayer death rattle back, or out of Undeath Sentence, which was used to summon this other 6-drop. You're not always guaranteed to get the Soothsayers back, so makes sense using that Undeath before the demon here has fallen, as that death rattle pool is going to be significantly diluted after this.
Yeah. So though Demo Shadow is piling on the pressure.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Temporal Guardian, not so great, but Vana is an excellent hit. Normally costs 9 mana. Destroy all non-paladin minions.
And honestly, my F's not so bad either. Just again, if you can have the time to say, I won't just die because something's dormant, right? Obviously against Hunter, it may be a bit trickier to use, but definitely not the worst outcomes overall. But yeah, the Vana looks really good. Also, Devouring Plague pickup going to be pretty nice here if Robberg wants it, just to clean up these quite nicely.
Yeah, I think Robert doesn't really want to play that Rooney.
Okay, so we are getting the Warden down. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Just getting the maximum out heal with that powered shield. The Varna still available in the hand, which is going to be pretty good. The Shovel is going to be popping its final charge now and start piling on a little bit more pressure with the Tripped. And another bug, but not the right one.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Demo.
Nothing to rush into, and quite easy to clear. So I think, as long as Robberg is able to hit just an easy 2 damage for that, we'll feel pretty good, but would have to go digging. It might just be the
nice
Vana
turn for
here.
Demo as well. I think maybe I just like the card a lot, but location there and just being able to kind of safely pop those rats and just be able to just keep the card draw coming, because all you want as the Hunter is just more and more cards, because they're so playable, right? So much of your deck costs like 1 or 2 that just keep them coming, keep just piling on the pressure. Rob is going to be able to clear up that little push there, but again, Demo not going to be too sad about it.
Does see that Briarspawn still in the deck. For those unfamiliar, and Underbelly King coming into hand. This is kind of a combo that the Hunter has access to. The reason it's Contraband Hunter, you can pick Agamagan here, and Demo Shadow doesn't have it yet, but if you find the Briarspawn Drake, that is, it's reduced by 3 as Contraband. You play the Agamagan, deal 10 face damage with the Briarspawn, using your opponent's life to pay for it. And then, of course, Briarspawn just hits anything that's in play. If you have Earth and Roar, you set those things to 1 health, and it's another, in this case, 12 damage.
And really important here, because one of the trickiest things about enabling this combo as the hunter is playing the king.
Yep.
Right? Because it's effectively 6 mana pass, right? Because yes, you discover the Agamagam, but it does nothing else, right? It's just a flat statted minion, 7/6, as you can see on the board right now. But that can be a bit tricky to do sometimes, because normally you're doing very active things as hunter, putting on damage, piling on pressure, pushing, so on. But or clearing minions. And if Rob had a bit of a board, then this gets really difficult to play, because you're just playing it and then moving on with your turn, right? On to next turn. But because the board was basically clear, because Rob had to clear the previous board, it means that you just got the rat down safely, and now, you know, as you said, only needs the Drake. It's the clear, okay. Oh, only got 6/2
not
as well.
so good on the hit there. You know, just the one Soothsayer in the pool, wasn't able to schism it. You know, we knew this wasn't going to clear the king, so I was a little surprised to see that as the play. There were full clear options available. Of course, you know, this puts stats in play, which is something you're thinking about against, you know, the arcane tripwires, which are so terrifying to leave your board empty against.
Yeah, this is huge. The 2 locations going onto rats as well. Those rats are going to help one way or another of Demo Shadow getting to the Drake if he actually needs it in the end. We'll see. But the extra card draw from the rats is going to be huge. The Agamagam's already there, as we said. And suddenly the health total is basically evened up now. And Robert was probably hoping to just summon the minions and pile on a good amount of pressure. But when you summon a 6/2, especially against Hunter, it's just never going to last long.
Yeah. There is a funny potential swing that Rubber could do, which is a lot of these are paladin minions, these random legendaries. So Rubber could play, you know, Toreth and I guess the problem is the Roonies, right? You as soon as you play one, throws all your other minions away. But just being able to get Toreth down alongside Vanna could be a big swing at some point, because the Toreth is not going to get cleared.
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely decent options here. He's going to put on some damage.
And then Noggin
Oh,
Fodder.
wait.
Oh, no!
Wait, what? Oh.
The order.
Come on. That's really bad, honestly. That could just be game losing, and that is just really, really rough. Like, could have legitimately been game ending. Now, it might not be. The game might have been over anyway, based on Demo Shadow already piling on a ton of pressure and having another confront in hand and having the weapon swing for, I think that is just guaranteed.
Yeah, I think with
trips,
confront,
right?
it's
But still, really, maybe not the best blunder to make, so a little bit rough there. But Demo Shadow is going to even it up with that Hunter getting the work done. And funnily enough, getting the Death Rattle minions from the Soothsayer actually, I feel like, caused issues there for Rob, right? It was just just wasn't really getting as much out of the value as we used to seeing, because the Soothsayer Death Rattle is just so good, right? That's what you want from it. It's why the card's in the deck, why there's pretty much no other Death Rattles in the deck as well, and it's exactly what you want to just cycle. So a little bit unfortunate there. However, I do think that as long as the Soothsayer itself isn't left alive the turn after it's played, so it can be buffed, copied, whatever, I do think Hunter does pretty well against it, right? That's your one hurdle, at least for me, I feel, where get the Soothsayer gone quickly, and then you can just move on as Hunter and just keep pressuring. And I think that's what Demo Shadow did really well.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's great to get it down early, but then the Hunter just has all these ways of clearing, and without having more than one Soothsayer kind of in that pool for the Umbra turn in particular, and then not only to have the Death Rattle pool diluted by, was it Karov? Is that the legendary
I'm
taunt
just gonna say yes.
gives you legendaries, but then also for the random legendaries to be pretty miserable hits. The Vanna didn't even come up in the end because you have other clears. It was a bit of a bad beat for Roberg, but yeah, I think we saw how much extra juice was in the tank, right? If Briarspawn was ever picked up, having that Agamagan swing is just a ton of damage all at once.
Like, the second you land that, I know I talked about it before, but when you can just play the rat and it's completely fine, you're not bothered about taking damage on the backswing or anything, you're feeling great because you just know it's just a matter of time. And also, you don't have to play the Drake, right? You've still got the option of Agamagam and something else, right? If you really need to. So like there is some other things there, but in general, yeah, you're feeling great about it. So really good game there for Demo Shadow as we move on to game number 3. We're going to go to another full 5-game series. You've got to stay tuned to find out. We've got Shaman on the top there for Demo and Rob jumping over to the Rogue.
Yeah, we've got, it's not a great looking rogue hand. Shadow of the Demise can be nice to have alongside Jade Guardians. That's, I think, typically what you're hoping to copy. But, Cultist map, you don't really want to play until turn 4, where you sort of know you'll hit a 2 to be able to play. Definitely a slower hand for the rogue, and Demo Shadow does at least have the wing, was it low security wing, to get some minions rolling. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, and that's another one as well.
Ooh.
Yeah, not too bad.
Morchi is a nice pickup for next turn.
Let the 2-drops commence. You see the 4/4 come down. That is going to disappear after an attack, but still, it is threatening enough. It's basically a preloaded removal a lot of the time, it kind of acts like.
Yeah, and, very nice pickups for Roberg. This is, one nice thing about this rogue is now that you can basically always throw away the Trickster. And since the deck is all 2s, even if your hand isn't looking great, you often get bailed out from the top. With
it's
just...
like, oh, what am I going to draw next turn? A 2-drop maybe?
Right. Having to float a mana there, it's often nice to be able to imbue on turn 2 so that you can get that 1 mana hero power rolling to fill in your odd cost turns. It starts to feel a little bit like you're an even rogue.
Yeah. So good amount of pressure coming down though from Demo, just getting that 5/5 nice and early. Looks like gonna just push as much damage to the face as possible and say, you know what, you can deal with the minions. I've got tons of health on the board. You deal with it. You make the trades, whatever. I'm just gonna start smacking you in the face with giant elementals. Let's get to use Shadow.
Yep. Yeah, you don't have to save it for Guardians. Sometimes you just need that extra damage spell, and yeah, getting the full clear here is gonna put Roberg in a much more comfortable position.
Oh, pretty good pickup as well. The hammer gonna draw a card. Like, that's really nice. Because this Shaman is not so much this specific game because the Elemental earlier, but the Shaman can struggle now and again with card draw. You can get opening hands that run a little bit dry. So this hammer is going to be very, very nice. Not only piling on the pressure, but keeping that hand size big.
Yeah, I mean, even without the draw, Ashbringer is certainly
still quite good.
a weapon you're happy to see. This might just be a prep to try and keep up. Yeah, there's pros and cons to prep, right? It helps you keep up tempo-wise, but then you don't actually get to...
the benefit.
Right, the benefit of the 2 costs.
Yeah, and I really like the way Demos approach this as well. Like, not caring about those trades earlier has actually had a knock-on effect to making this weapon even more deadly, right? Because the damage was pushed face early, which means like suddenly, this weapon's doing now just under half the total damage required to win the game by itself in 2 turns, which is huge. So I would definitely like to see Demo just keep up with this just raw aggression and almost just play biggest thing, go face.
That a minion, which I'm sure people are not super familiar with, Rhaegar Earthshaker, is an addition to the Shaman core set, 5 mana 3/5 legendary minion that whenever an adjacent minion attacks, you get a lightning bolt into your hand. And so being able to throw that down for 3 mana here, alongside a rush minion. The problem is that as soon as you play the Rhaegar, you use up the discount, so you can't also play a Breezeling. I wonder if Demo Shadow will throw it out or save it to get guaranteed 2 next turn.
I actually like throwing it out because Robert has to deal with it.
Yeah.
Right? And Rogue, without a board already, Rogue's not that good at stuff, especially after seeing some of the removal that's already been played, right? We saw the Demise used. We've seen some of the removal from hand. It was a right earlier as well. So, like, this is a 3/5 that has to be answered. And if they're answering it, well, you're not having to worry about anything else, right? They're not doing any damage. They're not pressuring you. And then Demo just keeps swinging, keeps playing more stuff, keeps piling on the pressure.
Yeah, Rubber gets a good pickup here. Finally sees the Guardians. I think is going to have a choice of whether to go for Prep Guardians to try and bail him out, or if he's going to sort of take a turn off first and go for Blood Mage Thalnos into, Prep Fan Rite of Twilight.
I was even looking at it could even be a Neophyte into Guardians
Sure.
next turn, right? Because the Neophyte, obviously it's quite a spell-heavy deck, this Shaman. The Neophyte could just be sort of maybe good enough to just get him over the line, just to survive well enough this turn, and then build into it next.
It feels so risky, though. Still gonna... This makes sense. If you're going to do the Neophyte, you are playing the Guardians this turn, because you do still need to clear that Rhaegar. Is rewarded with the Volcaros. In some respect, not enough corpses to benefit, but it is a rush that removes Rhaegar.
Yeah, it's good enough, right? Like, good enough. Good enough to dance, apparently, as well.
I probably would have been tempted to go for the Thalnos into, Prep Fan Rite of Twilight to remove the board. But, this certainly, being rewarded with the rush to clear the Rhaegar, presents a much stronger board presence, although still able to get cleared up in spite of the Neophyte.
Yeah, I think you just take this and say, well, they cleared, more or less, but it also used their whole turn, and if they didn't have to use the whole turn, were you just dead? Right? It's always a slight fear. So it obviously still Robert 100% on the back foot right now, but yeah, definitely a couple of routes you can go with this Rogue, but it's tough to make the calls because even though this deck's powerful, it's also weirdly limited because guess what? Yeah, you've just got loads of 2-drops. So like without the actual cash out of the troublemakers, then like you've not got too many options. You're like in a scenario like this where it's like, yeah, you've got loads of 2-drops, nice, but then what's the actual way you're fighting back?
Yeah, well, and Robert's been under a lot of pressure, so not a lot of ability to sort of take it easy and make sure that you are filling in the gaps with the hero power to get some of those bigger plays apart from your 2s. Robert not gonna know. Okay, does pick up the Infested Breath. I was gonna say he doesn't know necessarily that he's currently dead to burn. I suppose you'd be aware that it's a possibility. Demo Shadow has 11, which I think Roberg it's just impossible to.
He knows there's the Lightning Bolt, right? That's the one card he knows is there,
right?
Because of the Rhaegar swing that happened on the turn it was played. But yeah, he's gonna do what he can. He's gonna gain a little bit of health here from but also take a damage. And this is gonna be quite the amount of damage being aimed at face with the double Fire Breath and the Lightning Bolt. Not that the Lightning Bolt's needed anymore or anything, but yeah, that is going to be enough. Demo Shadow going to take the lead 2-1 pretty convincingly on the Signature Shaman.
Yeah, I think, that exact scenario is why people sort of made the turn towards double Fire Breath in a lot of cases, because you can end up in these scenarios where, you had that strong early game, but then people finally deal with because it's just one discounted minion a turn. And if you don't get like the Ascendance board, right, that's sticky, you do need oftentimes burn to get over the finish line as your boards have just been cleared over and over again.
Yeah, it's definitely the Shaman deck it's weirdly flexible and not, right? Obviously, you're discovering minions, things can happen, but what you actually do every game is fairly straightforward, right? You're cheating mana to play slightly oversized minions, or you're skipping mana to play bigger minions. But that is all the deck does a lot of the time outside of very specific scenarios. So yeah, you can just get pushed off, and you don't want your opponent to stabilize in that scenario. So as we saw, the burn being very, very clutch there indeed. And suddenly, Edelweiss, Demo Shadow just needs to win with a Demon Hunter, which doesn't seem like too much of a big of an ask when you've got 2 goes at it. Demon Hunter, very, very good right now, of course. And just a reminder for everyone at home, if Demo Shadow wins, it moves on to the top 8, and Robberg would be eliminated and the chance of the World Championship gone, as this is the final chance for these players, or predominantly the final chance for these players to book one of the final 3 spots that are available this weekend to the World Championship at BlizzCon in 6 weeks? It's soon. Very, very soon.
Yeah, quite imminent. I would not be wanting the position of Priest up against this deck either, because I don't know, in my experience, a deck like this, Demon Hunter, that just pumps out these Void Souls, right, that get bigger and bigger and bigger, maybe you can clear those early pushes, but it doesn't get better, right? There's a lot of Void Souls out of the weapon and the the buff to Void Scale as well. Priest can't afford to run Viper, so you're not removing a couple of Void Soul charges that way, because you need to find Soothsayer so badly. So I would definitely put my money on the Demon Hunter for winning versus the Priest here. That being said, hands kind of put it a little bit more in Robberg's favor.
Yeah, and look, all I need to see is a Soothsayer, and there's a chance, as far as I'm concerned. Right, the card's that good. But we did see how it can be run over, and I completely agree. The problem is, it's not just, I need to clear a couple of demons. It's like, no, wave after wave, and they get progressively worse for you. So yeah, very, very scary indeed.
Priest at least does have the ability to clear Trastath, which some decks that are very damage reliant on their removal are just utterly incapable when it gets to certain sizes.
Yeah. Yeah, that is something. Imagine both players just locking in their 4 mana options now with Prepare. Void Scale coming down now though, which is huge. Just getting that down early on curve is the best thing on this Demon Hunter, isn't it? Because you just think like, the game's only going to go well now, right? Because you've just hit the card.
But especially being at full life, to be able to trade in this and get the weapon rolling, you're going to be able to ramp these up very, very quickly, and could even just save some for that Trastath turn. Once they're up to about 4s or 5s, you only need a couple in the same turn to get Trastath to a size where it just demands an answer. I think there's so many states where it is essentially, if you don't clear Trastath, you will die.
Yeah, for sure. Because again, it's not like it's only going to get worse, right? That's like the theme of playing against this Demon Hunter. The longer it goes on, the worse it gets. So we'll see. It's going to be a good response here from Robberg, though. Getting the death rattle off into a giant 3/3 min.
We were joking, my co-workers over on the Coin and Seed podcast, that Trastath buff was actually more of a buff to Priest when it rolls Trastath as a 3/3 than to the Demon Hunter, because the Demon Hunter, you almost don't care about the extra +2/+2. You're playing these Void Souls, it's going to get buffed anyway.
Yeah.
But for the Priest, at least it's a 3/3, not a 1/1.
It's something. Not looking great though. Still 6/6 on the board as well, and another Soothsayer in hand. Not going to be reduced yet with Prepare, of course, but still. Some of these Void Souls going to start coming down, start ramping them up. Just going to use the shard, freeze out that 6/6. Not too bad at all. Just try and delay, because again, I think with the cards available here, especially with that Xavius in hand, Demo's in a decent spot to just say, okay, just don't run me over, because Demo is on 18 health. It's not like it's There's a good amount of damage being pushed, also because of those weapon swings. But yeah, I think with the Xavius coming down, there's a pretty solid plan here for Demo going forward. Just what Rob is going to do to sort of answer this, because there's not actually that many options available in hand outside of like preparing the Soothsayer.
Yeah, you know, Mend not really doing anything without the location, the Ruby Sanctum, to flip the healing into damage. So just gonna try and eke out a little bit of extra draw here to buy time, you know, heal up a little bit. Medivh's Triumph can actually do something next turn, but it's still looking just a bit clunky here for Roberg.
Yeah. And that's one of the funny things about the matchup as well, right? Like, Medivh's Triumph, fantastic card, right? But the longer the game goes on, the worse the card gets because the demons get too big to really care. So that's definitely something that's a little bit tricky to deal with as well. It's going to be a good pickup of a Void Blast here for Demo Shadow, being able to just, again, generate just more Void Souls, be able to pile on that pressure a little bit later on.
Intertwine Fate actually kind of a decent pickup here to be able to hit some extra gas. Could also go for, you know, clears into just heavily prepare the Soothsayer so that maybe you can hope to hit that Schism later on with Soothsayer being extremely inexpensive, so you can actually get the copy.
Yeah, I think that's, for me at this stage, that feels like the best plan. Just trade men, see what happens, but then just commit a good amount of mana to the prepare for the Soothsayer, because that just seems like the biggest payoff, right? There's no Umbra available yet. There's nothing else really going on, so I don't know if putting more into clearing the Xavius is really worth, if I'm honest, especially with so much heal available. I'm gonna spend, okay. Oh, that's still fine, right? Could
Yeah,
still do it. Oh,
looks like
okay.
Roberg's completing quest, right? This is actually going to be a full completion, I think, with the Dark Embrace, and then the Undeath pickup, I think, was what did it. It's another shadow spell. It's going to put...
Ooh.
Oh, we didn't get it in, though.
This is rough. This is now up to a couple of blunders.
Yeah.
You know, honestly, right now, which is really not the best here. And that's a Doom Guard.
Oh,
So,
no.
yeah. As we said, the theme of the deck, it only gets worse if you're facing this deck, because, yeah, that's a huge minion now trading off. Sure, Roberg has cards that can clear it in the deck, but is it really going to be good enough at this point?
But-
Really
and-
tricky here.
Quite notably, I think, is that Demo Shadow saw Second Mend used last turn. I actually would have been loath to let that one go. I know you were saying, like, to use it for cycle. But that Second Mend played means that the quickest and simplest response of Ruby Sanctum Mend, you know, Demo Shadow had the information, was just not there.
Yeah.
And so you feel a lot more comfortable rolling out all these stats when you know that it's primarily damage-based removal, or like somehow full clear into cease to exist.
Yeah, and this is really tricky now, because without the prepare on the Soothsayer, there's not even, you couldn't have even hoped for some shenanigans, right? You know, just something to make happen with like Soothsayer into summon.
Oh no! This is another downside to the Soothsayer Priest into the Demon Hunter, right? Is any number of portals means you have these landmines in your resurrection pool. Completing the quest means that Medivh's Triumph, you have to play the legendary minion to even discount. Roberg kind of hanging head in shame over sequencing there.
Yeah, multiple errors, unfortunately, here for Roberg, because he could have played to Medivh's Triumph before finishing the quest, right? And gone from there. I'm not going crazy here, right? That was very doable.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, that threw me off a little bit, but yeah, just slip after slip, unfortunately. And this one is not looking the best. I mean, it's not over till it's over, right? I'm gonna wait till this turn actually ends just to make sure, because now I'm stressed that there's things been happening across this series, but
Yeah, and you know, this is still a brick wall that you don't know what's going to happen because where the 5 damage shot's going to go.
Yeah.
If they hit minions that can attack right away, then it means that Demo Shadow might not be able to connect. Oh no, the Rock Cigars throws out the rest of it. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
so.
perfect there. So
And
that is going to be the
fast
game. Yeah, Demo Shadow is going to take the victory and move on to the top 8 on Sunday, and Robberg is going to fall away and unfortunately be knocked out of the tournament. However, I will say I think Demo played really well across the series, and Robberg did just have a few blunders, right? We saw a few over the course of the match, and you can see that yes, they may not have been strictly game losing if we could make alternate timelines, but they're the mistakes that can't be made, not at this level with a world championship spot on the line. So really unfortunate there for Robberg. I'm sure he will learn from it and then, you know, progress in the future, as of course as the saying goes, there's always next year. But Demo Shadow, really well done there, especially after, frankly, a rough match at the start of the day against Banterface. With the first 2 games of that series, Demo basically didn't have cards to play, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Good recovery there. But that is going to be Group A wrapped up. But we've got Group B coming right up. We're going to go to a quick break while we get that ready for you guys, and we'll see you in a minute.
back, everybody, to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Summon Championship. We have got through Group A in this final chance for players to get to BlizzCon this year, with Banterface and Demo Shadow going through. And so we get on with Group B. And Group B so far, possibly more of a surprise than Group A was.
Yeah, so we're going to be dealing with Skill Drain versus Diong, which perhaps was not the way that people would have seen that one going, because what that does mean is that Gabby was defeated in the off-screen initial matches. It was a close series, a kind of weird series, honestly, because Demon Hunter actually in that series ended up picking up some of its first L's of the tournament, which weren't actually in mirror matches. But despite Gabby immediately picking up 2 wins over Demon Hunter, he then went on to lose the series, which that kind of flies in the face of the narrative that we've had throughout Group A of Demon Hunter just kind of crushing everything, only losing in the mirror. And players generally struggling with the third deck, not losing games on Demon Hunter. So yeah, Gabby, you can see in the bottom half, down with Noob User in the elimination game. We will be dealing with Skill Drain and Diong, which we will try and say as close to a doorbell sound as possible for the remainder of the series.
Yes, you will. I think it's fair to say we don't know that much about either of the two players, although we're getting a good impression there after that photo comes on the screen as to how Skill Drain is going to take this tournament. 2 players that really came to prominence in the playoffs for this tournament, which we broadcast a few weeks ago. If you want to see those after this, have a look at the VODs. But they have come with largely the lineups we expect in this tournament, one of them choosing the Hunter and one of them choosing the Mage as their 4th deck, I guess.
Yeah, Quest Mage yet to impress from my perspective.
Sorry, the Shaman.
Continue to... Wait, what? What?
I was just correcting myself. It's the Shaman, not the Hunter, that
Oh, okay.
is the change. Carry on.
Yeah,
Mage.
Quest Mage not really impressed me too much so far in this tournament. I find it to be a weird bring. Me and Pocket had quite extensive talks about this as to why there's so much leaving up Demon Hunter going on when it's clearly the best deck, and how, you know, from my perspective, maybe the only argument I can come up with that makes that make sense, even though so many people, you know, all of the top talent that have qualified for this tournament seem to be doing it. There's very little banning Demon Hunter going on. The only justification I can come up with is that the plan is, well, you load up your decks with Cult Neophytes and Vipers, and then you say, well, people will bring Mage as well, and then I have this like double target against Demon Hunter and Mage, and I can leave up Demon Hunter. But I just don't think people have necessarily considered enough, well, A, just how good Demon Hunter is and how easy it is to get wins with it, but B, just how much worse you're making so many other matchups with the things you're doing to your decks to beat Demon Hunter supposedly consistently, which you're then not really doing anyway. And then being one of the people that's bringing Quest Mage, I feel like what you've done is made yourself susceptible to what I think is a bad strategy on the other side, if that makes any sense. So in my head,
It makes a lot of sense.
in my head, it's
I think it might even be worse than that.
Yeah, go on.
Like, I think it's actually... I think you can get away with loading up your decks with Vipers and Neophytes right now. Because I think they're good against most things. Like, Neophyte in particular is just good against everything. There's a lot of 1 and 2 mana spells in this format. Your Viper is decent against Hunter quite often. It has a purpose against some of the other decks, like the Shaman weapon's really powerful, so you're not totally throwing it away. But the same conclusion is I don't think you should bring Mage, because I think you should expect to see these cards that Mage doesn't like.
Yeah, well, we are in agreement, at least for different reasons, but a game of Hearthstone...
half of it, yeah.
The game of Hearthstone has broken out, Lorinda, so I suppose we should talk about it. Skill Drain on the Quest Mage, pretty rapid start, double Windspring Whelp will do that for you. Does have a pretty dreamy looking opener here. Diong was able to go off with the flashback early to try and represent a little bit of pressure, which you absolutely do want to do in this matchup. But I think this might be one of those Quest Mage hands that is just too rapid to compete with another wave shaping picked up as well.
Yeah.
Are we dealing with a missing card here, by the way? The cards are arranged strangely in the Mage hand.
90% sure. Brainmus is a heck of a card to input a lot of damage with you got 2 Neophytes lying around.
Muzzle their magic.
Yeah.
Now,
It's interesting because basically what our conversation said a minute ago is I would be the person who brought the bad strategy, by the way. Just realised, having processed all that conversation.
Wait, you would leave up Demon Hunter in the tournament? It was in,
No, sorry, the strategy of, having all the Vipers and stuff jammed in and then, yeah.
But that's fine. I
No, I
mean,
wouldn't leave it up.
Yeah, that's fine. If you think neophytes and weapon destruction is good in the tournament in general, that's fine. It's the leaving up Demon Hunter part that I have a problem with specifically.
Yeah. I guess you start talking yourself into it. It's like, well, I've got these cards and they're best against Demon Hunter. Maybe I shouldn't ban it. Maybe.
Exactly. Yeah.
I have listened on play test groups who talk themselves into something a bit silly after several days of having, how do we beat this meta? And sometimes things do get a little bit lost in the conversations. They do get a bit convoluted at times. They're trying so hard to find the advantage, where the advantage is do the good thing.
Alright, second neophyte, but Skill Drain is kind of just getting on with it, playing minions here. Was locked out of a 1-mana spell on the previous turn. Does now find Spark of Life to go along with this. And honestly, reasonable arguments for a couple of these cards. Sands of Time, obviously a high quality card that you play in your deck, but Critter Caretaker just able to impact the board right now, get a bit of healing, and actually fight for the board. And this was my expectation. I think Skill Drain has just been able to scrap his way through these ugly neophyte turns and really not suffered a great deal for it.
Yeah, this 2/2 does an awful lot of work, right? It's just a heal for 3, and it's a must-kill minion, so now you've got to trade something into it, or find use a card on it at least.
Yeah.
When you're in the midst of just trying to hit them for 5 and 7 every turn, and suddenly you're not allowed to.
When did Braymasus get nerfed, by the way? Didn't this used to be a 2/4, or am I insane?
It was something. It got nerfed after everybody eventually had seen too many Braymasuses.
Okay.
I'm almost certain it got changed.
Okay.
Because it was a stalwart of standard for some time, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Alter time, is it required? No, it's not required. I guess the Blizzard's taken in case of the Jades, right? There could be a couple of awkward 8-drops he wants to buy time on later on, because obviously it's not for next turn.
Yeah, mana is spoken for the next few turns anyway, so taking cheap cards to play now doesn't really achieve a great deal, because you're kind of locked into what you're doing over the course of the next couple of turns. You have Weapon and Raptor Heralds to go here anyway.
Yeah, and Skeleton Key after the weapon is going to be good fun. Hold on to your Raptor Herald if you want to.
DeYoung does not have a Viper in the Rogue, as far as I can see. No, absolutely not. So there was the option to just preload the weapon and just have maximum payoff for the following turn, but chooses to relieve a little bit of the pressure first.
I was talking to Ray about this earlier, but this Thanos in this deck, not at this exact time, it's a very bad time to mention it, is so good. But here, not a lot doing.
Yeah, we were talking about it off stream when you brought that up, of like, there aren't many cards that, a classic legendary that still sees play in decks now, a decade later. It's kind of incredible, because obviously there's some things where, like, okay, sure, Leroy Jenkins, like, people perhaps they didn't realize back then how destructive Charge was, right? Charge has been a thing that's largely been moved away from. They're much more careful with it. Gadgetzan Conceal, Cold Blood, Leroy Cold Blood Conceal. These are all things which would still be the best deck now, because that's really stupid as a thing that you're able to do.
Yeah.
Right? But largely, cards that were, part of the original sets in 2014, nowhere near the power level required anymore. But Blood Mage Thanos just hangs around, just keeps on trucking.
The only one I can think of that sometimes comes up in a Discover, but it's you don't want to pay for it, is Ken. Sometimes turns up as a 5/5 taunt with a body underneath it. Ken Blood who? Karen?
Yeah, but that's not a card you're putting in your deck and spending mana on.
No, there are almost none, I think. Of course, standard sets have rotated a little bit now as well, so there's few available, but yeah. And I think it's good that it lasts because it's just a nice card, right? It teaches you what Hearthstone is.
Yep.
Bit of tempo, bit of damage, get some more cards, off you go.
In the meantime, we
These
are
are power turns for skill drain, right?
Yeah, we're skeleton keying because the mana restriction has forced him off the Raptor Herald line.
A little bit low on health. I kind of think I want to take the Rite of Twilight here and just see if the damage can get there, yeah.
Yeah, I think you have to take cards that say damage on them at this point.
Oh, Troublemaker.
Yeah.
It's really amusing to me, by the way, that, and I understand why, and it makes a lot of sense, but that the cards that pay off for playing 2-drops aren't 2-drops.
Yes, yeah, obviously. Like, yeah, Jade Guardians, you can kind of make it happen, right? Where your first Jade Guardians then discard the
Yes.
second one and so on.
Nobody's gonna know.
Right,
Okay.
this has got to be a big board. It's got to be a big board. You want to drop that the healing as well if you can, but mostly you just need stats in play to soak up monkey damage.
Beneath the shadow
Oh,
of my
Yep, that'll do.
big. And then this needs to stop you from dying. Be nice.
The Deathwing can attack. So I think you're already doing a reasonably good job at not dying. Couple extra taunts will do the job, though. Oh, it's got shot! I knew it could attack. I didn't realise it could attack there. That's not allowed.
Well, this is awkward. I assume he's worked out he doesn't need to prep this. Not there. No Jades. Can't kill the 12-10. Can't get through the wall.
13 damage
Just
in the
need-
monkey, which is just nowhere near good enough at this point.
Quite
Unless,
unlucky, isn't it?
unless,
Yes, it is. Yeah. He's going to put that to 1, so there's fewer targets after the monkeys hit it once. So to raise his incredibly tiny chance to a slightly less incredibly tiny chance.
yeah, very good.
It probably makes it like 10 times more likely, honestly. It's just
Yeah,
still
yeah,
impossible.
It'll be like a genuine order of magnitude there. You have to win a 1 in 5 and then hit, 10 1 in 4s as opposed to having to hit 11 1 in 5s over the course of it.
Yeah.
Like, it's
So-
a little bit worse than that in actuality, but yeah, optimization for sure, recognizing that was the only out, going for it and doing it in the optimal way as well. Like, these are things that almost never matter in high stakes Hearthstone like that, but the one time it does matter, you go down in history. That clip enters the Hall
Yeah.
of Fame, so yeah, get it right.
And beyond that, it shows that he's in the right place to be playing this game. Like, he's thinking that clearly to, okay, I can optimize here, and I'm going to. Like, my job here is to optimize everything I can. Let's do it. So that's good to see. But it is Skill Drain who gets the mage out of there, which I think is a huge deal because these 3rd, 4th decks in this tournament are going to go on about it all weekend. Get used to it. They're what we're going to have to see getting through.
You are being abused in Discord by Pocket Train right now. I don't know if you want to offer any response to this, Lorinda?
Live on air? Oh. Well, that's not my usual diet. Okay. We're going into game number 2.
Yeah, so context-wise, there was a bit of a disagreement between Pocket and Lorinda. I think you talked about this on stream during your last cast as well, right?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, that Pocket thinks Mage beats Rogue. Lorinda is very convinced of the opposite. But it is worth saying, like, Mage 2, Rogue 0 is a very small sample in terms of what we've seen, though. But that was Rogue with double neophyte on the early turns, right? Like that was Mage having to play in slow motion because of the shutdown from the Rogue.
Yeah,
However,
you called it on turn 3, and I was like, well, there's quite a lot of tempo here. And you're like, no,
Yeah,
I'm pretty
no.
confident that the Rogue's going to lose this.
but I will say that was a crazy Mage hand and no Jade Guardians on the
Yes.
other side as well. So read into it what you will. I think both of you can probably make your cases there. Although I am inclined to agree that probably the matchup that Mage is okay in, not least if you're playing against a Rogue that hasn't chosen to go with the Rust Drop Viper as well.
Big fan of you being the person sitting on the fence and not me for once. Yeah, you're both sort of right. It's fine.
I literally said it's Mage favoured. Fence sitting accusations will not work against me, Neil. I
shall
rebuke
keep
them.
trying.
I rebuke them in the
Okay.
strongest terms possible.
So, looking at this Demon Hunter, there is a Xavius in there. What do you think of that? I don't think that's necessarily the most common card to see in the Demon Hunter.
I think a few people are playing it. I don't think it's uncommon. I confess I have not looked at the breakdown. My experience with the deck is playing Xavius as well. And from what I saw, a lot of the lists are playing it. It's just, it's essentially a nod to you have a low number of minions and one of them is a 3/4 taunt that wins you the game a lot of the time,
Yeah.
So it's...
And actually, I guess the other two are good as well, right? Your Neophyte and your Viper, you're going to situationally need those.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Kane on top of that as well, right? It's a late game out. If you specifically hit a wall of Jade Guardian taunts or priest taunts, anything like that, then sometimes you just need to specifically go fishing for Kane to find lethal out. So, I do think Minion Shooter is pretty good in the deck.
Really interested to see this next turn. I mean, to see all the turns, but I found Sigil of Cinder to be very good against Rogue. It's annoying to get down. It's 2 mana that does nothing immediately. But what Rogue does in the early game is annoy you with small things because they all cost 2. And having that 6 damage just sort of basically wipe out the board a large percentage of the time is often worth it in this exact situation. Also means you get to delay your Neophyte until they've got 5 mana. Or they're going to have 5 mana their next turn, which is really nice because if everything costs 2, I know not everything doesn't cost 2, there's some other things you can do, but if most of your cards are costing 2 and you can only play one of them for 3 and then the other one costs 3, you get to spend 5 mana on 1 2-drop if the Neophyte's played next turn.
Yeah. Decent gap filler for sure. There is actually a fair amount of variation in Void Soul lists, because obviously we were just talking about Xavius, but Sigil of Cinder is a card that isn't ever present in all of these deck lists as well. Some people have cut it out. Diong actually does not have the Prepare card in his list at all. He's playing a Royal Librarian in that spot instead, which is incredibly interesting.
Yeah, on Ladder, Sigil was a card I put in towards the end of my testing when I just started losing more and more to Rogue. I'd lost to a Sigil. I think, why is that there? I just put it in. It's like, oh, that's why it's there. This is cool.
It is a problem the deck has, right? Like, there are a lot of cards that if you were categorizing the cards into buckets, they would go in the removal card bucket, right? Like, Infestation is a removal card. The 3 mana Dormant card is a removal card. But these aren't cards that you really want to be using as straight up removal. A lot of the time your best actual removal card is Illidari Studies, just because it can hit Flash Flood and and these Raptors. But Broxgar's Last Stand is a card that really you want to use for card draw a lot more than actual removal a lot of the time. Those things can end up being one and the same, but it's very low impact removal. So I think Demon Hunter as a deck can struggle with removal a little bit because its game plan so often is just I make bigger things than you quicker than you can keep up with and just overwhelm. That if you do have a slow start, having that removal card to be able to catch up again in the form of Sigil of Cinder, and maybe that can work. But the counter argument to that is Sigil of Cinder could just be a different card that you can play on board and stop yourself from falling behind.
Sure. Sometimes it's a second Viper or various other things like you said. Yeah, it struggles with medium-wide boards. Like a bunch of 3/5s is like the nightmare for the Demon Hunter deck, because your infestation can deal with small boards, it can deal with a big minion, but the second you sort of have to deal with 2 or 3 things in a turn, the Demon Hunter can get in a lot of trouble. High health, fairly efficient, low attack minions, it doesn't like them.
And Infestation is a very efficient removal card once you've cast the front-loaded cost. And you just have...
Once you've missed turn 2.
Yeah, you just have... Well, I mean, even if, you allocate 2 mana on turn 5 or whatever it is, right? Like, as long as you have that done, it's incredibly efficient. But if you wait until the point where the board's already there, and then you have to start your turn by spending 2 mana do nothing, it's very rarely good enough to catch up. So the removal package, if there is a weakness to this deck, that is what it is. But it's such an effective aggro deck that... it not being a really good removal deck is not really valid criticism, is it? It's not what the deck's designed to do.
Exactly. Anyway, just looking at this, De Jong is setting up. This is why the Neophyte's coming out now. He wants to do all the Jade stuff next turn, so he's doing... oh, he's doing it now, in fact. I can't count.
They're cheap. Extra. Yeah, they're cheap. Cheap as chips.
But the Neophyte there to slow down any response to this and then do the other Jade next turn anyway.
We cannot yield while nature endures.
Just random dragons.
Yeah, doing this in this order just to have the hand space open, because random dragons, if they're not discounted, not particularly valuable in comparison to cards you draw off the top.
Yeah, and now the Neophyte on the other side is, it's too late. Stopping the second one isn't going to work. And this is where things do get awkward for the Demon Hunter. We discussed the removal options, but also I don't think there's been many Void Souls. I think we're up to 4 next one, so not many in hand. Playing them takes time. Most of them don't have charge or rush, apart from the 1 or 2 that do. And does have a little hand size problem here if he wants to play another Jade whilst under this Neophyte. Quite a big hand size problem, in fact. So I assume he'll try and efficiently dump the things that are making his hand annoying. Which, yes, this is a good starting point for that, right? Yeah.
So what's the problem with the Jade Guardian's turn? You can just spend...
just hand size.
But you can just spend... Yeah, you just do that. You can spend any card in your hand that costs 3 or less, and then you just make room.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh! Bang!
You.
Skill Drain going to need minor miracles here. I'm not sure they are possible with a 4 and a 5 coming out of the Void Soul.
No. Like Doomguard, your starting point. Studies.
It doesn't hit the Flash Floods, which is the only thing we're really worried about. De Jong, I think, had that in mind as well. You can see the positioning. 1/4 Poisonous Reborn on the far right-hand side. Marithra on the far left. Marithra has 12 HP, so it tanks both hits of a Flash Flood, even if it repeats. Poisonous Reborn, 1 attack minion on the other side, not something he really cares about. Tanks from the other side, so Flash Flood doesn't really end up clearing anyway in that position. So 2 instances, right, where the ends of games from De Jong have led to very minor optimizations, neither of which have ended up mattering. But as you were pointing out, great spot. Yeah, he wins one and he loses one, but win or lose, he is finding the small optimizations that at some point in this series might actually be the difference between a win and a loss if he keeps doing them.
Also giving up a random dragon for a hand space as well the turn before.
Yeah.
So he's just getting all the little things that we're seeing, at least, absolutely spot on, thinking very clearly, and 1-1. Still got his own Demon Hunter left. That's ruined our narrative, honestly. If Demon Hunter's going to start losing, we have to think of another narrative. Pocket, give us another false narrative, please.
You just swap it, like, clearly you haven't been doing this for long enough. Now you just have to go, well, the Group A narrative was this, but the Group B narrative, yeah, very different. Because as mentioned earlier, Gabby beat Demon Hunter from Skill Drain twice in the off-screen match, and it was Demon Hunter and then Hunter and Mage winning on the first try from skill drain that got him through the series. So Demon Hunter really doing very, very badly indeed in this group so far. Take a look at the other off-stream game, which I did not look at because it's what we were looking for. Demon Hunter played once and won once in that series. So, yeah, there you go.
Right, Demon Hunter versus the Contraband Hunter, I've got it down as. So, interesting matchup. This can go very, very rapidly downhill for Demon Hunter. It's one of the reasons that I think that Hunter is kind of solidly the third deck in this tournament. I think it plays okay against both the Rogue and the Demon Hunter. It's not great, it's not one of the top decks, but you can just do so much so quickly on the hands that Demo Shadow doesn't get.
One of these days, look, I get it, the Pocket Trainer's used to like being right, here's a world champion, but one of these days he will realise that I'm here now, and the alpha has switched. Keeps trying to correct me and being wrong. It's very embarrassing for him.
Yeah, we should start calling him out on it really more.
Yeah, I agree.
Like we're doing now. Oh, apparently you're calling a Demon Hunter winning a mirror as a Demon Hunter win. That is what it is.
The statement I made.
That is correct.
The statement I made was that Gabby beat Demon Hunter twice, which is a correct statement.
Honestly, Pocket. Behave. Right. Skill Drain hand wasn't going too great until this pickup. Do you want to missiles first here? I think I want to draw my card first. I understand why, because he gets more choice onto where he's put his 2-1 after his tripwire, but... Wow. But it doesn't matter then, does it? That's really unfortunate. He didn't want that 4-face damage, I can assure you. He wanted one of these minions to be on 2 health.
It's an interesting juxtaposition now of going from a couple of Roberg series. Very, very animated, constant movement, had the automatic camera tracking following around the room. Skill drain, catastrophic outcome there, and just not bothered. Figure out what to do now.
Yeah, I'll work out, and Diongo's been the same as we've said already, so
yep.
Both making sure they get their plays as right as they can. So the only question here is if you want to save a neophyte for a little longer, like going into a potential Tolvia turn or something, or if you think you've got the tempo to just make it right now, right? Partly because of this exact play.
Yeah, Sylvanas is going to be the card that you really don't want to see here, especially when it fills out with the shovel, which is the perfect 1-2 here, through the neophyte. This is the punish, right? Because even if your opponent had Sylvanas, the neophyte still does something because they can't also then wound prey, arcane shot, earthen roar, the one minion that doesn't die. So there's still value in the neophyte even against an opponent's Sylvanas. It's just specifically weapon Sylvanas that ends up punishing this play, which is kind of brutal.
And then this is the key turn of the game for me. Like, do you want to load up your weapon, start swinging, and hope your void shards get you out of it because you'll have so many of them, especially with these blasts lined up? Or do you feel that you need to defend yourself immediately and delay that, which means you'll never get to the high void shard status? And I think he might have to just suck it up and play the weapon here.
This is a really hard turn for me specifically because I'm very much under the belief that Stardust Scythe is a Midrisil, right? You double think yourself into not playing it, and then you shut up, you call yourself an idiot, and you play it. Even for any reason you're trying to convince yourself where it's not right to just slam it, you should talk yourself out of that and then just slam it. However, against Hunter, in this matchup specifically, when your opponent has tripped arcane tripwires in their deck and a weapon that is about to summon those to smash you in the face while you are making no board presence in response to this, this is one of the hardest turns imaginable to talk yourself out of doing anything else except playing the Scythe. So I am very impressed that De Jong has been able to do that. Be it right or wrong in the end.
Yeah, I think the deciding factor is that next turn, for what it's worth, you know, after all the damage you take, you do have that double blast, you have a studies, you've got a lot of things to go into, and then the turn after, if you jam 5 void shards or similar, you might be okay. But
do you not just have to?
As it happens,
I feel like you have to jam all the void shards now. I kind of feel the opposite to that. That
you do now. Now this has happened with the extra beasts for sure. But
yeah,
I think there was an argument that might not happen.
Your opponent had a turn, right? You're expecting them to play a turn. This was a very good one in terms of the board that was generated.
So,
but even if they were setting up for damage, you still want to put stats in play to play around arcane tripwires coming out of the deck, right? So I feel like it ends up being the same thing.
I feel like you get the view this way, though. I think that if the board wasn't quite this large, you get the chance to start. You would have got the chance to start off with the studies and see what you've got.
Yes. Okay. Good.
And then decide if you want to go void sharding.
We were talking earlier.
He is here.
Well, I was going to say we were talking earlier about the best demons. You and Pocket were having an intelligent conversation about the best demons. I wasn't listening and then joined in the wrong conversation halfway through. But in this instance, 2/4 taunt probably better off than a 5/3 in this spot in terms of coming out of the 2 pool.
Agreed.
Yeah.
5/3 would have been pretty useless here. 7/7 also one of the best one almost always, and that 5/3 is usually the best one, but possibly not here. Probably still is, because it's still going to summon 2 of the void guys. I can't remember the last name.
Void Scale.
Void guy.
Void Scale.
Void Scale. It's still going to summon 2 of those next turn, as long as it gets to get played. 2 turns time? Yeah, that's too far, actually. Anyway. Skill Drain.
One's already been played, no? I think, hasn't it? I feel like one's already been played.
I'm looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, one's already played, so I was right first time. I'll get 2 next turn. Yeah, so it's fine. However, the damage is adding up in Skill Drain's hand here.
Absolutely, yeah. This is where Axe of Cenarius can start coming in clutch. Very difficult to rebuild health. You can, of course, do a little bit with Illidari Studies as well.
Earth to keep himself alive, because he is so low himself. He's got to be a little bit careful with how he trades. Studies an infestation, and suddenly you're sweating a bit.
Gets the 3rd corpse from the dog trading in order to get the reborn.
Yeah.
On the Dino Horn.
Yeah, rip this studies and just see what you're offered and see what your turn needs to look like.
Okay, no Flash Flood, but there is an Eye Beam.
Eye Beam or Horn, both useful here for different reasons. But Eye Beam is very cheap, and I think you need the cheap thing.
Yeah, I think Horn is just too much mana. I think falling into a pure removal turn this turn is just committing to being on the back foot. Like, you have to play more Void Souls this turn in order to get out ahead of the board.
Have a look what it is, because you can.
Nope.
It's a mediocre one that you don't want. Eye Beam, Void Blast, because you wanted the health to get the 7-drop, which could be the 4/10 that gives you lifesteal. That's his out here.
No. Brutal.
Okay, still gonna get through these. And any turn that Skill Drain has a bad turn, if that happens, obviously there's a Tolvir in hand and we can see it. He will die on the backswing a lot of the time here now. Yeah, the 4/10 lifesteal would have just won the game on the spot though. Leaving open his mana so that things he draws from the Tolvir can be played afterwards if he wanted to.
Oh, being told, by the way, that off the initial Illidari studies, Cosmic Manifestations, the deal 2 damage twice, was actually just straight up lethal on that turn.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Which goes to show, right? I was talking on the previous turn, don't get locked into making defensive plays.
Yes,
and then
yes.
was getting locked into making defensive plays, but De Jong again.
So easily done.
Yeah, De Jong again, recognizing the outs and going for the Illidari first.
This doesn't look as ridiculous as you'd expect it to look. After a Tolvia turn.
There's an Illidari!
Oh my goodness, that's lethal!
It's a green rag! There's only 3 of them on 8. There's an Asphyxodon, there's a Moarg, there's an Illidari. That will do nicely. De Jong misses the lethal. Well, doesn't miss the lethal, isn't offered the lethal on the previous turn. But the game giveth, the game taketh away. It gives it to him straight back on the following turn with the Illidari Inquisitor. Takes a deserved lead, I would say, so far in the series, going up 2-1. And the Demon Hunter narrative is cooking once again. We're back.
It's cooking.
Demon Hunter, best.
So he had 3 chances there at winning that game. So there were people out there who said he got lucky on the last roll. Yeah, he did. But he had a chance to roll a 4/10 lifesteal. He had a chance to get the 2 damage deal damage twice card, and he had this chance. So add that lot together, and it's probably 85% worth of chances he's created for himself there.
Yeah. The 5-drop was good, but the 5-drop could also have been Doomguard, which would have been excellent. It could have been Wrathspike Brute, which could have been excellent. That's 3 out of 5 of the pool, I think, which are very, very good in that spot. The 6 he whiffed on, although there's not a lot there.
He did hit the 7/7. We've got to be fair here.
Yeah, 4 mana 7/7, but it got Earthen Rawed anyway, so that was relatively non-impactful in terms of what was going on. And then the 6 drop missed, which there's Sewer Imp in there as well, which is a 1 in 4, which is Taunt that consecrates the opponent's entire board. So there was really good hits across 4, 5, and 6 that he absolutely could have got. Didn't get any of them. Had a lethal out from the Illidari Studies, which didn't come up, and then the Illidari Inquisitor off the 8 is a 33% chance, right? That's not like a crazy out in that position anyway. So, this goes back to the conversation that me and Pocket were having in the previous series that I cast, which I enjoy very much, about De Jong really does.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. If you could,
Here,
if you wouldn't mind, there's a budding bromance going on here that you're not a part of. No, but. De Jong seems to be one of those players with a specific strength in the place that I was saying my weakness was when I was a competitive player, that does seem to, no matter the pressure, no matter how things are going, because if I was in that spot, I would be like, oh my god, I whiffed on the 5, oh my god, I whiffed on the 6, and either be so fogged and ragey to not continue to think and make good plays, or to bail out of making random plays because I've now convinced myself random plays are going to lose, right?
Random plays are no longer random. I'm not doing them anymore.
Exactly, yeah. I'll make a deterministic bad play instead of a random play that might be good. That doesn't make any sense, but that's totally a thought process that you can get into. Whereas De Jong here, staying cool all 3 games now so far. Minor optimizations, which have mattered to varying degrees, from 0 to slightly more than 0. But the point being, he's found them, and you have no control over how much of an impact your optimizations have on the game. You can only control making those optimizations and doing them correctly.
I love the way that the one that optimized his percentage by the most was the one that didn't matter in the slightest.
Yeah, that definitely increased by the biggest factor for sure. Yeah. It moved a decimal point 6 places to the left, but it still definitely did not matter.
It just doesn't matter. Yeah, you still can't find them if you're writing them down. Interesting shift, because of the buffs and the nerfs since the last tournament. This is now trying to get a win with your Shaman rather than, they've left Shaman up, thanks. The difference in just a few card changes makes it a game. Still a very powerful deck.
Brideborn Drake bites the dust, by the way, off the Platasaur. De Jong able to deal with it immediately and hitting a 1-drop off the turn 1 location. Of course, discounted to a 0-drop, being able to play it immediately. Very, very nice opening sequence from De Jong.
Yeah, we've seen some Hunter hands that have needed this card draw. I think this deck, without the little rat drawing your cards for you, would really struggle. And that's why we see the priority on that keep.
Yeah, great card. Great, just you know, it's the kind of card where it's like, okay, if we want to just kind of generically improve the power level of a class, location that summons loot hoarders, pretty generically powerful card for any real version of any deck that you might want to play.
And it sounds, when you word it that way, modern Hearthstone, that sounds really mediocre, doesn't it?
No,
When you
that
play it,
sounds
you use it.
incredible.
Summoning loot hoarders?
If you only have to pay for the first one, that sounds pretty good to me.
Very true. Alright, next turn looks like a big one from Skill Drain. Got the Tripwire and the weapon ready to go. This is the most powerful thing, in my opinion, this deck does.
Keep 'em on ice.
He kept that Frost Shatter in the mulligan, by the way.
Yes.
Here we are.
Yep. Very close to me being able to bang one of my favorite drums, which is Fire Breath being a very underrated card in this deck, just because you don't quite appreciate how many of the random things that appear end up being elementals. It seems able to buff 2 or 3 things very, very regularly. Because there's Sizzling Cinders, there's the Wailing Vapor that's in play, there's also the 5-drop that just summons 2 Cinders to the board, right? Which is incredible when you get to pair it with that. Like, there's so much random elemental synergy, you know, not to mention, of course, the transforming minions themselves.
Yeah, and if you don't get any of those, it's still a good card because the reach in this deck is often required anyway. So,
yeah.
Combination of it being in there anyway. Oh, look, it's got a lovely side effect that I don't care for, but hang on, that's won me the game as well. Yeah, we'll have one of those.
Mortal Coil, very decent, but might be a rewind still. Is a rewind still. Alright, not bad. Probably the most commonly rewound Sands of Time class Shaman, just, you know, specifically because of the ability to hit more of those payoff transform spell cards, which are so integral to your strategy with the deck.
There's so much good stuff you can hit. I mean, Amodin's last hand here is, you know, not the option you're looking for. That's fine. It absolutely doesn't mind that, you know?
Muradin's last hand? Where have they gone? What have you done to them?
Yeah. It'll be the last hand he gets in this match at this rate because he's looking very good to take this game at the moment. But Skildrade does still have a lot of beasts to make, if he desires.
Yeah, pivoting towards the Arcane instead, which I think is sensible.
Yeah, needs something to do about that board. He's getting very low on health. He needs to start doing some damage, so this does both those two things.
That King of the Underbelly in hand is quite awkward now, with the Briarspawn Drake being discarded earlier.
Yeah, if your game is not going correctly, the King of the Underbelly can definitely be a not particularly great card in the deck at times. It's so versatile, but just sometimes you just like, this is a 6 mana card, do nothing. And this might end up being one of those times. It might end up being 6 mana, gain 4 health, put a minion in play. I haven't actually checked what's in his. Does have the Pterodax, the Tortola, and the Agamagan. I think the Wasp has vanished from most of them now. That was in there for a while.
Well, by some distance, the worst turn that De Jong has played so far this game. Just very, very little going on. Extremely low impact. Board is sticky, yes, with the Death Rattle summoning the 2/1.
But it's worked possibly really well for him, picking up that Shadow Word Death, depending how the next couple of turns go. Ruin. The multiple Shadow Word Death.
Sisters, my instinct shall hunt down our enemies.
Yikes. No, thank you.
No?
Can we try again, please?
Try again would be preferable, but...
Can you
Phone
try
free might
again
be okay.
and be better, please?
These aren't the cards you're looking for.
So, a tame pet has been played. There's not
Yes.
Sisters,
there's not a Tolvir in hand to be able to replay the tame pets. So it's still like, what? It's 7 mana, summon a 4-drop. End of sentence. It's not good, is it?
6-drop, right? 6 drop.
Why is it a 6-drop?
Because you get the +2, don't you? Doesn't it raise it by 2 before you pick one?
Oh, of course, yeah. Sorry, I was starting at 1 instead of starting at 3. I was being stupid. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's fine. Yeah.
So it's still bad, but it's not quite that level of bad.
Yeah. But still, 7 mana for a random 6-drop beast is not something you're interested in doing, right? Like, if you'd played 2 tame pets and you had a Tolvir in your hand, right, and then you have a plan for the next couple of turns of actually like getting something impactful, but yeah, not gonna happen.
Yeah, Shieldressel can just be deal 5, move your taunt out the way, so fine. Do you get the impression Diong is trying to accumulate sort of... Well, he's trying to find something that does something, but amongst that is trying to get some hand, some direct damage.
Shaman do be like this sometimes, though. I swear there's so many
does,
hands where I
yeah.
just look at them and like, why are these cards in my deck? None of them do anything. All of my cards require me to play other cards before they do anything. Where are my generically good cards that I can just play to make all of these other cards do things? And I do
And then the
think...
problem is your hand does fill up, yeah.
I do think Blazing Invocation being nerfed, because that card was essentially free to play at any point, right? Not in the sense of the turn that you were playing, but you always got the 1 mana back that you were playing on it, right? And you were very rarely going to end up with something bad. So on most turns, it felt like it was a playable card, whereas now you just, having to pay 1 extra for a very expensive minion. Not
So now we've
quite
got
as impressive.
Shieldressel. Do we look for an Agam and just win with the Shieldressel the next turn? Because you play it for free, you get the Nightmare for the +5.
Yeah, I like it. Because the opponent's turn was so low pressure, I think you have the room to be able to do something like that. I do think the Arcane Tripwire being found has given you a little bit of pause as to what the most efficient route for damage is here. But I think I still like the Underbelly line a little bit more.
You count whether Wound Prey needs to go face or not as well, but you want the 1/1 because you want to put the Nightmare on it next turn. You want an extra thing there that can do 5. Oh, that's not helping. Descendant is not required right now, thanks.
I must contemplate.
Oh.
I think contemplating is a good starting point. I don't know how much it's going to help you.
Well, still contemplating getting these cards out of his hand, I think.
Keep 'em on ice.
Give me some more options, thanks. There we go. Ah, there we go. There's some real cards, kind of. Not really.
Not really. They're still
I've changed
so
my mind.
unplayable.
Yeah.
Reached its limit.
Just got to drop these Blazing Invocations and try and get some cards to play for next turn.
He is looking for burn. He's no showing. But yeah.
But was able to clear the board, at least for the effects of Shieldressel. Board clear, 1 minion remaining frozen. So no ability to take advantage of Nightmare. There's no way he, of course, can be certain that there is a Shieldressel coming his way. But he does have the
in fact, it's
knowledge
probably quite
that he knows the Briarspawn was burned off the Platysaur on turn 1, right? So there's probably a reasonable expectation that an expensive spell was taken. If the
Especially as your opponent thought for a very long time and then played King on the next turn that's been in their hand for a while.
Sure.
It's suspicious, at least.
Oh, hello.
Yeah. Now the damage is adding up. I'd really, really like to activate this weapon this turn, and I'm really, really not going to be allowed to, I think. Like, pick freeze, hit into the 3-4, but you're then on 8.
A dream come true.
Nope. Wanted ideally one of the 0 mana spells that turn. Dream would have been the best, but you would have taken Nightmare as a consolation prize just because it's a 0 mana spell that you can use to start juicing. So you're just going to have to push your way through and then Tiny Pal the face with the freeze effect, I think.
Presumably. Yep. Unless he wants to take Taunt. Ride his luck.
Oh. Oh.
I preferred freeze, but yeah, I thought
Yeah,
Taunt
I mean,
might be a
we're
gambling
staring at
option.
Shaladrisil, though. He doesn't know about this, right? Like,
Yes.
this does very specifically die to Shaladrisil because there's still the 2 mana remaining to drop the Awakens. Dion can't reasonably be expected to do that. My pause there was that I didn't realize he didn't need the damage from the attack before the Awakens, so he was okay to blow up his own board on the way. But yeah, like, it's very easy, you know. This is the kind of situation that the term caster vision was invented for, right? That we're staring at a Shaladrisil that we know kills them, but in that spot, going for the additional board presence and then saying perhaps the freeze is more useful on the following turn, or maybe the 1 damage is more useful on the following turn for lethal, that kind of thing. Probably more worth it in the long run. But yeah, great pick of Shaladrisil in the end. From skill drain to get over the line, restabilizing from the position of, you know, losing his primary win condition with the King of the Underbelly, with the Briarspawn Drake being discarded on turn 1, finding a plan B, which is always a nice feeling with the deck. I know you were talking about how you know, facetiously talking about Tolvir being buffed to 5 mana now, so you can kill your opponent. You can kill your opponent with it.
Me?
Yeah.
Facetious. I can't even spell it.
But yeah, finding those alternate game plans, especially off discovers, I do think that's something that does unlock in the deck at some point when you get a little bit more experience, right? Of particularly off the Discover Sister, sometimes you do get some hot garbage. So sometimes it's just, well, this one has a 6 in the top left corner, so I'll just click on that one because it will deal 6 damage at some point in the game, right? Which is better than anything else I can do. And I think that's where Skill Drain ended up being. And he is now down to the Demon Hunter, which either is or isn't the best deck on the game, depending on what the last thing that happened was.
I think it's, you know, I think the argument is going to be it's the best deck in the game, but it's not. There you go. Clarified everything there.
Nailed it.
But I would rather be the Demon Hunter than the Shaman, that is for sure. Than the Mug Shaman. Just to absolutely clarify this position, there is a Z Shaman in this tournament, which I would absolutely love to have right now against a Demon Hunter. It is very, very good against Demon Hunter. If they miss Infestation, they kind of just melt.
Yes, indeed. You will have to wait just a little bit to see the 1Z Shaman hanging around in this tournament. Perhaps a late development. Perhaps people didn't have enough testing time with it to see if it was worthwhile. Perhaps the strategy doesn't necessarily work. We were talking about this a fair bit of like, well, actually, maybe if you're leaving up Demon Hunter, then you should be bringing Z Shaman, not Mug Shaman. But yeah, who knows?
I think the thing is, Z Shaman's only really come to prominence on ladder in the last 2 or 3 days. Before that, it was a fringe deck that you might just not choose to look at. Like, I'm not saying these people don't do prep; they do a lot of prep. But Z Shaman was very much a sort of, oh look, I won 1 million games at rank 10,000 type deck, and people saying, yeah, sure, and ignoring those comments, and then, yeah, maybe they just didn't have the time to test it or didn't have the inclination to.
Yeah, no, agreed. That is very, very possible. Was a late development for sure, but it is an incredibly explosive deck. Probably, you know, the quickest deck in the game in terms of just outright aggression and winning the game on as early as turn 3 some of the time. If you can get the Maiev hidden behind some taunts, slam some minions, game ends. A lot of the time, it's very, very hard to deal with.
I legitimately, and I've got the proof of this, my first 2 games on that deck I won on after my turn 1. both times my opponent just went, nah, not playing against this. One was Maev double frog.
I was going to say, well, you had like Coin Maev frog or something?
Yeah, double frog. And the other one was buff frog, another 1-drop, and they just didn't want to play against it, even though they probably should. Yeah. You never know. The person I played before, yeah, they probably played 4 of them in a row who've all had the nut start. They just didn't want to face another one. It's most likely there.
Yep.
Right. Who is going through to the next day? Reminder, the loser of this match does still get to play one more attempt in the Eliminator match later on. But this is the winners match in Group B. Through 2 players who qualified through the qualifiers.
Yeah, spot in the top 8 at stake, at which point you are in touching distance of BlizzCon, which goes to show, you know, if you think you're them at Hearthstone, all you have to do is get yourself a few points. Not even a few if you're from the Americas region. Get yourself a point, and then then you can find yourself in playoffs, and then you can be like one of these 2 players, making it through the playoffs to the Masters Tour, and then you're just a couple of series wins away from going to the World Championship. So.
Yeah, well, there were the open qualifiers as well. Did you say that? You may have just said that.
No, I did not.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, there's the open qualifiers. That means anybody at all can qualify if you're not a ladder god, but you think you're a tournament god, or if you just want to have some fun and play against some of these top players in some tournaments. Yeah, that was another way you could get here. I think you have to take the Spectral Sight. I'm terrible here, and sometimes take the Flash Flood and hold it and try and move it around until it works. Oh, he really doesn't want this.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's the same theory, right? Take a playable card as opposed to taking an expensive card that gets stranded in the middle of your hand, but it is something that is immediately impactful, and I think it makes sense because this is such a tempo battle. We talked about this earlier, right? Demon Hunter doesn't want to fall behind. Shaman has very low percentage draws that can be quicker than Demon Hunter, but they exist, right? And where they can explode a lot faster. And if that does happen to Demon Hunter, you really struggle when you're playing catch-up. And with this hand from Skill Drain, he just wants to play the 3-on-3 and the 4-on-4, so he doesn't have any time after this turn to be shooting removal spells at minions, so get that job done now.
This is a horrible bunch of selections, yeah.
Now this is a big difference.
And that's how tempo biased it is, yeah. Shooting 2-1s with our 3-3.
Yeah. It does mean now for Skill Drain, with the 3-3 removed, he gets to slam his 3-on-3 and his 4-on-4 and actually theoretically be ahead on board, because the Molten Gold does not contest his 3-4 taunt, so he actually gets the ability to do exactly what he wants to be doing here.
How tempted are you to Hex in this spot? To remove the extra Void Shard, which will snowball into, you know, it adds 1 to all your other Void Shards.
It does. I don't...
And this trade is horrible.
The trade sucks, but you can freeze, which means the trade doesn't have to suck, right? You can prevent the trade from happening. But my biggest concern there is if you go Hex and your opponent has the best play, the play that they're going to mulligan for, the card that they keep all of the time in Stardust Scythe, they just equip that, they hit your 3-3, and you're still behind, right? If you've Hexed.
Sure.
So, yeah, I just think it just ends up being way too slow in the end.
There we go. Absolutely agreed with you.
Now, if he wants to, the Hex is better this turn, because he can actually do it while being a little bit further ahead on tempo.
I think the Creator Experiment's a lot more tempting now, though. Like last turn, it just looked like a bunch of stuff that the 3-4 wasn't worried about, and now, if you're going to kill that anyway, put some more 3-4s in play, I kind of more of a fan of that.
It's not like if you don't Hex this, the Hex gets stranded, because as we discussed, there's lots of 5, 6, 7, 8 drops that you're very interested in hexing, although I think you can quite convincingly make the argument that if your opponent gets too far beyond, let's say, 5 or 6, your 1 Hex probably isn't going to be enough to keep you in that game at that point anyway.
So I think the other question here is, I think that might be locked in, the experiment. So I think the next question is, are you playing the location or are you blazing? One lets you choose, one you're relying on, but I think next time you're playing Sneed's Old Shredder a lot of the time, so... you're okay to do this and get your location working for you, because the blazing, you're probably not playing the card you get from your next turn anyway.
Yep. This is the other one that I didn't mention with the Fire Breath, by the way, right? You end up with this thing on board pretty often, Crater Experiment in this deck, and they are both elementals that both get buffed by a Fire Breath.
Yeah, they're both everything.
Mm-hmm.
Oof. Okay.
Redeemed.
And Avalanche. Well, slightly below, but yeah. Probably rolls he would take again if there was a rewind on those three, but overall, not terrible.
Yeah, the 4-pool, what is it? I think it's all pretty much the same, and then there's Razadir, there's just a 7/7 in there.
Yeah,
'cause it's like,
there's just a 7/7 there, yeah.
I think it's a 5/4, a 3/5, Xavius, which is a 4/4, and then that 3/5, right? So they're all incredibly similar, and then there's just a 7/7. So the 4-drop one is pretty much you get a 7/7 or you don't most of the time.
Trying to look for other options that aren't Sneed's Old Shredder here. I feel if you don't play it this turn, you never do, and it's a card you want to play during the course of the game. It's my initial scan of the situation.
Just in case, of course. I think there's a natural assumption that everyone knows what Sneed's Old Shredder is, 'cause it's quite an iconic classic card, but there you go. Well, not a classic card in the sense of what that means in Hearthstone.
But going with the Ascendants on 2 minions, something I think people didn't do enough when we were watching playoffs a couple of weeks ago, is Ascendants just sits in your hand if you don't use it, so choosing to use it on a couple of things, they're fine. It gives you so much stuff. It doesn't just heal your board, but doubles the number of minions you have as well. It's fantastic.
Yep.
I love the way that there was nothing godly about that turn, and yet here we are. Just a bunch of mid-old rolls, and yet actually there's 16 attack on them.
Yep. Wrathspike Brute, one of the 3 good ones on 5. There's a Crater Experiment back again, being a demon as well as an elemental on 5, which you definitely don't want in this scenario.
Yeah.
But the 3 good ones, Doomguard, Ravenous Fellhunter, as long as you've played one of your 3-drop taunts already, because then you get 2 of them back, as we saw in the previous game, and then Wrathspike Brute is just generically a good card, especially in board battles like this one is.
Shows how the inefficient-looking use of things at the start of the game to get the fight of this board is really showing now why it was so important.
Yep.
Because there's only there's 5 health on the board right now, so every single point of health is absolutely monstrous.
Yep.
Now there's 1 health on the board apparently, but the other 2 are covered up. So this turn, this is where my value brain tries to kick in and I have to shout at myself, but we've got the frog in hand and we're playing a lot of 0 mana stuff. We're going deep on playing a lot of 0 mana stuff here.
Oh, to set up a Cragwell for the following turn? Yeah, I mean, possibly. There might be a world where if you, like, the really greedy this game is going long line would probably be to try and do that with Muradin's Last Stand, but I don't think your Muradin's Last Stand is going to be getting discounted to the point where that ends up being relevant. Looks like we may have had a genuine disconnect there as we lost the player cam at the top as well. So hopefully we can get back into this game. The reconnect feature will take care of things as long as Skill Drain is able to return, but if hopefully there is not any serious power or internet outage wherever he is, because that would be very disappointing for him for the position that he's in right there. But we will wait and see. But yeah, I think with Cragwell in hand, I think your plan of just fire all the 0 mana stuff probably makes the most sense. As I said, Muradin's Last Stand, probably the dream in that spot, because being able to play multiple 0 mana Muradin Last Stands gets you to your Storm Furies and all of your other, transformable minions, and then there's 0 mana spells to then count as spells for those minions to transform them. That's the real power of the deck overall. But with them at 6 and behind on board as you are, that's probably too much of a pipe dream. So yeah, I imagine dump all of the efficient, cheap AoE removal stuff and then Kragwar up again the next turn. Probably worthwhile.
So there's that version which I think I would go for, but there's the other version which is my opponent's going to play 7, 8, 9, 10 coming up, and I've got Hex and Kragwar. That's probably too slow, but it gets rid of 2 massive things. So that's the alternative use of that card.
But if they even you just said 7, 8, 9, 10, right? Even if they just go 7, 8 in one turn, and your turn is Hex Kragwar, well, you've still left their 7 drop up on that, so they still smack you in the face, and then they go 9, 10 the following turn, and then your turn is Hex the 10, the 8 and the 9 are still there, right? Like, you're still massively falling behind. No, we're not doing this with different numbers, Neil. I can see it on your face. I know what you want to do.
I said the very specific numbers that I chose myself. I was very
Leave it
careful.
alone. I know what that grin means. You can deny it all you want. I know what you're thinking. I'm in your head, okay? I live here. I've moved in. I've leased an apartment in your head. I know what you're thinking.
I definitely wouldn't want to live there.
No. To be fair,
You're not paying much.
It's the worst neighborhood I've lived in by a distance so far. But yeah, I mean, for skill drain's sake, I hope he is able to get back, because I do think he was in a relatively commanding position in that series. With the follow-up, I just want to look. I can still look at what was in the hands. He is actually out of Void Souls, apart from maybe there is 1 charge left on a weapon equipped. He has Stardust Scythe number 2 in his hand currently, so he has access to 1 more Void Soul this turn, plus of course what he can draw. He does have another Vicious Void Scale left remaining in deck. Outside of that, 1 natural Void Soul left remaining in deck as well, so it is possible he's not able to get upwards towards 10 over the next couple of turns.
Just notice as well, because it's not always in the deck. There's the Trust Tuff, the prepare one that gets bigger when you play more demons. So we're not playing Hex on anything else anytime soon.
I mean, if you have to, you have to.
Wins
right?
the game. Yeah,
it
but
does.
you don't want to.
Yeah, the thing is, it's also been prepared in hand already, if I remember rightly. So De Jong will have that information that there's a cheap one. I think it was prepped for like 5 or something ridiculous.
On the thing I'm looking at, it costs 1 mana, in fact.
Oh, it does show it on there. Yeah, okay. I'm inclined to believe that based on what we saw. Yeah, there you see. We are back. Excellent news. Back in the seat, we get to see this game played out and actually find ourselves a winner, because I think we are right on a tightrope as what is about to happen here. But yeah,
it's
you can
very
see
unfortunate timing. Like, you never want to see it, but this one was game 5 halfway through, and it's kind of level, and now you've got to concentrate, having just panicked for 4 minutes to get back online.
Yes, and Skill Drain, who has looked incredibly unflustered throughout most of the tournament so far, clearly was in a flap and a panic about whatever was going on there, whether it was power or internet or whatever it ended up being, PC
Somebody
crash,
plugged in the toaster,
happened. Yeah, whatever happened, he clearly had to run around in circles trying to fix it, so hopefully he can refocus now.
Okay, here comes the card. It's going to be very large.
It's going to be moderately large. Now then, have we hit any of the death rattles? I don't think we have we?
Didn't hit the 3 damage one, or I would have remembered, because I talk about that card endlessly.
Yeah, it wasn't Sewer Imp on 6, right? And it wasn't Infernal on 6. So
yeah, there've been none here. I've just scanned through it.
Okay, should be naked. Much like Raven's upper body.
You're just going to leave that there, aren't you?
Yep.
Exercise for chat. Okay. That turn, given that there's a Hex in our hand, there's 2 now. Wasn't very impactful. I do always understate how much mana Hex is, which is weird because Viper, which does the same thing but more efficiently by putting a minion on board, I'm always aware of how it costs a lot of mana for what it does. But Hex is half your turn. Most of your reduction, you've got to play a minion every turn, so we do this, yeah.
Does find a Storm Fury for the first time. There's the natural Void Soul.
Why did he
card...
hit first?
Valid question. I mean, there was nothing else he was doing, but yeah.
Well, the Storm Fury should
question.
be reduced by 1 now, and it's not.
Wait, what do you mean it should be reduced?
You've got to cast 3 spells, right? And he's only cast 2 because he did the Hex first.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, good point. Yeah, very good point.
And, you know, we're kind of tight on mana, so it could be the first time he's done something that's potentially the other way if he draws a 1-drop.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, he may have other issues. There's 8/8s and things appearing on the other side now, so... Skill drain. Getting his 9. There we go.
I was going to say
exactly what he needed.
Looks like he hit the Scorching Observer because there was an arrow being pointed at the minion on board.
Puts De Jong in a game-losing situation unless he can find an incredible out here. Yeah, he gives it up. Skill drain goes through to Sunday. De Jong lives to fight another day in the lower bracket. That was an exciting game. You know, lost a bit of momentum because of the outage, but the actual series, I felt like it was played at a pretty high level, or very high level, and you know, pretty exciting at the same time.
Yeah, and I don't know what's giving me this impression. Maybe it was the 7 pixels that made up Skill Drain's camera, as we saw at the end there.
Yeah.
I feel like it might have been internet issues, but that's just me taking a wild stab in the dark. But still, strong series. I think possibly the highest level series we've seen so far in terms of play back and forth. We'll see how the other people watching from afar feel about this afterwards. But I feel like De Jong played pretty well right up until the end there, which, yeah, I think that is a pretty objective mistake on the ordering. Didn't end up mattering, which is kind of fitting because all the really good things he ended up doing didn't really end up mattering either. But
Yep.
sometimes that's the way. I do think he played pretty well overall, and I think Skill Drain was really, really solid as well. I think that's probably the closest version we've seen of, you know, the good lineups going into each other and 2 players playing it well and minor, fine margins just being the difference. But yeah, congratulations to Skill Drain. I think whoever is up against De Jong now down in the lower bracket is going to have a fight on their hands because he's looked very, very solid throughout that series.
Yeah, well, let's find out who that's going to be, because we've got Gabby and Noob User coming up next, and have a chat amongst yourselves about who you think has played the most Hearthstone tournaments out of these 2 players in their careers. We'll see you in 3 minutes.
everyone, and welcome back. We're getting ready to get into our next match, and it is going to be the lower bracket elimination match. So it's going to be pretty spicy pockets. We've got Gabby going up against Noob User, and we've got both players bringing something a little bit different. And I feel like this is the story of the tournament so far, is a lot of decks we expect with like one spicy sprinkle on top, as we can take a look at how the group's progressing so far. But Gabby does have that priest that we've seen a little bit of so far today, and then Noob User on the shaman, which is not the shaman we've seen throughout really the rest of the day, or probably will see throughout the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, so where Gabby's gone for a sort of unique deck in the priest as the fourth in his lineup, I think he's omitting the shaman completely. Noob User's gone for two slightly different archetypes, while he is going for the sort of agreed upon classic four best classes in the Shaman, Demon Hunter, Rogue, and Hunter. The Demon Hunter and Rogue, both very standard, but the Shaman, he's the only one in the tournament with the Z Shaman. All of the others are Mug, so that, yeah, don't be fooled. This will play very, very differently to all the other Shaman games we've seen today. And also his Hunter is the slightly more aggressive face variant, which I think only he and it was Shaxi we saw earlier have in the entire tournament. All the others are the slightly slower contraband lists. So yeah. Noob User, very small tweaks to the good decks lineup, and I do like the inclusion of the Z Shaman in this tournament. But I do think it gets a bit weird when he's banning away the Demon Hunter as he has here. I'm a little bit surprised by that.
Yeah, it is interesting, isn't it? Because just to again touch on the bans, as you can see on the screen now, we've got the Demon Hunter lost from Gabby, and then the Rogue banned away from Noob User. And not too much surprise on the Rogue side of things. I think that's just seems like a very reasonable ban. But yeah, I agree. The Demon Hunter is kind of interesting. Although I will admit, I've not got a million games on Z Shaman myself. Although I feel like over the past few days on ladder, it's really sort of exploded in popularity. I've actually played against it a lot, considering that. So I don't even know if I was expecting maybe a few more submitted.
Yeah,
honestly, it kind of. I'm surprised it's only one.
It came to prominence sort of a day after deck submission. I think they submitted on Wednesday night it was, so then they had Thursday to test. I think if it had been a day later, then that's when the deck sort of came to prominence. And you were saying how you don't have a million games on it. I picked it up, I think, yesterday or the day before, and I feel like I already do have a million games on it, because it just it is so explosive, so incredibly fast, the way that it just vomits stats out onto the board in the first 4 turns.
First question: did the players plan this? Because this is hilarious. What if they didn't plan it? Honestly, what are the odds?
That is, I mean,
it's absurd.
Maybe Noob User planned it, and he just knew that Gabby was going to be like this.
Maybe.
I feel like that's
Gabby's
quite predictable. Yeah, that was quite predictable from Gabby. It is hot weather. It's uncanny. Surely this was planned.
Yeah, it is. I'm excited because I don't see how it could. We're going to be distracted. Sorry, I apologize, audience, but this is so unlikely. It's ridiculous. So yeah. Anyway, okay, I'll try and focus.
Speaking of
so
ridiculous, the Maiev pulled off the top for Noob User is one of those cards that allows you to have these massively powerful, explosive starts. Just cheat out loads of stats, end the game as soon as turn 3 or 4. But Gabby does have the Devouring Plague in hand, which is essentially the only answer in his deck that can cleanly deal with the Maiev, although it won't deal with the Dormants that are waking up next turn.
Yeah, this is one way to just absolutely overrun an opponent, and especially as you mentioned with like there are clears for Priest and mainly the Triumph, right? But this is one of the things where if you don't have it, well, we might be moving on to game 2 pretty quick.
Yeah,
so but we'll see how this.
The unfortunate thing here for Gabby is he knows that if he does just sit here removing board for Noob User, this Z Shaman can go late game. It does have access to Alakir and Deathwing, so if you give them too much time, they can do very powerful things in the late game. So Gabby, he's forced to just progress his Soothsayer game plan. He needs to draw that, he needs to play that, otherwise he will just give Noob User way too much time, and unfortunately it does mean he needs to leave up this Maiev.
Yeah, it's a little bit deceptive because I'm sure you'll agree with the amount of games, as you mentioned before, but there are like turn 1 to 3 wins with this deck, right? Because you do have these kinds of openings, and a lot of people can't deal with it. but it might be deceptive because, as you mentioned, yes, there are late game tools available. So it's not just, okay, I'll clear the first 2 waves and then I'm good. It's like, no, there's more after that. And as we can see as well, no shortage of card draw either. With this sort of doubling Battlecry effect, you can easily access a lot of additional cards through various different minion effects. So this is already looking terrifying for Gabby.
Yeah, I think with the access to the late game thing, it does mean that you're just keeping your opponent honest in every matchup, because I think so many decks right now function in a way that they're sort of building up to an overall game plan. So especially with this priest, it can sit there and remove boards for a couple of turns, but it does need to overwhelm you with its soothsayers eventually. So if you sort of distract them from doing that, then that is another way that you can overwhelm them, because there is a lot of setup required in this deck with Gabby. And so I think that's great recognition from him as well, saying, okay, I do need to progress my game plan, because yeah, this was going to happen either way, but now Gabby actually has a credible way to sort of fight back, although I would say it's not looking very good for him.
Yeah, and I don't want to point out the obvious here, but just in case people aren't aware of how this deck works, it's only minions, unlike the previous Shaman you've seen, which has only been spells, or not minions, should I say. So it is important to know that, for example, there's no Hex available, right, for this. It's not like the other Shaman matchups where we've seen, oh, well, they've got a Hex, so they can just Hex this Soothsayer and move on. That's not available, so either noob user has to get through it the old-fashioned way and just hit it a few times, or potentially some creative way to get through it with maybe generated card or so. But yeah, it is going to be pretty straightforward, and we're just smashing into it. Then again, with the Herald effect and summoning the elementals with buffs, it does mean that you can sort of do those chain trades, right, with that enhanced attack, which can really help out in situations exactly like this one.
The other factor on top of there being no access to Hex, unless you randomly generate it, which is unlikely from Witcher's Apprentice, is the fact that this Shaman doesn't actually really have reliable direct damage from hand. Most of its damage in the deck does come from utilizing the board that they've already established. So if Gabby is able to force Noob User off the board here, then that is his best avenue to swinging this game around in his favor. Because once Noob User's pushed off board, a lot of his buff effects suddenly become fairly useless, and he won't be able to do that extra damage over the top to finish off the game.
Yeah, it's like Deathwing hero power is the most you're getting of out of nowhere, not out of nowhere because your opponent knows you can do it, obviously, but you know what I mean, right? As like damage from hand, so to speak, with that hero power.
Yeah.
That's
slightly
about it.
Incorrect positioning here from Noob User. He's not making full use of this elemental, buffing the adjacent minions, but not the biggest, but does seem like a slight slip up. Because I think from his perspective, he does want to end this game sooner rather than later. He doesn't want Gabby to draw into his Medivh's Triumph, which I'm almost certain will have been the card that he was looking for here. This is a whole lot of nothing useful. And especially because the Intertwined Fate for him is not going to draw him anything useful from Noob User's deck here.
Yeah, it was from the summon though, right? So that's why it ended up on the end. He didn't play anything else to the left.
He played the Beaming Sidekick.
Yeah, he did the summon, yeah.
He played the Beaming Sidekick to the left at the end of the turn, which didn't...
Oh, sorry, the Beaming. Okay. Yeah, so I didn't even see that. I was just looking at the other minions, yeah. So
that's all right.
It's a little bit awkward to get it on the right.
Yes, once again, missing on the Medivh's Triumph. We might have to pick another Intertwined Fate just to roll again, but even then, one Triumph won't be enough to clear up this board. Once again, the cards from Noob User's deck just completely useless for Gabby. I mean, the Prize Vendor maybe, just as a way to dig for Medivh's Triumph. But yeah, that Neophyte picked up off the top. Probably exactly what Noob User was looking for, just as a way to make this board as difficult as possible to clear. Although he might be tempted into
doubling on old
Traxian,
Traxian though, right? Yeah, because like that's the thing. Noob User could take a sort of approach of, okay, this is nearly lethal just on board, right? It's not that far away, and then say, okay, one, is it lethal with the Herald? Like, no, but then you think, hang on a minute, if this is tons of board and they haven't cleared it yet, they either have Triumph plus something to clear or they don't.
Yeah.
What's the best play for that? And I'm with this. I think the Ultraxion is the best because one, it's hard to clear itself, but also it's progressing the potential Deathwing draw a lot.
Yeah, so Deathwing will cost, I believe, 5 mana in deck now. So whenever he picks that up, that will cost 5. But I really don't think it will get there with the look of Gabby's hand here. And also, Raven, I checked this before the series started. Have you seen what the record for Priest is in the tournament so far?
No, but judging from the tone of your voice, I imagine
there's the Medivh's
not
triumph.
great.
Well, before this game started, Priest had 1 win and 8 losses, which is absolutely abysmal as win rates go.
Yes. I mean, it's close. It's literally as close to as bad as it can get.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
Gabby is able to stay alive on board here, just about, which is very impressive. Does go back to potentially the Cult Neophyte could have prevented this from happening last turn, because Gabby did have to use up all of his mana to do this.
There's still Envoy into Cult Neophyte this turn, and that's the scary part now, is the Cult Neophytes... Oh, wait, can they proc double Cult Neophyte? Is that ever going to be...
I think at this point he's trying to double the Skywall Sentinel.
Oh, sure.
Just to...
That makes sense.
It does get a bit awkward because you fill up the board, so you don't actually summon both. Even though you do Herald twice, you don't summon both because you'll have to play both Breezelings in order to activate it.
Yeah, it was interesting. I just wondered, like, with having seen what Gabby had to do to clear, does double Neophyte kind of just lock it up?
Potentially, but you could also argue that Medivh's Triumph is still the only clear, and that will cost 1 regardless of whether or not you Neophyte.
True.
Okay, so Nubians are here choosing to maintain the double Battle Cry, I think, for this Envoy of the End next turn, because that will just summon 2 4/8s, and that will be incredibly difficult for Gabby to clear.
Yeah.
So I do actually really like this spot. It's just sustaining your pressure.
Or Curator for a 1,000,000 card draw.
Yeah, I don't know how many he actually has left in deck.
I can have a little look.
Because, I mean, at least 1 prize vendor was drawn. And that's the only Murloc. I think the only dragon might be Ultraxian.
You actually may well be right. Yeah, I'm flicking through it, and it's basically Ultraxian the Murloc here.
Prize vendor and Platysaur are the only draws in deck, so doubling that up would draw 2 Platties and a prize vendor, I believe. Which isn't quite
Gabby
good.
just on the desperation plays right now.
And this has just been the story of Priest every series, really. It just sits there, watches the opponent build a board, and it chips away at it, but it never fully stabilizes.
And we're getting a little enhanced mode there. Let's take a look at the board. Yeah, the Envoy is... Oh, there's Deathwing as well. Not that it's going to matter, because that's 8 billion damage.
Multiple ways to lethal here.
Yeah, Noob User takes game 1, and they good showing for Z-Shaman off the bat. And honestly, not saying that happens every game, but that kind of opening happens a lot of games, which is why people have started playing it a lot.
Sometimes even faster than that as well.
Oh, 100%, yeah. Now, as someone who's submitted lineups to 1,000,000 tournaments at this point, and had them go very well and maybe a bit wrong sometimes as well, I'm sure.
Definitely.
Talking about Priest, and you said it's what did you say before this? It was 1 and 8.
Yeah, it's 1 and 9 now.
Yeah. What do you think? Like, I've got to try and phrase this properly. What do you think leads players to submit a deck that then kicks out a performance like this? Now, don't get me wrong, it's not the biggest sample size in the world. People can have bad days, you can have bad runs, that's fine. But you can't deny at 1 and 9 that Priest seems like a terrible bring in this moment in time, right? But is it just it went well in practice, so they thought great? Like,
that does happen sometimes. I think a lot of the time it's that desire. It happens often in fields like this, where the good lineup is so popular and so established that you really have that desire to exploit that. You're going, I know what everyone's going to bring. Surely there's something out there that works. I did this last World Championship, and that went horribly for me. And I think that they this practice group of Gabby we saw earlier from Roberg, and I think we'll see tomorrow from Maverick, has the same lineup. I think they might be falling victims to that mindset a little bit, where they've gone, okay, the field is very predictable. Surely that means it's exploitable, and you're on, okay, this is the way to do it. We're going to leave Demon Hunter up. We're going to bring Priest, and yeah, it's really not looking like it's working out well for them so far.
Yeah. Okay, well, we are moving on to game number 2. And as you mentioned earlier, Nubius is going to be on that more aggressive hunter. Basically, just not really running the contraband style, right? Not running the
Yeah.
the second trip wire. Oh, sorry, is running the trip. Sorry, apologies.
Yeah.
It's not running the combo at the end.
I think it tops out at Tolvir. It's just aggressive, loads of 1-drops, runs Tolvir just to sort of refill your hand and lethal over the top. But I do think, going back to talking about the Priest, this is perhaps one matchup where Gabby will be happy that he has it, because the Priest is fairly well equipped to deal with a lot of direct damage, and Medivh's Triumph lines up very well against the vast majority of boards that Nubius will be able to put up here as the hunter.
Yeah, interestingly enough, the early beast trip is actually quite nice, right? Because a lot of the beasts are chunky and a bit more difficult to deal with for Gabby. So it's quite nice for noob user. But yeah, with especially without the late game combo with Amalgam, it's kind of difficult potentially to get that big burst of damage you often feel like you need to deal with Priest.
Yeah, most of the matchups we're seeing Priest struggle in this tournament have been due to they deal with a bit of a board and then another one comes back and then another one comes back, and most of the pressure is just coming from repeated pressure, repeated board pressure. And this hunter is a lot more about utilizing their early game chip damage with a lot of burn damage over the top, and Priest loves dealing with burn damage because it has a lot of ways to efficiently heal, whereas in the last game we saw it doesn't have a lot of ways to efficiently deal with boards.
Yeah, you're just front loading the damage with the bigger minion bases, right? Of just saying, well, sure, you can heal, but if I'm hitting you for 15 each turn, you're not healing through that, right? Whereas, yeah, the clears feel a little bit more permanent against Hunter here, especially with the low damage output in general. Going to heal back up with the death of the Soothsayer, and nothing to write home about plopping out of it there. The 3-4.
Not the greatest of 6-drops. Gabby,
it was also pretty. Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was just going to say that he's not facing a lot of pressure, so he can freely just try and draw into his second Soothsayer here. And 2/2 copy is a fantastic dark gift to pick up there.
Also, as well, the fact that now, if we look on the left side of the hand for Gabby, there's the Medivh's Triumph, and that's all that's in the way of the merging of the schism. So that's really nice as well, because Gabby's not really had to work to do that, right? It's just like a nice bonus that's sort of happened where, like, well, he's probably okay with playing a Triumph in the near future, and then naturally that's going to be in a good spot for the Schism. And I imagine even now could have done the prepare on the Soothsayer last turn, but I imagine there is a world where he actually just goes heavy prepared this turn to set up the Schism player next turn.
Yeah, because I would have just looked at the Soothsayer and gone, oh, I can prep this, I'll just do that, then I can play it next turn. But Gabby's clearly going, okay, Medivh's Triumph will clear any board they possibly make, and I can just spend all my mana preparing, and then if I Schism this, then I just win the game. And I think that's great recognition. He knows he's not going to take loads of damage over the next couple of turns.
And even if he does, right, it's copying Soothsayer that's already spitting an additional Soothsayer out as well. So it's like, well, you'll just heal it all back up again, so who cares?
I think this is a nod to something I think it was Sottle was talking about earlier, about how you do something that's not necessarily the most kind of safe play. Because Gabby, this is a lot more volatile. He's accepting that he's essentially passing the next turn. But he's also saying, if I do that, if I set this up, then the game ends here and now, which I do like a lot. And a lot of other players will just go, okay, Soothsayer's good. I'm going to prepare this. I'm going to get ready to do it. And Gabby's gone, oh, no, this is essentially lethal, even though obviously his opponent's at 30. But it does just probably end the game.
Yeah, 100%. And there's, with the heal from the initial Soothsayer, it's just... yeah, you're not taking 25 this turn, are you? It's just not going to happen. I'm trying to think. The only thing to look at, I'm just having a quick review of the the deck list, but also there's only like, yeah, there's Sylvanas Triumph. Tripwires, you can't really count Tripwires after that Soothsayer turn that's going to happen, right? And then there's Arcane Shot, so there's not tons of stuff that's going to even be able to burst over the top, right? Like once it's down, it's down. Oh, unfortunately.
Yet another wasp. How many times have we seen that today? I was also going to say, even if Gabby was scared of taking damage over the top, like let's say that the Arcane Tripwire was played here, he took 10 to 15 damage. The 2/2 copy of the Soothsayer does allow him to play it first and then kill that off just to trigger the heal 6 Death Rattle before playing the Schism. Just be super, super safe.
Yeah, that's smart. I didn't even think about that actually. So that's really good spot there, because it's just sometimes that's like the extra bit of healing you need just to feel a little bit better about it, right?
Yep.
But yeah, we are going to see the clear. We are going to see the Soothsayer, additional copy, and the merge as well. They're looking mighty fine here for Gabby.
Yep, setting up for the Umbra next turn as well, just on the off chance that these do get cleared, which they will not. And at this point, Nubuse's only plan, which doesn't seem like a realistic one, is just to send all the burn face, completely ignore these Soothsayers, and then hope to lethal over the top, maybe with this Tolvir, and hope that Gabby has no healing in hand or a way to potentially clear off his own Soothsayer.
Yeah, I was going to say, is there... Yeah, it's like you have to trade everything off into the bigger ones, right?
Yes.
As well. So... Oh, okay, gonna go Sylvanas this turn. I thought he was gonna try and leave the small one alive as well.
Yeah, I was
see if he
looking
could
at
line
that
it
too.
up.
It does look like he's opting to try and eat through all the stats, which I don't think is a battle that you can ever win. In fairness, I don't think the other way was ever winning either, but it looked like the more realistic out of two unbelievably unlikely scenarios.
Yeah, like literally aim everything face, make it so that the Sooths can't trade, and then say, I'm gonna press confront, and they all need to go face. Right?
Which,
that
in
can
fairness,
happen.
Not that unlikely against two elusives.
Yeah, true, actually. Yeah, very true. And also there could be things like with the mana that's spare, there could be the second Triumph picked up next turn or something, right? Like there are things that could really help with that, but I'm already a bit concerned. I'm wondering if the Sylvanas has realistically done anything this turn.
Yeah.
Right? I feel like it hasn't actually achieved anything, but I guess, yeah, noob user does look like they're at least attempting to do stuff here.
Yeah, it does
concern that...
It looks like he's just trying to eat through this health, and the problem there is that your Tolvir might be able to deal with this full board. Maybe you can deal with these Soothsayers and the Death Rattles, sure, but then you're out of confronts, and then suddenly your deck is actually quite low on damage, and you just instantly lose to the Quest Reward or the Umbra from Gabby, and his deck is very, very good at tutoring those effects.
Yeah, and now with that, and then we can obviously see the Umbra as well, but with everything now, it just looks like it's just not going to be enough. There's more healing as well. It's just looks like it's a little bit too much. But newbies are obviously going to stick around just for a turn or so, I imagine, just to see, okay, well, is this doable? But how much damage is this actually? It's a lot.
Almost there.
Yeah.
He is just, sending all the damage face so that this, I can't remember the name of it, the 7/5, that summons 2 beasts that attack enemies immediately. There's an outside chance that could just be lethal if that gets cleared off as well, because he has put noob user so low.
Yeah. Is Ankylodon?
Oh, I was never getting that. I almost called it Techisaurus.
Same,
I knew
same
it wasn't.
thing, really. No, but I said it. I was going to say it anyway. Dino thing. There is options. Yeah, it's just going to go confront. See, it's one of those, I'll just press it, see what happens. Nothing's going to happen. Concede, GG. Gabby does take a win for the Priest. The second win of the day. We just won't mention how many losses.
Yep.
It's
Sweet
going to even it up,
22% win rate.
Fantastic. It's good though, very important for the series, right? Because as you well know, right, if you can get the awkward deck over the line, well, suddenly Gabby's got Hunter Rogue left and the series looks much more doable from where he is sat, no doubt. So we've sort of again, maybe being a bit too harsh on Priest, but the win rate's the win rate. The match looks like a match again, right? Like, as far as we can see now. So it's Demon Hunter Hunter versus Hunter Rogue. So it's Gabby definitely back in the game.
Yeah, there is one awkward side effect that I do want to point out. Sure, he's got the Priest through the series, but due to having Priest, his strategy was to leave up the Demon Hunter. And so, unfortunately for Gabby as well, that Demon Hunter, which in my opinion should be the priority ban for the vast majority of players, I think that was the best strategy going into this tournament. Maybe with the lineups they've ended up bringing, that wasn't correct, but I do think that was the ideal strategy. And Gabby, due to bringing this Priest, has left this Demon Hunter up for Noob User, so I would still put him ever so slightly behind in the series due to the matchups remaining. But yeah, they've both got their sort of slightly weird off-the-wall deck out of the series, so it's quite a familiar look as far as we've seen things today.
Yeah, I will say though, over the course of this weekend, when I'm breaks and stuff, not casting, I'm going to be playing more of that Z Shaman though, because that is definitely something that one is just worth trying anyway, but also just looks like you can have some really crazy games because what you can actually do with that deck is absurd.
Yeah, it's sort of subtly quite complex as well, because it's a lot of decisions densely packed into the first few turns of the game, which can get quite intricate and very impactful, which I quite enjoyed with when I was playing it, because I was expecting it to just be play stats, no decisions, whatever, just hope your opponent can't deal with it. But there is a lot more going on in that deck than people give it credit for.
We're jumping into our game 3 of this matchup. Again, the loser of this match is done for the tournament, and the winner does move on within the group, should I say, not move on to Sunday. We are going to see the Hunter versus Hunter, but two slightly different lists.
Yep, I would say that Noob User probably has the slight advantage in this matchup, considering he's the more aggressive base hunter, although, as we saw earlier today, that doesn't always pay off into a win for this more aggressive hunter, because they do run a lot of the same core. So if you do just curve out better with your tripwires, you can win that damage race.
Yeah, for sure. It's more about the contraband hunter has what you would call potential brick draws, whereas the face hunter doesn't. But if they both drawing say like a decent turn 1 to 5, it can really go either way, right? There's no huge impacts that way. It's just if they get an early king, or they get the combo stuff with the dragon stuff, it could be a little bit awkward. But yeah, not looking too bad for either player right now. Yeah,
Noob User unfortunately does have a slightly dead turn here. Doesn't really want to be playing Wound Prey and Hero Powering this turn. He'd love to have a Tripwire to utilize his weapon with. So I would say Gabby probably the slightly happier of the two, considering he does have sort of a coherent game plan here. Draw into more Tripwires and stack up the damage, but this is an interesting choice here.
Yeah, this is really tricky because the game's not really gone fast enough that King of the Underbelly isn't unpickable, right? I am staring at it. Maybe I like that card too much, but obviously either of the sisters are great, right? One buffs the other. Obviously, if you go for Varisa, then it's because Gabby will want a stronger Sylvanas later. Sylvanas obviously even just good enough by itself, but yeah, Gabby gonna pick the king, and I like it because it's like Gabby's gonna have board control. He saw that Noob User had a very poor previous turn. This is being backed up by Neophyte. He's got Arcane Tripwire and Triumph next turn at worst. To cover the gap for the king the turn after. So I kind of like this pick. Is it going to pay off? We'll find out.
Yeah, well, he does have the access to the Pterodax, which can be a relevant health swing. I believe he also might... It almost certainly, I would be shocked if it came down to this, but I do believe he also has Tortola in there, which could maybe, if he gets that down safely, just completely invalidate any board pressure Noob User has for the rest of the game and put him into a bit of a similar situation as he was in last game and force him to have to try and do all of his damage over the top. But I do think it'll probably be one of the other two options if Gabby is to play this King of the Underbelly.
Oh, good pickups as well. Tracking and a Glacial Shard to help out, especially to stop another swing of the weapon potentially as well. Not too bad.
Yeah, Nubiuser desperately needs to get draws off this weapon, so if he does find a tripwire, that's definitely what he wants to be doing. So the Glacial Shard is a lovely pickup here, and I would lean towards picking up the shovel from Gabby because he has got tripwires in his deck already. He does opt to do that. It's a bit awkward here because he doesn't really want to kill off this rat from Nubuser because he's sort of demonstrated that he's a little bit light on things to do in his hand. He's over-equipped to shovel without having a tripwire, which screams to Gabby at my hand is terrible. Like, if he had a tripwire that he just couldn't play due to nearfight, he still wouldn't have played this shovel. So, yeah.
I wouldn't hate shovel and then just there's even an option of going like triumph into the 2/4, and swinging the shovel.
That was interesting. It does give Nubuser access to killing off this rat.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure I'm sold on the freeze face because he has demonstrated to Gabby that he doesn't have a tripwire in hand, so he's not actually planning on swinging this weapon the vast majority of the time here. What he really wants is draws off the top.
Is this just to negate, like, well, now if the tripwire is drawn, can't proc the second one anyway? That's just the plan, right? It's just negating the draw. Couldn't really get enough. Okay, that's funny. Couldn't even get enough, like, everything he wanted done. So it's just, okay, I'll stop you at least double tripping me this turn.
You know, with the way it turned out, actually, so my argument that he could have frozen the rat to stop the draw, you could say, oh, then he wouldn't have drawn the tripwire, so my play was better. But I think with how bad Nubuser's hand was, he would have had to wound prey his own rat just to draw a card. In which case he would have got the tripwire and swung, which actually then makes Gabby's play better. Which is an interesting turn of events there.
What we'll do is whoever wins made the right play, right? If Gabby wins, it was a great play.
Well, I think in hindsight, Gabby's play certainly worked out the better of the two options.
Yeah. But yeah, it's going to be Tortola.
Oh, wow.
Okay. I think this makes a lot of sense, honestly. Like, realistically, how is Nubuser getting... Like, Nubuser can do potentially a lot of damage this turn. There's still the 6/5, though, so if there's arcane trips, then there's 5 health on board that'll soak, right? You'd hope, if you're Gabby. But then once Tortola's dropped, like... Don't really know, unless Gabby's on 2 health or something, right? There's not really a great answer.
You know what else it also says? It says to Nubuser, this might be Agamagan, and I might have a Briarstorm Drake far left in my hand. Because Nubuser now knows that Gabby picked up this King of the Underbelly off tracking. That was an intentional choice, which is very rare to do. Especially in this matchup.
Arcane's been in hand for a long time.
Yeah, and that has been in hand for ages, so Nubuser could have a fairly strong read that there is a Briarspawn Drake, and Gabby is just setting up lethal with that. But I do think he is correctly assessed that if that is the case, he cannot afford to play around it. He's not winning a game where he does that. So I do like the fact that he's just filling the board up, saying, okay, if that's Agamagan, if you've got Briarspawn Drake, I guess I lose. If it's not, then I actually have a chance to win this game.
And he does get rid of the 1/1s as well, which, might not be enough, but it's something, right? Depending, like, we'll see. But yeah, we are going to see Tortola come down. 30 health. Every time it takes damage, it's gained 1 armor. And now it's just the big question of how is Nubuser going to get through this?
Yeah, I think he just needs to hope that he finds more just direct face damage off the top. Needs to weave in these hero powers and say that Gabby's not killing me anytime soon. Like,
do you even attack?
No.
Is that... You just pass. Well, you don't pass. I mean, like, you don't swing with any of these minions, right?
Yeah.
You just go all in on double Triumph Hero Power go, right?
Yeah, because that gives... Not only gives Gabby armor, gets you further away from lethal, but it also buffs the attack of his Tortola and suddenly maybe means that he can lethal you in return.
Yeah, I think this is just hero power, send a triumph, and then next turn, triumph, hero power, hope you draw another arcane shot or something. I'm just going to quickly check. There is 2 arcane shots in the deck. There's a little bit of card draw left as well.
This is fine. I think... So the triumph, I believe, will I think this sets up lethal with hero power double triumph next turn. Unless no, because yeah, no, it's fine because the armor gained from the triumph hitting the Tortola will trigger after Gabby's already dead, I believe.
Okay.
So unless I'm going crazy here, I believe this is just an exact lethal setup from Noob User.
Yeah. Also, there's still one additional card draw. Nice freeze on the rat. I do like that, just to say you're drawing one less card. But yeah, this should be fine.
Important to get the hero power in first.
Yep. Yeah, because the damage hits before the proc, right? Yeah.
Very
Well
nicely
spotted.
executed.
Yeah, Nubius are taking the victory there in a really close game, honestly, because I feel like that could have gone either way. Very easy to say that, oh, well, Gabby could have gone for the Pterodax instead. But if you look at the board, the only reason all of those minions didn't attack was because of Tortola, right? Like, with the Pterodax, sure, you could kill one, make a trade and heal a bit, but then the others get to just swing face, right? So that wasn't going to save him anyway. But I think pretty well navigated from both players. Nubius are having the discipline to say, okay, realistically, how do I win this game? Let's go. And as you mentioned, choosing to not worry too much about the Briarthorn, because what are you going to do? If it's Agamagam plus the damage plus the Briarthorn, well, yeah, you just lose, so it's fine.
I do think it was very, very good discipline there, because it would be so easy to look at that board and go, I've got 2 5-attack minions. I can start chunking through this Tortola and just win. And the game was really on a knife's edge. If he hadn't got exact lethal there and then, it's so possible that Gabby could have just killed him on the backswing. So it's such a volatile game state to just spot, okay, I have exact lethal. I don't actually think Gabby has a way to proc that 1 extra armor tick, so this should just get there. So I think that's very impressive that he kept calm in this spot, because I think it was Lorinda said at the end of the last series, was challenging chat to guess which of these 2 players has more tournaments played, and obviously that is Gabby by an absolute landslide. So Noob User could be forgiven for letting the pressure of the occasion get to him, but so far has kept a very, very cool and calm head.
Yeah, grabbing hold of the 2 triumph, absolutely clutch there. But we are into our next game. One more win, and Newbies could knock out, honestly, a favorite for the whole tournament. I think whenever Gabby's knocking around in any tournament, there's going to be a lot of people thinking he's going to go all the way. So it could be a huge victory here for Noob User, and also to keep himself alive in this tournament. I can see this Demon Hunter versus the Rogue, and already Noob User going to have to just casually face tank 4 damage.
Yep. It's a fine start though. You're ramping up your Void Souls. You've got plenty of stuff to do. Gabby's hand on the other side isn't looking fantastic pressure-wise. You'd really like a lot more just 2 drops to put stats on board. Cultist Map and Kingslayers aren't really what you want to be doing in the early game. I think probably just slam down the Void Scale here. Could be tempted to go Void Blast and Void Soul right away to play around the neophytes that you know Gabby has in his deck.
Nobody's gonna know.
Not looking too bad here for Noob User. This
Yeah.
matchup always feels weird because both players have very explosive options, right? Of in slightly different ways, of course. And it does feel like it. Like even right now, Gabby's of course building up the Troublemaker, but just these Void Souls are just so scary once they get going.
Yep. I love this timing from the Cult Neophyte here from Noob User, because against Rogue, typically, especially when you know that they've got a coin that they will have access to with this Lotus Book, you want to Neophyte them going into an odd mana turn so that they can't coin and play an extra 2, because all Rogue really wants to do is spend increments of two mana on each of their turns. So I think this is fantastic timing when he could have deviated to just playing a Void Blast. I think this is great. this was a vital turn to pick up the Cult Neophyte from Gabby, because if he had just seen Void Blast double Void Soul, he could have found himself falling way too far behind on board.
Still, Nubuser does have some options here. Not completely neutered with the Neophyte. Still a pretty clean turn, getting that 4-3 out, and another Void Soul goes, and Gabby's still on the back foot a little bit, especially once this Dormant pops out. That is a bit of a chunky minion to be able to deal with, honestly.
Gabby might be tempted to just pull the trigger on the Garona here because he doesn't have a lot else going on in his hand. He is very close to having activation on his Jade Guardians, but he just doesn't have it so far. Yeah. I think he'll be prioritizing really digging as much as he can through his deck to find that. And that's why he goes for this Armageddon here. Yeah.
And now the game just gets really spicy, right? Because Nubuser will know, okay, what specifically would Gabby be fishing for? Troublemakers and then the Jades, right? So it's like, it's basically one or the other. So know those are the priority targets. And with the way that card works, you get to basically discover a card from your deck every single turn. And you're going to find what you're looking for very fast.
Yep. Because it destroys the other two, right? So it just thins your deck for future turns as well.
Exactly,
and Gabby's done his early game plan. He spent his mana on 2 mana cards. That's done. He doesn't need to find more 2 manas from his deck. All he needs is those big payoff cards that he hasn't found just yet.
Oh, Nubius are kind of returning the favor here. Freezing the Geddon is going to make... going to prepare there to make this a potentially huge threat next turn. Although not too many Void Souls as of yet.
Is this... Hold up, is this lethal? Is this ever lethal? Because he can play both Troublemakers. I think they cost... They do... Yeah, they do 7 damage each. You can move them up to 8 damage each. Garona would slice... I think it'd be 1 off lethal with Garona, Fan of Knives, Double Coin, Troublemaker. Could be mistaken, but I believe that would be 1 off lethal if Gabby expects there to be a King Lane in hand.
Yeah, if you could, because that's the problem as always, right? You have to commit to the Garona, and that's a lot of mana to miss.
Looking at Nubius' list, there aren't a lot of legendaries in the deck.
Well, there's the good news.
5. I believe these will do 8 each.
Yeah,
so 16 damage total.
Well, so 1 health and a dream here for Nubuser.
I mean, Flash Flood can deal with some of the board, and Gabby doesn't have... Okay, that's really good.
That's huge. Yeah, that is actually huge.
Because it gives him a whole turn to dig towards more Void Soul cards, deal with a little bit of this board. But he does still need to find healing.
Yeah. And with Trastath in hand at 0, yeah, this turn could be try and get voids, and then next turn you've got the huge minion to help trade for nothing, right?
Yeah.
Or it's this turn and put a threat on board, but because Gabby cannot deal damage to Nubuser next turn, the only thing Gabby can do is build a board and trade.
Yeah.
So, like, do you want them to have more things to trade into? I don't know.
I think Nubuser does need to front load the removal a little bit here. If he lets Gabby build too big a board, then he'll just be in the exact same position. Does opt to go for clearing and hive map there. Yeah, he would really like to get towards the 7 mana Void Souls. I think right now he can go to 4 to 5. I don't think he'll have time to do that because that is where you have access to the most lifesteal.
There's Jake Guardians.
Oh, speaking of which, that's the exact one that Noob User would like to get to. Mythical Terror. But I don't think it'll matter too much.
Yeah, also this is the stags are a little bit annoying as well, right? Because now there's a taunt that you can't actually remove with most spells to deal with. So this is not looking too great.
Yeah, he's won fantastic 8-drops with Gabby, but I don't think it really matters because once you put Demon Hunter in this position where they're playing from behind, it's so difficult for them to get back on board.
Yeah, and maybe Nubius doesn't even get the cards.
Yeah, he stole his healing. And he kept the eventuality as well. I cannot think of an outcome here that keeps Noob User alive.
Yeah, me neither. There's not even pulls for Broxigar, right? Like, that can't even be procced.
No. I mean, you can
Unfortunately,
trade
this,
and then play it and draw one.
Yes, yeah. I guess that's the only thing to do, I suppose, right?
Yeah, the only thing that means you're not instantly dead, but you do die.
You are effectively dead.
Yes. Getting a 5-drop.
Okay.
Maybe the best one, but
Yeah, still not enough. And it looks like for not the first time today, not the second, and maybe not even the third, fourth, or fifth. I'm now kind of losing track of how many matches have been on today, but we are going to be going to a game 5. It feels like, at least so far today, a lot of very close series with these players, very back and forth. I think there's been a couple of 3-1s, but I think most of the matches today have been 3-2. So just showing how close some of these players are and how hard they're fighting to progress in this tournament. We're going to have Hunter versus Demon Hunter as our final game.
it's completely at odds with the last playoffs, which I think started with 3 3-0s in a row. We haven't had a single 3-0 so far. But yeah, this is usually what you get when you have a lot of the same kind of lineup. In most series, sort of at worst, players have 3 decks the same or 3 classes the same in this tournament, which is, I think, why we're seeing so many game 5s. Because it is a lot of just cancelling each other out, and then the weakest deck either plays a mirror or...
Right.
Yeah, or
No one's getting a big
weakest deck
edge, right?
Yeah.
Because everyone's playing such similar lineups, so there's no like huge overall lineup edge advantage that we've historically seen in other tournaments.
Well, we have seen a big edge for a lot of players, as in not bringing Priest. That has been quite a successful edge so far. But yeah, perhaps Gabby will be able to buck the trend because he has already got his Priest through this series. Although this isn't really a matchup I'd be loving to play. As well, to be fair, I wouldn't have wanted to play Rogue against Demon Hunter, and he did get through that one. So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, this is a weird one. I was just about to say, Gabby, a little bit rough with the Briarthorn in hand. However, the rest of the hand, not bad at all. I am a location enjoyer here for the Hunter location with the rats. So I think getting those out, being able to have 2 of them, basically just says you're fine for card draw for the rest of the game. It feels like with 2 of them down, as long as they can be put down safely, of course.
Yeah. This coin neophyte play, that's very, very interesting to me because obviously we saw with Noob User's hand absolutely useless. It didn't achieve anything at all, but a lot of the time Noob User's hand there is a Grim Harvest or a Void Blast.
Yeah.
Something very good to spend on 2. So, and Gabby with this hand really wanted to coin out of 2. So it is interesting because Neophyte is so good later in the game when you've seen that the Demon Hunters filled their hands up with Void Souls. So I'm not sure how I feel about that play from Gabby. It definitely had a lot of merit if he'd been looking at those two mana spells that usually Demon Hunter will be sitting on. But it does seem like it is such a big advantage later in the game to be giving up like that.
Yeah, I think it was a sort of high risk, high reward kind of play, right? Because if it was blocking some good plays from a Noob User, that's a big deal in this matchup because you don't want to get overrun by the Demon Hunter.
Yeah, and a similar thought process there with him playing the Viper really early as well. Gabby does seem to be just prioritizing ending this game as fast as possible, just playing an aggressive pressure game plan. It does seem to be shaping up incredibly well, especially with picking up that King of the Underbelly just to... I mean, the game plan is clear for Gabby. Do as much damage now as you can, disrupt noob users' freedom of development by making him have to answer what you do, and then play King of the Underbelly, Agamag, and Briarspawn Drake on 7, end the game there and then.
Newbies are going to try and slow this down just a little bit. Glacial Shard going to help. Just try and retain some of this board. Did get a taunt from the Demon Summon, so that's going to be very, very nice indeed.
Yeah, crucial. He needs to stop every little bit of damage coming through at this point.
Sisters, my arrows shall strike
Oh, that's a fantastic pickup there from Gabby.
That's
The pressure is
rough.
not letting up.
No, and even the 2 to the face is just not what you want to see, because every point of damage is mattering very quickly now.
Yeah, at this point, noob user needs to set up lethal over 2, and Gabby's at 30 with board control, because Gabby can just freely play King of the Underbelly, Briarspawn Drake. He doesn't even need noob users to have a minion on board at this point. He can just play it to deal 10, and that will be game. If the Arcane Tripwire isn't just lethal on its own beforehand.
Yeah. Yeah, really brutal opening there for newbies to try and deal with, and just didn't really get anything too active early enough, whereas Gabby with, like, as I said, the double location, the Neophyte, just sort of splurging out these bits of pressure constantly, and then going into the backup is very, very nice indeed. Roxagar's coming out, going to help with some card draw, but there's still just Sylvanas there, and if this is a face tank, this is going to be a little bit rough.
Yeah, I think you will have to take it. A good amount of stats on board to soak up some Arcane Tripwire hits. Probably has to just play oh, he's going Hive Map to just try and Desperation Eye Beam to survive this turn, which probably was necessary, to be honest. It is very likely that you do just die a lot of the times here.
Yeah, there was minimum 6, right? With 0 damage, with 0 additional from hand, which is unlikely for Hunter. What's interesting now, though, is this still Rat?
I think it is, because you're just telling noob user he doesn't have access to the Axe of Cenarius. He doesn't have that healing. He's already used a Hive Map. That is an extra dig for I-Beam gone. So if you do just take this Agamagan, you're never dead here. You set noob user under 10. Even
Neophyte
if he
doesn't
off
stop.
both sides of the board. Neophyte doesn't stop anything. I think Gabby's just got this locked up from every single angle here.
Gonna have to go digging again with the for the fell spells, right? Like,
yeah, he needs
I don't
to
see any other way.
trade off this entire board, I-Beam his own minion and leave nothing on board, in which case Gabby can just play minions and then he wins anyway, or you could just Arcane Tripwire and then he wins anyway. What noob user really needs is the immune guy that he had last turn from studies.
Yeah, immune go face with everything.
Yeah, that would potentially let him piece together a sort of proactive game plan of his own, but without access to that, he's just playing from too far behind. Is there a demon I'm not thinking of that can maybe stabilize this game?
Not really.
I think he's just saying I can't beat Briarspawn Drake, which is the only world that he wins this game, as if there is no Briarspawn in hand, which I think is correct.
It's reasonable enough, right? Yeah.
It won him a game earlier thinking like that. It would be, it's correct here, because there is no play that I saw in his hand that could ever beat this combo from Gabby.
Yeah, there. And as soon as the Agamagam comes down, noob user knows. There's the damage, there's the lethal. And after a bit of a rough start and a flex by the looks of things, Gabby is going to take the victory here. His tournament life has been saved just for now. There's still another match left for him to take before he can book a spot into Sunday's top 8. But what a really close series. And I actually think both players played very well. I think noob user played really well and made a lot of great decisions, and just got the rough end of the stick in a couple of these outcomes, which, it's just the way Hearthstone goes sometimes. But I think the tough decisions, he got them right, as far as I'm concerned anyway, across this whole series. And there were a few as well.
I think going into the series, as we said, one player here, Gabby, had far more experience than Noobuser. Looking at these two names is just purely because we don't know Noobuser as a player. We don't have the experience of watching him in tournaments. We don't know how good he is. After today, I have a lot of respect for him as a player. He's acquitted himself incredibly well. But before this, everyone would have gone, okay, Gabby's obviously going to win this. But looking at this, it's hard to distinguish which player is the more experienced of the two. They both fit right in, very clean play, very smooth series. And I think it's just went Gabby's way this time.
Yeah, really good job for Gabby, and he's still got a little bit more to do, though. We are going to go to a quick break while we set up that next match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone. We are nearly done here at the Hearthstone Summer Championship. Last stop on the road to BlizzCon. So nice to be able to say that again, because we are actually on the road to BlizzCon as well. Live and in person, coming up very, very soon indeed. But we've got one more series to contend with for Group B on day one, and joining me to cover it is Edelweiss. Edelweiss, you've had a light day today. How have you been doing in enjoying from the sidelines?
Yeah, it's always a bit flustering, I feel like, to actually just be watching most of the time instead of doing the casting myself, because you're doing other things. You're having meals, you're like checking in, but you're not seeing absolutely everything. And suddenly we find ourselves here, Gabby and Diong, I believe, for our final two. And Gabby with the priest, which I did not expect to make it through with how poorly the priest had been doing. But
yeah. Very, very close series. All of our series have been, honestly, and Gabby really looked like he was up against it at various points in that last series against Noob User. Not gonna lie, a little bit sad. Like, obviously, we all love Gabby, and I think Gabby making it through will be great. But one thing, he's already done very well in the Winter Championships, of course, and secondly, Z Shaman, the one remaining in the tournament, the one that was brought to the tournament. I wanted to see more Z Shaman because I do think maybe it was only a little bit of time crunch that stopped there being a few more Z Shamans, maybe even going 50-50 with the Mug Shaman, because it is a deck that has a lot going for it with how much spell hate is now in the game because of Void Shards, Rogue, all of the Quest Mage, all of the things that Neophyte mess with specifically. Having a Z Shaman in your lineup seemed like you would make a lot of your opponent's tech choices very, very bad indeed, but the one player who brought it did not work out very well for them, so maybe that wasn't the plan in the end anyway. And it is Gabby that is going to be going through here. He does have that priest, and I do think the players that have brought priest do have a lot of faith in it. I know Gabby was really bigging up his own priest coming into this tournament, and I do think we've seen a couple of lines from the priest players where they've kind of been extra greedy with their soothsayers in setting things up, which has put them in better positions than maybe some of us that don't necessarily have the experience on the decks, have just been slamming things out a little bit quicker. But they've been taking their time, greeting things out, not panicking, understanding the depths of the deck. And yeah, sure, the deck has not done very well statistically, but Gabby is here with Priest in his lineup. So Banter is in top 8 with Quest Mage in his lineup, even if Quest Mage overall has not performed great.
yeah, it was not looking good, at least when I was watching Robberg play the priest. But at the same time, there can be those moments where you do prepare the Soothsayer, get it down to 1 or 0, and have these massive board swings with Schism that's been reassembled, and even against a deck that you would be scared of, like Mug Shaman with Hex. If the copy has elusive, right? If you're able to even get elusive on one of them, sometimes you can really snowball the game. But it does have this sort of natural inhibitor, which is that there's a lot of death rattles in the 6-drop pool, and so sometimes Soothsayer will disable the deck's own ability to recur death rattles by summoning a different death rattle that now messes up your undeath sentence, messes up your Endbringer Umbra. So very, very tricky to play, I think.
And here are words that I would have lost money on not saying during this entire tournament. We are going to kick things off with a Demon Hunter mirror. That was not something I was expecting to be possible, but just not a lot of Demon Hunter bans coming out in this tournament. We will see if that changes in Group C and Group D tomorrow. But from what we've seen so far, it's people with a target DH strategy, which I would say overall has not gone very well because DH has still put up pretty good win rate without it. But then even when the 4 decks, the Route 1 strategy is facing the Route 1 strategy, Demon Hunter being banned is not a given. I think Banter was banning Demon Hunter in Group A, but not too many other people in Group A and B have come into this with a banned Demon Hunter plan, which is very surprising to me indeed.
Yeah, and you can see with just the prevalence of Vipers that people expected to be leaving it up, but then I'm always just wondering, was there a particular plan, or is it just a spur of the moment thing? When you see sometimes people, they've got the Vipers and they still ban the Demon Hunter, and other times, they're living it up. It sort of becomes difficult to follow, like, the reasoning, right? The lines that they are making in terms of deck building and then ban choice.
Yeah. I think Lorinda was making the point earlier, which I do think is well placed, that the Neophytes and Rustdrop Vipers aren't specifically anti-Demon Hunter tech in this meta. They're just kind of good into most of the good decks. Rogue has a lot of spells they want to play, and you kind of double dip in punishing Rogue because you turn their 2-cost spells into 3-cost spells, which then don't function as 2-cost spells for the deck anymore. You also just kind of nuke Quest Mage with that combination of tech cards as well, which some people would have been expecting some amount of. So I do think there's merit to the tech cards, even if you are banning Demon Hunter. But yeah, very confusing little metagame we ended up with after all thinking that we had it solved. But something I'm less confused about is coining Stardust Scythe on 3.
See, clearly someone should have gone for the Paladin with Resistance Aura. Could do Resistance Aura and Neophytes. There you go.
There you go. Job done.
10 Neophytes even.
Shaking the head from De Jong as he does get his weapon vipered. He has his own Viper ready to go, but no weapon on the side for Gabby. Gabby significantly ahead on tempo right now because of the early Voids, backed up by that Viper.
Good hits, too. Best
Yes.
one, probably best two.
Yeah, generically, just into, no board context, this is the best one and the best two. Obviously sometimes you'd rather have a Homunculus if you specifically have need for Taunt, but yeah, these are the best ones generically.
Oof.
Oh,
Void
that's
Blast, perfect pickup.
perfect. Yeah. Oh!
Arguably the best 3.
In case anyone watching has not seen Gabby play Hearthstone, yes, it is like this all the time. This is just what happens.
These are due back tomorrow.
Royal Librarian, the sort of unusual tech pick in De Jong's list. Gonna throw out the trade and needs to set up some kind of big swing here. There's a lot of instances where you can use Garishi Stingers to get these big Broxigar Last Stand boards, but these numbers are just a little bit too big, too even.
Yeah, I believe both players in this series are not playing the Trastath. I know De Jong isn't from earlier. He's playing that Royal Librarian instead. And yeah, Gabby as well, topping out at the Stardust Scythe. As a... What's the extra card? Oh, a natural I-Beam in the deck in that spot instead. Very interesting.
Which, based on what I saw in Roberg's list, the I-Beams looked good. The I-Beams... with Neophyte as well being as sort of universally helpful as we've spotted. I don't mind sort of having that sleek list with the I-beams in there.
Gabby pretty much willing to skip a turn here, doesn't really have a lot else to do, just sends all the damage face. Hero Powers face. Is going to drop the Glacial Shard as well. I think the consideration here will be giving your opponent outs with Broxigar's Last Stand to find ways out of this. Which is representing the extra pressure on board.
Void Blast, solid pickup. Able to get a 2 draw out of Last Stand then with the Void Blast. And then follow up with a Soul. I'm just gonna start with Last Stand. Yeah, not seeing the way out here.
No, me either. Even if Broxgars had hit like Illidari studies, you Illidari into I-Beam, you then don't have the mana to play your Void Soul after the blast this turn, so you'd be on a very, very low tempo turn, just scrambling to stay alive a little bit, which probably doesn't get there. But this as we can see,
Worst
is just
three.
going to be. Yes, very true. Yeah, a very large discrepancy in quality of minions. But I think honestly, even if both players had rolled identical minions off their 1, 2, 3, Gabby was just doing it quicker and going 1st, which I think is the biggest impact on the result of this
Yeah,
game.
absolutely.
De Jong had the opportunity to swing back with the weapon. It is the best card in the deck, pretty much. Not necessarily in the matchup if you're being beaten down that hard, but that was his opportunity to maybe get up to 5s and 6s while Gabby was still down on 3, and then maybe he can stabilize if he hits a couple of the nice taunts on 4, 5, 6 potentially. But the Viper absolutely shattered his dreams in the mid game as he threw out the coin on that as well, trying to get it down as early as possible. Gabby going to pick up the win with the Demon Hunter, and De Jong's going to have to go back to the drawing board. But remember, Gabby's initial match, which put him in losers, he was able to defeat the Demon Hunter multiple times, and it was actually his priest then that was losing 3 times as he got reverse swept from 2-0 up to 3-2. So even Gabby beating Demon Hunter, which most players would be delighted with because it put them in a dominating position in the series, still has that questionable priest to try and pick up wins with.
Yeah, I still am unconvinced on this priest. I don't quite know what it's supposed to be good against. I think that it does have powerful plays, but that a lot of the time you are sort of seeding board and getting beaten down substantially to try and make those happen. And the nature of the Shatter cards, with your best play being Schism on the Soothsayer, it's very hard to assemble that. So we'll have to see if he can get that over the finish line. But for now, it's going to be the Contraband Hunter.
It is, yeah. More mid-rangey version of the Hunter for Gabby. Stuck with the Briarspawn Drake in the opening hand, which can be disastrous, but it's one of those things where it's disastrous right up until it isn't. There are a certain number of draws that you can be very, very pleased that Briarspawn Drake has ended up in your opening hand. If you start drawing Earthen Roars and then the King of the Underbelly in rapid succession, you're actually relatively pleased to have had that in your opening hand, especially since you have a nice 1-2 to kick things off with anyway.
Yeah, and Raven was mentioning it earlier, I believe, that Underbelly Network is a card that you just kind of want all the time in your opener as this hunter, because it's just kind of the lubricant for the deck that just, gets out all the squeaks, because sometimes if it comes too late in the game, you then have to wait for the death rattles to trigger. You have to wait for the second activation of the location, and it can be a big difference in terms of being able to sort of stay afloat in terms of card draw, whether you have that on 2 to get those free loot hoarders, as you said, versus having to sort of stay afloat with these cantrips, replacement effects of tracking and taint pet and things.
I do have to question the choice of imagery there, because there's no way adding rats to something can give it less squeaks. That's definitely not how it works.
Fair enough.
It's going to be squeaking more if it's full of rats.
Was going with sort of the WD-40 analogy, but...
Right, yeah.
An opportunity to just go for some 5-cost beasts here. Could also respect just the double 2s.
Yeah, I feel like 4 into 4 with 3 card draws or so lined up seems to be pretty reasonable. Although if it's happening in that order, it's almost certainly not going to be Coin Beast Tripwire this turn. And no, it is not. He is going to be going with the double 2 line instead.
Muzzle their magic.
Yeah, I think I can understand that with just knowing how many Void Souls are in hand. Right, there's at least 2, and you don't want those ramping up too quickly alongside anything else. You're also getting to set up this location. So even though it's not a lot of stats on board, the fact that you're putting Void Souls from 1 to 2 is just kind of cutting their options in half.
Yeah, my concern is though, with the dog waking up this turn, your Cult Neophyte's dead. Your opponent gets to play 2 Void Shards anyway. You're just you're just ahead on board on like the worst play you know they're capable of doing, right? That's not even giving them options to have anything better than that in hand. So I feel like you're now trying to play these beast tripwires from further behind than you were, and with less card draws to pull them as well, because you already traded in one rat. I just find it a little strange.
Time grows short.
The rat did kind of replace itself.
It did, but in
'Cause I-
terms of like, you have a finite number of rats, and I'd rather use them with tripwires in the deck than not with tripwires in the deck, right? And you've used one of them without tripwires in the deck.
I suppose for me, it's that if you don't play the rat's nest there, the second one,
Yeah,
then you probably never get to.
that's true. For 3 turns at least, you're not playing it. Yeah, almost certainly. That's a fair point.
Also, once you do have both of these locations out, they represent some potential landmines for Diong in terms of now you've got the tripwires shuffled in your deck. They could try to remove one of these, and it draws you a card if that card happens to be one of the tripwires. Those mid-turn summons, right, can really just make things complicated and hard to work out.
Yes. Also a nightmare with Z Shaman, which I've been playing a little bit
Yeah.
over the last couple of days, because Prize Vendor specifically is a card that you'll play an awful lot of in that deck, and if you're playing against Hunter, it can be a real problem.
I still can't believe Prize Vendor made it in, but I suppose you are limited for card draw.
Yeah. Yeah, if you don't hit Curator a lot of the time, you are really struggling for some card draw. Alright, let's get these Void Souls. Again, not the best
First
at them
one,
so far.
find 2, find 3,
Yep.
and yeah, Neophyte follow-up. Looking pretty good.
Okay.
Solid top.
Oh!
Okay, even text. I think that is still incredibly helpful for Gabby here. You really needed something here in Gabby's position to be able to clean up all these little minions, and Stingers will do quite nicely for that.
This Wasp has come out to play for the championships. It has wanted the spotlight.
Yeah.
We have seen this thing so much in such a limited sample of games. We did see, I think I said in my first cast of the day, I've never seen it lose. That streak was broken because was it Noob User against Gabby? Got it in a position that was unwinnable, even for the might of the Garashi Stinger.
Yeah. Rat Trap could actually be a quite relevant pickup here.
Yeah.
Inexpensive to play and very likely to proc on any of Diong's sort of big swing turns. May come down to this bygone echoes of whether Diong's able to sort of stave this off. He has to consider how badly he needs to, like, Illidari studies for Flash Flood so that Gabby doesn't get more than 2 stingers out of the Wasp. There's the echoes. No keywords.
No keywords. Decent stat pool though overall. Getting 9
Yeah.
3 times on 4 drops is very decent.
Time grows short.
Anything with 4 health though is kind of rough into the Wasp because you know that there's going to be a stinger to clean it up extremely nicely.
True. Getting a shovel before the Tolvir activation goes off is very nice here as well. It's hand lining up very, very nicely indeed for Gabby. Hard to overstate how transformative that Wasp has been here.
Oh yes. I think Diong would be well ahead without the Wasp hit. Yeah, I honestly, I think that's quite worth it. It will fill up the Confront the Tol'vir substantially, but
Yep.
the stingers are so good.
Yep.
Particularly since Stash replays, I think, guaranteed targeting enemy side of the field.
Exactly.
Checks the other beast. It's fine. There's the king.
Yeah, we have seen this once in the tournament already from Noob User, the shoot your own wasp thing, and then there was one that was not done that I believe would have been lethal if it was. So yeah, definitely something that you do need to look out for with this deck when you roll it. So many small ping effects with, you know, even the stingers themselves can actually end up representing more damage over time if you just shoot them at your own wasp and use them to replace themselves, as long as you have the mana to spend on that to fit into your turns.
Presently, nothing shuffled into Gabby's deck, I believe, so Diong could, you know, Viper to remove that, but I think it's not the most pressing issue at the moment. Axe of Cenarius representing a little bit of lifesteal. Oh wow, just shipping face. Yeah. Huh, I'm not sure what to make of that. So just the full face and then Viper the weapon to do a little bit of damage control.
Mm-hmm. I kind of love it, honestly.
The deck doesn't have a ton of burst though. So you've got another weapon swing next turn. Sets Gabby to 9. And then you've got 4 more in hand. Are there very many hits for damage in the studies?
Only the deal 2 damage twice, which is the only source of direct damage, I think.
Or deal 4 damage twice, right?
Oh no, no, there's a new card. It's like deals 2 damage and shuffles a spell into your deck and then repeats.
Right. Well, that
face
doesn't. Does that go face?
Yes, yeah, it does.
Okay, yeah. And the one I was thinking was Fel, not Outcast. That's with Hive and Illidari studies. Sometimes I get the pools mixed up a little. So that king into the emergency Pterodax throws off this plan for Diong and may just kind of seal the deal. He went very all in on that plan.
Yep, that was always going to be the downside. You had no indication that your opponent had Underbelly, but that is something that I think people often overlook, is that if you are going to all in against Hunter, that is an option that they do have available to them. I think we're all guilty sometimes of tunneling a little bit on the Agamagam from Underbelly and the other cards never really coming into play. But yeah, that is in there for a reason. It's kind of the only third beast that's ever really going to offer a great deal of utility, so extremely useful in spots like this for Gabby.
Yeah. So studies here could hit Flash Flood. We'll take a look at the top first.
He's still going.
Yeah. I mean, I guess stingers, and then you can set up for Broxigar's Last Stand quite nicely.
Yep, very nice.
While still pushing face damage.
Yes. Of course, if you are doing lethal outs over time, you do have to consider your Void Souls as well. Obviously, on 5, you can you can hit Doomguard, and if you get up higher than that, suddenly you get into Illidari Inquisitor territory. But Diong probably most likely to be saved by a Doomguard out in the position that he's in with the Void Souls at 4.
Yeah, now Gabby has to think of the best way to start pushing his own lethal setup. Arcane Tripwire. Gotta shuffle in a Pyroblast worth of damage that is gonna immediately come out, I think, we have double weapon in the Confront.
It's got to be I think it's just lethal, isn't it? With the stingers as well thrown in there. I think this is probably just enough damage. 3 stingers.
Looks like it. The hand is green. Yep, there's the Wound Prey. The second weapon is going to pull guaranteed Tripwire. And yeah,
I like it. Like, I've been very impressed with De Jong. Like, in terms of like as an overall player, you know, you need a deeper analysis into like, oh, are they mulligan incorrectly? Do they have a weakness in terms of playing for tempo? Can they play a range of decks or whatever? But specifically the spots he finds himself in, I think he's really, really good at not being baited into doing things that win 0% of the time, right? He does weird-looking things, but they're things that might win, like 3% of the time, right? Whereas the more conventional Hearthstone things won't win, and he's just not doing them. He's finding small outs in positions, and it's making him look like he's playing a bit strangely in some spots, but I think he is pursuing outs that are better than, you know, fighting for board would be in that position, right? Because I don't think he had any chance of fighting for board with very limited void generation until the 3-drop came into hand very late on. So, you know, I've been very impressed with him throughout the tournament. But you know, Gabby is Gabby. He's one of the hardest to scale walls in competitive Hearthstone, and him finding himself down in the lower half of the bracket very, very early on. He was always going to be a real spoiler, a proper gatekeeper for any of these lesser-known players trying to scrap their way through to top 8.
but can he overcome his own problem here, which is the Soothsayer Priest?
Is this what we said? He just decided to
Giving
nerf
himself a bit of a
by bringing
handicap,
Priest
I
to
think,
give everyone
in the
else a chance.
caster's
Is that what's
opinion.
going on?
Now,
Have we figured it out?
the Umbra, honestly, I think is a big problem, not just because it's a 7-drop in the hand, but also because if Gabby does pick up a Schism, there's no way you're going to be able to reassemble that quickly.
Yeah, that's true.
And Mug Shaman is one of the decks where I think you can end up beating them just by throwing out a doubled Soothsayer with Schism.
2 hexes in the deck for De Jong, so there are possibilities if you're just going to do the copy. De Jong does have the possibility of answering both, even though that is very expensive. But you can still find nice routes through the game using half of the splintered Schism, and still find ways to make the board annoying enough to deal with. But certainly not ideal for the Umbra to be there.
Well, at least it's in hand.
Yes. Yeah, I think most games you'll take that trade. You'll take one dead card in hand to guarantee having the Soothsayer there as well.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see Gabby really wait to prepare that until it's going to be quite inexpensive. Just so that he can get it down on the same turn as Elusive, if he can help it. It's always tough, though, because this is a pass turn. And I think, yeah, if you're going to need the mana, sometimes you just need to spend it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with the assessment. I wanted to draw a card that made me feel good about spending my mana that turn as well, but you cannot pass the turn. You have to do something with it, and I think now you're in a position where you're like, well, my opponent doesn't mulligan for Hex, right? They're not that likely to have it. I guess I just throw it out and see what happens.
Yeah, yep, you're on the coin, so... it does mean that De Jong's going to be able to set up a pretty nice Ascendance turn on curve, which we don't see happen often.
Very true. Discounted Breezling to throw into it as well.
Would set up a sticky board and potentially give, one more turn to draw the Hex, but it does mean that you're sacrificing the ability to push through in any capacity since Ascendance denies you the attacks. Not bad.
The Treant is fun. That's Death
Yeah.
Rattle. That's Death Rattle gain a mana crystal, right? If I
It
remember
is, yes.
rightly, Yeah.
Always dangerous leaving the Soothsayer up, though. At least you do have information that it would have to be a top deck Schism, right?
Yeah.
That's one of the big downsides to the Shatter cards is if they are important, well, your opponent always knows whether you have them.
Yes. the rarely seen usage of mend for its intended card text and not
Yep.
kill an opponent's minion, which is how you most often see it used.
Well, I would say both are intended.
No, it's not. It's certainly not an unintended interaction, but the literal card text being used for what it says tends not to happen as much.
Young picks up the Murden's Last Stand. Gonna have to get a serious amount of attacks to discount it, but being able to make that sticky board helps substantially.
Yep. Having the Voltaic Burst as well. This Murden's Last Stand going down real quick here, as well as the previous turn's Ascendants, meaning he's got plenty of minions to be attacking with. But I would expect this is probably just Boulder Fist Ogre time, no?
Yeah. Looks a lot better when you play it for 4. Gonna hold on to the Treant and force Gabby to be the one to clear it.
It actually went all the way to 0 that turn. I had not counted the amount of attacks that were happening. That is absurd.
Yeah. There's the Schism. A little bit late, Devouring Plague. Honestly, that was probably about as good as it gets.
How do I get Gabby's client? Can anyone tell me? I'd love, honestly. Can I just have whatever seed Gabby plays on? Can I have it, please?
Dealing with a choice of map or just play a 5-mana 7/7. Not getting a ton of value out of the battle cry off that minion this game. So I don't mind just setting up another big minion.
Agreed, yep. I think this is something easily overlooked with the deck. I think you do sometimes see people holding onto it in positions and matchups where the battle cry doesn't really do a great deal. 5-mana 7/7 just threatens lethal on this board, so why not throw it out there? I think in pretty much any matchup, at any point in Hearthstone history, if you can set up lethal and you do not, that's probably a mistake.
Yeah, plays well into this Triumph also. Just not able to remove very much with that card, and so I imagine Gabby will be looking at Cease to Exist, hoping to hit one of the 2 large minions. Or a good hit off Soothsayer might be something that you can then copy or give elusive. That is not a good enough hit, so... There's the Hex.
Right on time.
But honestly, it is still sort of fine, right? Gabby is clearly struggling for stuff, and so removing, a big minion, and you kind of need the minions to help remove the board.
Is that a Cogsworth?
It
And you
sure
saw like
is.
a frame of animation, Clocksworth, sorry.
All right. You might keep that. Just being starved for card draw like this, Chromie represents a significant amount. But gonna go big.
Yeah, it really does. You get another Ascendance, another Storm Fury, the other Hex. You get a ton of cards. I think it's like 6 or 7 draws
Muradin's?
you get off that in the end. Yeah, other Muradin's Last Stand, which will cost 0, is insane, yeah.
Goldrin, also a solid hit. Removes this 5/7 while representing, must-kill minion for the following turn. Yeah, he's going to keep that one.
Take 18. Okay. Well.
Yeah, and you are actually able to play enough spells to activate these. You don't get the discount, but you can still work your way towards having the minion.
Yeah.
Tough call. I would probably be more interested in Frost Shatter. Yeah.
And a much better looking board to jam this Medivh's Triumph into than the previous turn.
Actually able to complete the quest here almost. Yeah, and there it is. And something that I think is easy to forget about this Soothsayer deck is, yes, the quest is there primarily for Medivh's Triumph being activated. But there are points in the game where, you know, they've had to use their Hex on your Soothsayer, or you know, your Soothsayer's just bought you a bunch of time, and then playing this quest reward is just such a brick wall into so many decks. That it can be just an overwhelming board swing.
Absolutely, yeah. I think we've seen the quest get completed, even if it didn't necessarily impact the game, in the majority of the priest games that we've seen on stream. Like, this isn't the same build of the deck from a couple of metas ago, like even pre-Soothsayer, where control priests were just pure control decks, and the quest wasn't actually possible to complete without random generation. It was just in there literally to make Medivh's Triumph cost 1. This isn't that version of the deck anymore. This really does complete the quest as a win condition, as is intended.
And I think we're going to see that right here. Who cares about giving one of them elusive? You just make another copy. That sets up for an Umbra that is primarily deal 5 damage hits, which is going to be, you know, a board clear, a finisher. You could hex one of these. Maybe Diong is able to hit another off of Sands of Time.
Yeah, you're going to have to Sands of Time rewind here unless you see the greatest Hearthstone card ever printed in these initial options, which apparently we will never know.
Yeah, when I do wonder if Diong should have just taken that Chromie, right? It was representing a significant amount of card draw. It also means that if Diong did play the Hex before, like, trading in with the Chromie, he would be able to draw the second.
Shake of the head, wipe of the brow from Diong means that I'm assuming we're not looking at a little green frog in these 3 options.
Yeah, Gabby proving us wrong on this priest. Have to see if the luck holds over on Sunday. Yeah, I'm gonna set himself up to get these as low as possible, chunk his way through the majority of it. Not gonna have too much. Yeah, not gonna have anything left at the end, and actually this is just a lethal with Umbra, potentially.
Wait, there's only 3 that have died, right? Because one of them got hexed.
My people will regret.
Yeah, I guess you... I mean, I think it's still worth doing.
You still
right?
do it,
You've
yeah,
got
100%.
the 8 damage swing, and you can Ruby Sanctum mend your 8-1.
True, yeah, good point.
Or just Wormhole, if you're close enough. Yeah. It almost, you know, it doesn't even need to actually be lethal. Just being most of the way there is enough.
It's just the best play. Nothing else in your hand does anything like anything this powerful this turn. You might as well just get it done.
I think if Gabby had, you know, made the attack and then gone Sanctuary Mend to kill it off, that then also adds another Death Rattle to the pool, and it would have been, but completely unnecessary, you know. Gabby picking up that win and bringing yet another priest into Sunday, in spite of its not looking so great stats-wise.
Yeah, and it does need calling out here that, you know, because we are responsible journalists of great renown, that, yes, we may have been talking about mage suffering, priest not being very good. If you look at the top 4, there's 2 mages in there.
Yep.
And now Gabby has just gone through with priest. Like, these 4th decks, even though individually their win rates aren't brilliant, Pocket just letting us know that mage has fought its way up to 50% overall, which is not terrible. Absolutely not. For you know, if the 4th best deck in your lineup is pulling 50% win rate, you're doing okay. But you know, sometimes it's not an individual deck's win rate, it's what that deck enables you to do as a strategy overall, and that something that goes understated a little bit. And clearly, from what we're seeing, the mages and the priests are doing something right overall. Saving our 3-0 to the end of the day as well, just so we could wrap things up with a nice little bow. But I don't know about you. I don't know how closely you are watching the series apart from that one, but I'm a little sad for Dion, because I do think he played pretty well throughout the tournament so far, as a relatively unknown player to me who came through playoffs, came through qualifiers to get to this point. I really love seeing people like that show up and not be overawed by the bright lights and cameras, and actually just playing solid Hearthstone, even if they didn't quite get over the line in the end.
And we know Gabby, we love Gabby, we kind of expect him to be around. I believe he already made it through, is that right? I think so.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So in that sense, I was kind of more pulling for noob user. Obviously, my pick for the tournament now knocked out. Just having that little bit of distinction with the Z Shaman. I actually, my choose your champion was Chansu, and then I saw the warrior, and I was like, oh, I don't know about that. But yeah, I'm sure we'll have just tons more exciting matches for tomorrow, and yeah, it's early. In spite of some full series going to five games, this is a fast meta.
Yeah, slow series, fast X is where we've ended up, and more of that will continue tomorrow. We will see Chonsu enter play. We'll also see Inkuro, who is the caster's favorite for this. I think in our predictions, 3 of us have picked Inkuro to win this overall. So he's a big favorite. And then Maverick, who has that same lineup that Robert and Gabby have, which obviously has been very, very successful for Gabby overall. You'd have to say in the other half, more so user error than lineup error that led to Roberg not getting over the line as well. So we'll see if that level of success holds up for Maverick on for Group D. But yeah, a crushing 3-0 in the end for Gabby, who had to do it the hard way. But before we send everyone home, Edelweiss, I guess we're here already. I'm talking like I'm at BlizzCon already. That's how excited I am. But before we do that, any final thoughts for day one before we wrap things up?
Yeah, I guess, never count things out on the stats when anything can happen in tournament, right? Like, yeah. It really, these 4th decks matter, and there's, even if you struggle to get over the finish line, all that matters is that you ultimately do get there. And so we'll just have to see how the rest of that top 8 shapes up.
Yep, we'll see. We'll see if Quest Mage holds up. We'll see if Priest holds up tomorrow with Maverick as well. I have a sneaking suspicion that maybe Dragon Warrior will not be shining too much. But hey, I've been wrong before. Once or twice in a decade plus, but I have been wrong before. But if you want to find out, you'll have to come back tomorrow. You'll have to come back Sunday. And please, keep that date marked in the calendar. BlizzCon, live and in person. Hearthstone World Championships for the first time in many a year, right around the corner. But we will see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching, everyone. Good night.